The curtain of the big bed hung down beside the cot. When old Jenny shook it, the wooden rings rattled on the pole, and gray men, with pointed heads and squat, bulging bodies, came out of the folds onto the flat green ground. If you looked at them, they turned into squab faces smeared with green. Every night, when Jenny had gone away with the doll and the donkey, you hunched up the blanket and the stiff white counterpane to hide the curtain, and you played with the knob in the green painted iron railing of the cot. It stuck out close to your face, winking and grinning at you in a friendly way. You poked it till it left off and turned gray and went back into the railing. Then you had to feel for it with your finger. It fitted the hollow of your hand, cool and hard, with a blunt nose that pushed agreeably into the palm. In the dark, you could go tip finger along the slender, lashing flourishes of the ironwork. By stretching your arm out tight, you could reach the curlicue at the end. The short, steep flourish took you to the top of the railing and on behind your head. Tip fingering backwards, that way you got into the gray lane where the prickly stones were, and the hedge of little biting trees. When the door in the hedge opened, you saw the man in the nightshirt. He had only half a face. From his nose and his cheekbones downwards, his beard hung straight like a dark cloth. You opened your mouth, but before you could scream, you were back in the cot. The room was light. The green knob winked and grinned at you from the railing, and behind the curtain, Papa and Mama were lying in the big bed. One night, she came back out of the lane as the door in the hedge was opening. The man stood in the room by the washstand, scratching his long thigh. He was turned slantwise from the nightlight on the washstand, so that it showed his yellowish skin under the lifted shirt. The white half-face hung by itself on the darkness. When he left off scratching and moved towards the cot, she screamed. Mama took her into the big bed. She curled up there under the shelter of the raised hip and shoulder. Mama's face was dry and warm and smelt sweet like Jenny's powder puff. Mama's mouth moved over her wet cheeks, nipping her tears. Her cry changed to a whimper and a soft, ebbing sob. Mama's breast, a smooth, cool, round thing that hung to your hands and slipped from them when they tried to hold it. You could feel the little ridges of the stiff nipple as your finger pushed it back into the breast. Her sobs shook in her throat and ceased suddenly. Roman II. The big white globes hung in a ring above the dinner table. At first, when she came into the room, carried high in Jenny's arms, she could see nothing but the hanging, shining globes. Each had a light inside it that made it shine. Mama was sitting at the far end of the table. Her face and neck shone white above the pile of oranges on the dark blue dish. She was dipping her fingers in a dark blue glass bowl. When Mary saw her, she strained towards her, leaning dangerously out of Jenny's arms. Old Jenny said, teach it," and made her arms tight and hard and put her on Papa's knee. Papa sat up, broad and tall above the table, all by himself. He was dressed in black. One long brown beard hung down in front of him, and one short beard covered his mouth. You knew he was smiling because his cheeks swelled high up his face, so that his eyes were squeezed into narrow, shining slits. When they came out again, you saw scarlet specks and smears in their corners. Papa's big white hand was on the table, holding a glass filled with some red stuff that was both dark and shining and had a queer, sharp smell. "Porty-worty whiny-piney," said Papa. The same queer, sharp smell came from between his two beards when he spoke. Mark was sitting up beside Mama, a long way off. She could see them looking at each other. Roddy and Dank were with them. They were making flowers out of orange peel and floating them in the finger bowls. Mama's fingers were blue and sharp-pointed in the water behind the dark blue glass of her bowl. The floating orange peel flowers were blue. She could see Mama smiling as she stirred them about with the tips of her blue fingers. Her underlip pouted and shook. She didn't want to sit by herself on Papa's knee. She wanted to sit in Mama's lap beside Mark. She wanted Mark to make orange peel flowers for her. She wanted Mama to look down at her and smile. Papa was spreading butter on biscuit and powdered sugar on the butter. "Sugary buttery bippery," said Papa. She shook her head. "I want to go to Mama. I want to go to Mark." She pushed away the biscuit. "No. No. Mama give Mary. Mark give Mary." "Drinky winky," said Papa. He put his glass to her shaking mouth. She turned her head away, and he took it between his thumb and finger and turned it back again. Her neck moved stiffly. Her head felt small and brittle under the weight and pinch of the big hand. The smell and the sour, burning taste of the wine made her cry. "Don't tease baby Emilius," said Mama. "I never tease anybody." He lifted her up. She could feel her body swell and tighten under the bands and drawstrings of her clothes, as she struggled and choked, straining against the immense clamp of his arms. When his wet, red lips pushed out between his beards to kiss her, she kicked. Her toes drummed against something stiff and thin that gave way and sprang out again with a cracking and popping sound. He put her on the floor. She stood there all by herself, crying, till Mark came and took her by the hand. "Naughty baby." "Naughty Mary," said Mama. "Don't kiss her, Mark." "No, Mama." He knelt on the floor beside her and smiled into her face and wiped it with his pocket handkerchief. She put out her mouth and kissed him and stopped crying. "Jenny must come," Mama said, "and take Mary away." "No. Mark, take Mary." "Let the little beast take her," said Papa. "If he does, he shan't come back again. Do you hear that, sir?" Mark said, "Yes, Papa." They went out of the room hand in hand. He carried her upstairs pick-a-back. As they went, she rested her chin on the nape of his neck, where his brown hair thinned off into shiny, golden down. III. Old Jenny sat in the rocking chair by the fire guard in the nursery. She wore a black net cap with purple rosettes above her ears. You could look through the black net and see the top of her head laid out in stripes of gray hair and pinky skin. She had a gray face, flattened and wide open like her eyes. She held it tilted slightly backwards out of your way and seemed to be always staring at something just above your head. Jenny's face had tiny creases and crinkles all over it. When you kissed it, you could feel the loose flesh crumpling and sliding softly over the bone. There was always about her a faint smell of sour milk. No use trying to talk to Jenny. She was too tired to listen. You climbed onto her lap and stroked her face and said, "Poor Jenny." "Dear Jenny." Poor Jenny was so tired, and her face shut up and went asleep. Her broad, flat nose drooped. Her eyelids drooped. Her long, gray bands of hair drooped. She was like the white donkey that lived in the back lane and slept standing on 3 legs with his ears lying down. Mary loved old Jenny next to Mama and Mark, and she loved the white donkey. She wondered why Jenny was always cross when you stroked her gray face and called her Donkey Jenny. It was not as if she minded being stroked, because when Mark or Dank did it, her face woke up suddenly and smoothed out its creases. And when Roddy climbed up with his long legs into her lap, she hugged him tight and rocked him, singing Mama's song, and called him her baby. He wasn't. She was the baby, and while you were the baby, you could sit in people's laps. But old Jenny didn't want her to be the baby. The nursery had shiny, slippery yellow walls and a brown floor, and a black hearthrug with a center of brown and yellow flowers. The grayish chintz curtains were spotted with small brown leaves and crimson berries. There were dark brown cupboards and chests of drawers, and chairs that were brown frames for the yellow network of the cane. Soft bits of you squeezed through the holes and came out on the other side. That hurt and made a red pattern on you where you sat down. The tall green fireguard was a cage. When Jenny poked the fire, you peeped through and saw it fluttering inside. If you sat still, you could sometimes hear it say, "Tech, tech," and sometimes the fire would fly out suddenly with a soft hiss. High above your head, you could just see the gleaming edge of the brass rail. Jenny wears yesterday and wears tomorrow. IV. When you had run 1,000 times round the table, you came to the blue house. It stood behind Jenny's rocking chair, where Jenny couldn't see it, in a blue garden. The walls and ceilings were blue, the doors and staircases were blue. Everything in all the rooms was blue. Mary ran round and round. She loved the padding of her feet on the floor and the sound of her sing-song. The pusses are blue, the beds are blue, the matches are blue, and the mousetraps and all the litty mouses. Mama was always there dressed in a blue gown, and Jenny was there all in blue with a blue cap, and Mark and Dank and Roddy were there all in blue. But Papa was not allowed in the blue house. Mama came in and looked at her as she ran. She stood in the doorway with her finger on her mouth, and she was smiling. Her brown hair was parted in two sleek bands, looped and puffed out softly round her ears, and plaited in one plait that stood up on its edge above her forehead. She wore a wide brown silk gown with falling sleeves. "Pretty mama," said Mary. "In a blue dress." V. Every morning Mark and Dank and Roddy knocked at Mama's door, and if Papa was there he called out, "Go away, you little beasts." If he was not there, she said, "Come in, darlings." And they climbed up the big bed into Papa's place and said, "Good morning, Mama." When Papa was away, the lifted curtains spread like a tent over Mary's cot, shutting her in with Mama. When he was there, the drawn curtain hung straight down from the head of the bed. Roman II. White patterns on the window, sharp spikes, feathers, sprigs with furled edges, stuck flat onto the glass. White webs, crinkled like the skin of boiled milk, stretched across the corner of the pane, crisp, sticky stuff that bit your fingers. Out of doors, black twigs thickened with a white fur, white powder sprinkled over the garden walk. The white, ruffled grass stood out stiffly and gave under your feet with a pleasant crunching. The air smelt good. You opened your mouth and drank it in gulps. It went down like cold, tingling water. Frost. You saw the sun for the first time, a red ball that hung by itself on the yellowish-white sky. Mama said, yes, of course it would fall if God wasn't there to hold it up in his hands. Supposing God dropped the sun. Roman II. The yellowish-white sky had come close up to the house, a dirty blanket let down outside the window. The tree made a black pattern on it. Clear glass beads hung in a row from the black branch. Each black twig was tipped with a glass bead. When Jenny opened the window, there was a queer cold smell like the smell of the black water in the butt. Thin white powder fluttered out of the blanket and fell. A thick powder. A white fluff that piled itself in a ridge on the windowsill and curved softly in the corner of the sash. It was cold and melted on your tongue with a taste of window pane. In the garden, Mark and Dank and Roddy were making the snowman. Mama stood at the nursery window with her back to the room. She called to Mary to come and look at the snowman. Mary was tired of the snowman. She was making a tower with Roddy's bricks while Roddy wasn't there. She had to build it quick before he could come back and take his bricks away, and the quicker you built it, the sooner it fell down. Mama was not to look until it was finished. Look, Mama. Mary's made a tar. And it's not fall down. The tower reached above Jenny's knee. Come and look, Mama, but Mama wouldn't even turn her head. I'm looking at the snowman, she said. Something swelled up, hot and tight, in Mary's body and in her face. She had a big bursting face and a big bursting body. She struck the tower, and it fell down. Her violence made her feel light and small again and happy. Where's the tower, Mary? Said Mama. There isn't any tar. I've knocked it down. It was a nasty tar. Roman III. Aunt Charlotte. Aunt Charlotte had sent the Isle of Skye Terrier to Dank. There was a picture of Aunt Charlotte in Mama's album. She stood on a strip of carpet, supported by the hoops of her crinoline. Her black lace shawl made a pattern on the light gown. She wore a little hat with a white sweeping feather, and under the hat 2 long black curls hung down straight on each shoulder. The other people in the album were sulky and wouldn't look at you. The gentlemen made cross faces at somebody who wasn't there. The ladies hung their heads and looked down at their crinolines. Aunt Charlotte hung her head too, but her eyes, tilted up straight under her forehead, pointed at you. And between her stiff black curls, she was smiling. When Mama came to Aunt Charlotte's picture, she tried to turn over the page of the album quick. Aunt Charlotte sent things. She sent the fat Valentine with the lace paper border and black letters printed on sweet-smelling white satin that Papa threw into the fire, and the white china doll with black hair and blue eyes and no clothes on that Jenny hid in the nursery cupboard. The Skye Terrier brought a message tied under his chin, Tib. For my dear little nephew Dan with Aunt Charlotte's fond love. He had high-peaked, tufted ears and a blackish-gray coat that trailed on the floor like a shawl that was too big for him. When you tried to stroke him, the shawl swept and trailed away under the table. You saw nothing but shawl and ears until Papa began to tease Tib. Papa snapped his finger and thumb at him, and Tib showed little angry eyes and white teeth set in a black snarl. Mama said, please don't do that again, Emilius. And Papa did it again. Roman 4. What are you looking at, Master Daniel? Said Jenny. Nothing. Then what are you looking like that for? You didn't ought to. Papa had sent Mark and Dank to the nursery in disgrace. Mark leaned over the back of Jenny's chair and rocked her. His face was red but tight, and as he rocked he smiled because of his punishment. Dank lay on the floor on his stomach, his shoulders hunched, raised on his elbows, his chin supported by his clenched fists. He was a dark and white boy with dusty eyelashes and rough, doggy hair. He had puckered up his mouth and made it small. Under the scowl of his twisted eyebrows, he was looking at nothing. It's no worse for you than it is for Master Mark, said Jenny. Isn't it? Tib was my dog. If he hadn't been my dog, Papa wouldn't have teased him, and Mama wouldn't have sent him back to Aunt Charlotte, and Aunt Charlotte wouldn't have let him be run over. Yes. But what did you say to your papa? I said I wish Tib had bitten him. So I do. And Mark said it would have served him jolly well right. So it would, said Mark. Roddy had turned his back on them. Nobody was taking any notice of him, so he sang aloud to himself the song he was forbidden to sing. John Brown's body lies a-rotting in his grave. John Brown's body lies a-rotting in his grave. The song seemed to burst out of Roddy's beautiful white face. His pink lips twirled and tilted. His golden curls bobbed and nodded to the tune. John Brown's body lies a-rotting in his grave, as we go marching on. When I grow up, said Dank, I'll kill Papa for killing Tibby. I'll bore holes in his face with Mark's gimlet. I'll cut pieces out of him. I'll get the matches and set fire to his beard. I'll hurt him. I don't think I shall, said Mark. But if I do, I shan't kick up a silly row about it first. It's all very well for you. You'd kick up a row if Tibby was your dog. Mary had forgotten Tibby. Now she remembered. Where's Tibby? I want him. Tibby's dead, said Jenny. What's dead? Never you mind. Roddy was singing. And from his nose and to his chin, the worms crawled out, and the worms crawled in. That's dead, said Roddy. V. You never knew when Aunt Charlotte mightn't send something. She forgot your birthday and sometimes Christmas, but to make up for that, she remembered in between. Every time she was going to be married, she remembered. Sarah the cat came too long, after Mark's 12th birthday, to be his birthday present. There was no message with her, except that Aunt Charlotte was going to be married and didn't want her anymore. Whenever Aunt Charlotte was going to be married, she sent you something she didn't want. Sarah was a white cat with a pink nose and pink lips and pink pads under her paws. Her tabby hood came down in a peak between her green eyes. Her tabby cape went on along the back of her tail, tapering to the tip. Sarah crouched against the fireguard, her haunches raised, her head sunk back on her shoulders, and her paws tucked in under her white, pouting breast. Mark stooped over her. His mouth smiled its small, firm smile. His eyes shone as he stroked her. Sarah raised her haunches under the caressing hand. Mary's body was still. Something stirred and tightened in it when she looked at Sarah. I want Sarah, she said. You can't have her, said Jenny. She's Master Mark's cat. She wanted her more than Roddy's bricks and Dank's animal book or Mark's soldiers. She trembled when she held her in her arms and kissed her, and smelt the warm, sweet, sleepy smell that came from the top of her head. Little girls can't have everything they want, said Jenny. I wanted her before you did, said Dank. You're too little to have a cat at all. He sat on the table, swinging his legs. His dark, mournful eyes watched Mark under their doggy scowl. He looked like Tibby, the terrier that Mama sent away because Papa teased him. Sarah isn't your cat either, Master Daniel. Your Aunt Charlotte gave her to your mama, and your mama gave her to Master Mark. She ought to have given her to me. She took my dog away. I gave her to you, said Mark. And I gave her to you back again. Well then, she's half our cat. I want her, said Mary. She said it again and again. Mama came and took her into the room with the big bed. The gas blazed in the white globes. Lovely white lights washed like water over the polished yellow furniture. The bed, the great high wardrobe, the chests of drawers, the twisted poles of the looking glass. There were soft rounds and edges of blonde light on the white marble chimneypiece and the white marble washstand. The drawn curtains were covered with shining silver patterns on a sleek green ground that shone. All these things showed again in the long, flashing mirrors. Mary looked round the room and wondered why the squat gray men had gone out of the curtains. "Don't look about you," said Mama. "Look at me. Why do you want Sarah?" She had forgotten Sarah. "Because," she said, "Sarah is so sweet." Mama gave Sarah to Mark. Mary mustn't want what isn't given her. Mark doesn't say, "I want Mary's dollies." Papa doesn't say, "I want Mama's workbox." But I want Sarah. And that's selfish and self-willed. Mama sat down on the low chair at the foot of the bed. "God," she said, "hates selfishness and self-will. God is grieved every time Mary is self-willed and selfish. He wants her to give up her will. When Mama talked about God, she took you on her lap and you played with the gold tassel on her watch chain. Her face was solemn and tender. She spoke softly. She was afraid that God might hear her talking about him and wouldn't like it. Mary knelt in Mama's lap and said, "Gentle Jesus, meek and mild, and our Father," and played with the gold tassel. Every day began and ended with our Father and gentle Jesus, meek and mild. "What's hallowed?" "Holy," said Mama. "What God is?" "Sacred and holy." Mary twisted the gold tassel and made it dance and run through the loop of the chain. Mama took it out of her hands and pressed them together and stooped her head to them and kissed them. She could feel the kiss tingling through her body from her fingertips, and she was suddenly docile and appeased. When she lay in her cot behind the curtain, she prayed, "Please God, keep me from wanting Sarah." In the morning, she remembered. When she looked at Sarah, she thought, "Sarah is Mark's cat and Dank's cat." She touched her with the tips of her fingers. Sarah's eyes were reproachful and unhappy. She ran away and crept under the chest of drawers. Mama gave Sarah to Mark. Mama was sacred and holy. Mark was sacred and holy. Sarah was sacred and holy, crouching under the chest of drawers with her eyes gleaming in the darkness. Romans 6. It was a good and happy day. She lay on the big bed. Her head rested on Mama's arm. Mama's face was close to her. Water trickled into her eyes out of the wet pad of pocket handkerchief. Under the cold pad, a hot, grinding pain came from the hole in her forehead. Jenny stood beside the bed. Her face had waked up, and she was busy squeezing something out of a red sponge into a basin of pink water. When Mama pressed the pocket handkerchief tight, the pain ground harder. When she loosened it, blood ran out of the hole, and the pocket handkerchief was warm again. Then Jenny put on the sponge. She could hear Jenny say, it was the master's fault. She didn't ought to have been left in the room with him. She remembered. The dining room and the sharp spike on the fender, and Papa's legs stretched out. He had told her not to run so fast, and she had run faster and faster. It wasn't Papa's fault. She remembered tripping over Papa's legs. Then falling on the spike. Then nothing. Then waking in Mama's room. She wasn't crying. The pain made her feel good and happy, and Mama was calling her darling and her little lamb. Mama loved her. Jenny loved her. Mark and Dank and Roddy came in. Mark carried Sarah in his arms. They stood by the bed and looked at her, their faces pressed close. Roddy had been crying, but Mark and Dank were excited. They climbed onto the bed and kissed her. They made Sarah crouch down close beside her and held her there. They spoke very fast, one after the other. "We've brought you Sarah. We've given you Sarah. She's your cat. To keep forever." She was glad that she had tripped over Papa's legs. It was a good and happy day. Romans 7. The sun shone. The polished green blades of the grass glittered. The gravel walk and the nasturtium bed together made a broad orange blaze. Specks like glass sparkled in the hot gray earth. On the gray flagstone, the red poppy you picked yesterday was a black thread, a purple stain. She was happy sitting on the grass, drawing the fine, sharp blades between her fingers, sniffing the smell of the mignonette that tingled like sweet pepper, opening and shutting the yellow mouths of the snapdragon. The garden flowers stood still, straight up in the gray earth. They were as tall as you were. You could look at them a long time without being tired. The garden flowers were not like the animals. The cat Sarah bumped her sleek head under your chin. You could feel her purr throbbing under her ribs and crackling in her throat. The white rabbit pushed out his nose to you and drew it in again, quivering, and breathed his sweet breath into your mouth. The garden flowers wouldn't let you love them. They stood still in their beauty, quiet, arrogant, reproachful. They put you in the wrong. When you stroked them, they shook and swayed from you. When you held them tight, their heads dropped, their backs broke, they shriveled up in your hands. All the flowers in the garden were Mama's. They were sacred and holy. You loved best the flowers that you stooped down to look at and the flowers that were not Mama's. The small, crumpled poppy by the edge of the field, and the ears of the wild rye that ran up your sleeve and tickled you, and the speedwell, striped like the blue eyes of Meta, the wax doll. When you smelt Mignonette, you thought of Mama. It was her birthday. Mark had given her a little sumac tree in a red pot. They took it out of the pot and dug a hole by the front door steps outside the pantry window and planted it there. Papa came out onto the steps and watched them. "I suppose," he said, "you think it'll grow." Mama never turned to look at him. She smiled because it was her birthday. She said, "Of course it'll grow." She spread out its roots and pressed it down and patted up the earth about it with her hands. It held out its tiny branches, stiffly, like a toy tree, standing no higher than the mignonette. Papa looked at Mama and Mark, busy and happy with their heads together, taking no notice of him. He laughed out of his big beard and went back into the house suddenly and slammed the door. You knew that he disliked the sumac tree and that he was angry with Mark for giving it to Mama. When you smelt Mignonette, you thought of Mama and Mark and the sumac tree, and Papa standing on the steps, and the queer laugh that came out of his beard. When it rained, you were naughty and unhappy because you couldn't go out of doors. Then Mama stood at the window and looked into the front garden. She smiled at the rain. She said, "It will be good for my sumac tree." Every day you went out onto the steps to see if the sumac tree had grown. Roman VIII. The white lamb stood on the table beside her cot. Mama put it there every night so that she could see it first thing in the morning when she woke. She had had a birthday. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, she was 5 years old. She had kept on waking up with the excitement of it. Then, in the dark twilight of the room, she had seen a bulky thing inside the cot, leaning up against the rail. It stuck out queerly, and its weight dragged the counterpane tight over her feet. The birthday present. What she saw was not its real shape. When she poked it, stiff paper bent in and crackled, and she could feel something big and solid underneath. She lay quiet and happy, trying to guess what it could be, and fell asleep again. It was the white lamb. It stood on a green stand. It smelt of dried hay and gum and paint like the other toy animals, but its white coat had a dull, woolly smell, and that was the real smell of the lamb. Its large, slanting eyes stared off over its ears into the far corners of the room, so that it never looked at you. This made her feel sometimes that the lamb didn't love her, and sometimes that it was frightened and wanted to be comforted. She trembled when first she stroked it and held it to her face, and sniffed its lamby smell. Papa looked down at her. He was smiling, and when she looked up at him, she was not afraid. She had the same feeling that came sometimes when she sat in Mama's lap, and Mama talked about God and Jesus. Papa was sacred and holy. He had given her the lamb. It was the end of her birthday. Mama and Jenny were putting her to bed. She felt weak and tired, and sad because it was all over. "Come to that," said Jenny. "Your birthday was over at 5 minutes past 12 this morning. When will it come again?" "Not for a whole year," said Mama. "I wish it would come tomorrow." Mama shook her head at her. "You want to be spoiled and petted every day." "No. No. I want." "She doesn't know what she wants," said Jenny. "Yes. I do. I do. Well, I want to love Papa every day. 'Cause he gave me my lamb." "Oh," said Mama, "if you only love people because they give you birthday presents." "But I don't really and truly." "You didn't ought to have no more birthdays," said Jenny, "if they make you cry." Why couldn't they see that crying meant that she wanted Papa to be sacred and holy every day? The day after the birthday, when Papa went about the same as ever, looking big and frightening, when he bawed into her face and called out, "Mary had a little lamb?" And Mary, quite contrary. She looked after him sorrowfully and thought, "Papa gave me my lamb." Roman 9. One day Uncle Edward and Aunt Bella came over from Chadwell Grange. They were talking to Mama a long time in the drawing room, and when she came in they stopped and whispered. Roddy told her the secret. Uncle Edward was going to give her a live lamb. Mark and Dank said it couldn't be true. Uncle Edward was not a real uncle. He was only Aunt Bella's husband, and he never gave you anything. And anyhow, the lamb wasn't born yet and couldn't come for weeks and weeks. Every morning she asked, "Has my new lamb come? When is it coming? Do you think it will come today?" She could keep on sitting still quite a long time by merely thinking about the new lamb. It would run beside her when she played in the garden. It would eat grass out of her hand. She would tie a ribbon round its neck and lead it up and down the lane. At these moments, she forgot the toy lamb. It stood on the chest of drawers in the nursery, looking off into the corners of the room, neglected. By the time Uncle Edward and Aunt Bella sent for her to come and see the lamb, she knew exactly what it would be like and what would happen. She saw it looking like the lambs in the Bible picture book, fat and covered with thick, pure white wool. She saw Uncle Edward, with his yellow face and big nose and black whiskers, coming to her across the lawn at Chadwell Grange, carrying the lamb over his shoulder like Jesus. It was a cold morning. They drove a long time in Uncle Edward's carriage, over the hard, loud roads, between fields white with frost, and Uncle Edward was not on his lawn. Aunt Bella stood in the big hall, waiting for them. She looked much larger and more important than Mama. "Aunt Bella, have you got my new lamb?" She tried not to shriek it out, because Aunt Bella was nearly always poorly, and Mama told her that if you shrieked at her, she would be ill. Mama said SHSHSH, and Aunt Bella whispered something and she heard Mama answer, "Better not." "If she sees it," said Aunt Bella, "she'll understand." Mama shook her head at Aunt Bella. "Edward would like it," said Aunt Bella. "He wanted to give it her himself. It's his present." Mama took her hand, and they followed Aunt Bella through the servants' hall into the kitchen. The servants were all there, Rose and Annie and Cook and Mrs. Fisher, the housekeeper, and Giles, the young footman. They all stared at her in a queer, kind way as she came in. A low screen was drawn close round one corner of the fireplace. Uncle Edward and Pigeon, the bailiff, were doing something to it with a yellow horsecloth. Uncle Edward came to her, looking down the side of his big nose. He led her to the screen and drew it away. Something lay on the floor, wrapped in a piece of dirty blanket. When Uncle Edward pushed back the blanket, a bad smell came out. He said, "Here's your lamb, Mary. You're just in time." She saw a brownish-gray animal with a queer, hammer-shaped head and long black legs. Its body was drawn out and knotted like an enormous maggot. It lay twisted to one side, and its eyes were shut. "That isn't my lamb." "It's the lamb I always said Miss Mary was to have, isn't it, Pigeon?" "Yes, Squire, it's the lamb you bid me set aside for little Missy." "Then," said Mary, "why does it look like that?" "It's very ill," Mama said gently. "Poor Uncle Edward thought you'd like to see it before it died. You are glad you've seen it, aren't you?" "No." Just then the lamb stirred in its blanket. It opened its eyes and looked at her. She thought, "It's my lamb." It looked at me. "It's my lamb and it's dying. My lamb's dying." The bad smell came again out of the blanket. She tried not to think of it. She wanted to sit down on the floor beside the lamb and lift it out of its blanket and nurse it, but Mama wouldn't let her. When she got home, Mama took down the toy lamb from the chest of drawers and brought it to her. She sat quiet a long time, holding it in her lap and stroking it. The stiff eyes of the toy lamb stared away over its ears. Roman 3. Jenny was cross and tugged at your hair when she dressed you to go to Chadwell Grange. "Jenny, Mama says if I'm not good Aunt Bella will be ill. Do you think it's really true?" Jenny tugged. "I'd thank you for some of your Aunt Bella's illness," she said. "I mean," Mary said, "like Papa was in the night. Every time I get excited and jump about I think she'll open her mouth and begin. Well, if she was to you'd oughter be sorry for her." I am sorry for her. But I'm frightened too. That's not being good, said Jenny. But she left off tugging. Somehow you knew she was pleased to think you were not really good at Aunt Bella's, where Mrs. Fisher dressed and undressed you, and you were allowed to talk to Pigeon. Roddy and Dank said you ought to hate Uncle Edward and Pigeon and Mrs. Fisher and not to like Aunt Bella very much, even if she was Mama's sister. Mama didn't really like Uncle Edward. She only pretended because of Aunt Bella. Uncle Edward had an ugly nose and a yellow face widened by his black whiskers. His mouth stretched from one whisker to the other, and his black hair curled in large tufts above his ears. But he had no beard. You could see the whole of his mouth at once. And when Aunt Bella came into the room, his little blue eyes looked up off the side of his nose, and he smiled at her between his tufts of hair. It was dreadful to think that Mark and Dank and Roddy didn't like him. It might hurt him so much that he would never be happy again. About Pigeon, she was not quite sure. Pigeon was very ugly. He had long, stiff legs, and a long, stiff face finished off with a fringe of red whiskers that went on under his chin. Still, it was not nice to think of Pigeon being unhappy either. But Mrs. Fisher was large and rather like Aunt Bella, only softer and more bulging. Her round face had a high red polish on it always, and when she saw you coming her eyes twinkled, and her red forehead and her big cheeks and her mouth smiled all together a fat, simmering smile. When you got to the black and white marble tiles, you saw her waiting for you at the foot of the stairs. She wanted to ask Mrs. Fisher if it was true that Aunt Bella would be ill if she were naughty, but a squeezing and dragging came under her waist whenever she thought about it, and that made her shy and ashamed. It went when they left her to play by herself on the lawn in front of the house. Aunt Bella's house was enormous. 2 long rows of windows stared out at you, their dark green storm shutters folded back on the yellow brick walls. A 3rd row of little squeezed-up windows and little squeezed-up shutters blinked in the narrow space under the roof. All summer a sweet smell came from that side of the house, where cream-colored roses hung on the yellow walls between the green shutters. There was a cedar tree on the lawn, and a sundial, and a stone fountain. Goldfish swam in the clear greenish water. The flowers in the round beds were stiff and shining, as if they had been cut out of tin and freshly painted. When you thought of Aunt Bella's garden, you saw calceolarias, brown velvet purses with yellow spots. She could always get away from Aunt Bella by going down the dark walk between the yew hedge and the window of Mrs. Fisher's room and through the stable yard into the plantation. The cocks and hens had their black timber house there in the clearing, and Ponto, the Newfoundland, lived all by himself in his kennel under the little ragged fir trees. When Ponto saw her coming, he danced on his hind legs and strained at his chain and called to her with his loud, barking howl. He played with her, crawling on his stomach, crouching, raising first one big paw and then the other. She put out her foot, and he caught it and held it between his big paws and looked at it with his head on one side, smiling. She squealed with delight, and Ponto barked again. The stable bell would ring while they played in the plantation, and Uncle Edward or Pigeon or Mrs. Fisher would come out and find her and take her back into the house. Ponto lifted up his head and howled after her as she went. At lunch, Mary sat quivering between Mama and Aunt Bella. The squeezing and dragging under her waist had begun again. There was a pattern of green ivy round the dinner plates and a pattern of goats round the silver napkin rings. She tried to fix her mind on the ivy, and the goats instead of looking at Aunt Bella to see whether she were going to be ill. She would be if you left mud in the hall on the black and white marble tiles, or if you took Ponto off the chain and let him get into the house, or if you spilled the gravy. Aunt Bella's face was much pinker and richer and more important than Mama's face. She thought she wouldn't have minded quite so much if Aunt Bella had been white and brown and pretty, like Mama. There she had spilled the gravy. Little knots came in Aunt Bella's pink forehead. Her face loosened and swelled with a red flush. Her mouth pouted and drew itself in again, pulled out of shape by something that darted up the side of her nose and made her blink. She thought, I know it's going to happen. It didn't. Aunt Bella only said, you should look at your plate and spoon, dear. After lunch, when they were resting, you could feel naughtiness coming on. Then Pigeon carried you on his back to the calf shed, or Mrs. Fisher took you up into her bedroom to see her dress. In Mrs. Fisher's bedroom, a smell of rotten apples oozed through the rosebud pattern on the walls. There were no doors inside, only places in the wallpaper that opened. Behind one of these places, there was a cupboard where Mrs. Fisher kept her clothes. Sometimes she would take the lid off the big box covered with wallpaper and show you her Sunday bonnet. You sat on the bed, and she gave you peppermint balls to suck while she peeled off her black merino and squeezed herself into her black silk. You watched for the moment when the brooch with the black tomb and the weeping willow on it was undone, and Mrs. Fisher's chin came out first by the open collar, and Mrs. Fisher began to swell. When she stood up in her petticoat and bodice, she was enormous. Her breasts and hips and her great arms shook as she walked about the room. Mary was sorry when she said goodbye to Uncle Edward and Aunt Bella and Mrs. Fisher. For always, as soon as she got home, Roddy rushed at her with the same questions. Did you let Uncle Edward kiss you? Yes. Did you talk to Pigeon? Yes. Did you kiss Mrs. Fisher? Yes. And Dank said, have they taken Ponto off the chain yet? No. Well then, that shows you what pigs they are. And when she saw Mark looking at her, she felt small and silly and ashamed. Roman 2. It was the last week of the midsummer holidays. Mark and Dank had gone to stay for 3 days at Aunt Bella's, and on the second day they had been sent home. Mama and Roddy were in the garden when they came. They were killing snails in a flower pot by putting salt on them. The snails turned over and over on each other and spat out a green foam that covered them like soapsuds as they died. Mark's face was red and he was smiling. Even Dank looked proud of himself and happy. They called out together, "We've been sent home." Mama looked up from her flower pot. "What did you do?" she said. "We took Ponto off the chain," said Dank. "Did he get into the house?" "Of course he did," said Mark. "Like a shot. He got into Aunt Bella's bedroom, and Aunt Bella was in bed." "Oh, Mark." Uncle Edward came up just as we were getting him out. He was in an awful wax. "I'm afraid," Dank said, "I cheeked him." "What did you say?" "I told him he wasn't fit to have a dog. And he said we weren't to come again, and Mark said that was all we had come for, to let Ponto loose." Mama put another snail into the flower pot, very gently. She was smiling, and at the same time trying not to smile. "He went back," said Mark, "and raked it up again about our chasing his sheep ages ago." "Did you chase the sheep?" "No. Of course we didn't." They started to run because they saw Pigeon coming, and Roddy ran after them till we told him not to. The mean beast said we'd made Mary's lamb die by frightening its mother, when he only gave it her because he knew it wouldn't live. Then he said we'd frightened Aunt Bella. Mary stared at them, fascinated. "Oh, Mark, was Aunt Bella ill?" "Of course she wasn't. She only says she's going to be to keep you quiet." "Well," said Mama, "she won't be frightened anymore. He'll not ask you again. We don't care. He's not a bit of good. He won't let us ride his horses, or climb his trees, or fish in his stinking pond." "Let Mary go there," said Dank. "She likes it. She kisses Pigeon." "I don't," she cried. "I hate Pigeon. I hate Uncle Edward and Aunt Bella. I hate Mrs. Fisher." Mama looked up from her flower pot, and suddenly she was angry. "For shame. They're kind to you," she said. "You little naughty, ungrateful girl. They're not kind to Mark and Dank. That's why I hate them." She wondered why Mama was not angry with Mark and Dank, who had let Ponto loose and frightened Aunt Bella. Roman 4. That year when Christmas came, Papa gave her a red book with a gold holly wreath on the cover. The wreath was made out of 3 words, "The Children's Prize," printed in letters that pretended to be holly sprigs. Inside the holly wreath was the number of the year, in fat gold letters, 1869. Soon after Christmas, she had another birthday. She was 6 years old. She could write in capitals and count up to 100 if she were left to do it by herself. Besides gentle Jesus, she could say Cock Robin and the house that Jack built, and The Lord is My Shepherd, and The Slave in the Dismal Swamp. And she could read all her own story books, picking out the words she knew and making up the rest. Roddy never made up. He was a big boy. He was 8 years old. The morning after her birthday, Roddy and she were sent into the drawing room to Mama. A strange lady was there. She had chosen the high-backed chair in the middle of the room with the Berlin woolwork parrot on it. She sat very upright, stiff and thin between the twisted rosewood pillars of the chair. She was dressed in a black gown made of a great many little bands of rough crepe and a few smooth stretches of merino. Her crepe veil, folded back over her hat, hung behind her head in a stiff square. A jet necklace lay flat and heavy on her small chest. When you had seen all these black things she showed you, suddenly her white, wounded face. Mama called her Miss Thompson. Miss Thompson's face was so light and thin that you thought it would break if you squeezed it. The skin was drawn tight over her jaw, and the bridge of her nose, and the sharp, naked arches of her eye bones. She looked at you with mournful, startled eyes that were too large for their lids, and her flat chin trembled slightly as she talked. "This is Rodney," she said, as if she were repeating a lesson after Mama. Rodney leaned up against Mama and looked proud and handsome. She had her arm round him, and every now and then she pressed it tighter to draw him to herself. Miss Thompson said after Mama, "And this is Mary." Her mournful eyes moved and sparkled, as if she had suddenly thought of something for herself. "I am sure," she said, "they will be very good." Mama shook her head, as much as to say Miss Thompson must not build on it. Every weekday from 10 to 12, Miss Thompson came and taught them reading, writing, and arithmetic. Every Wednesday at 11:30, the boys' tutor, Mr. Sippett, looked in and taught Rodney Mensa, a table. Mama told them they must never be naughty with Miss Thompson because her mother was dead. They went away and talked about her among the gooseberry bushes at the bottom of the garden. "I don't know how we're going to manage," Rodney said. "There's no sense in saying we mustn't be naughty because her mother's dead." "I suppose," Mary said, "it would make her think she's deader." "We can't help that. We've got to be naughty sometime." "We mustn't begin," Mary said. "If we begin, we shall have to finish." They were good for 4 days, from 10 to 12. And at 12:15 on the 5th day, Mama found Mary crying in the dining room. "Oh, Mary, have you been naughty?" "No, but I shall be tomorrow. I've been so good that I can't keep on any longer." Mama took her in her lap. She lowered her head to you, holding it straight and still, ready to pounce if you said the wrong thing. "Being good when it pleases you isn't being good," she said. "It's not what Jesus means by being good. God wants us to be good all the time, like Jesus. But Jesus and me is different. He wasn't able to be naughty. And I'm not able to be good. Not all the time. You're not able to be good of your own will and in your own strength. You're not good till God makes you good. Did God make me naughty? No. God couldn't make anybody naughty. Not if he tried hard. No. But," said Mama, speaking very fast, "he'll make you good if you ask him." "Will he make me good if I don't ask him?" "No," said Mama. Roman 2. Miss Thompson. She was always sure you would be good. And Mama was sure you wouldn't be, or that if you were it would be for some bad reason like being sorry for Miss Thompson. As long as Roddy was in the room, Mary was sorry for Miss Thompson. And when she was left alone with her, she was frightened. The squeezing and dragging under her waist began when Miss Thompson pushed her gentle, mournful face close up to see what she was doing. She was afraid of Miss Thompson because her mother was dead. She kept on thinking about Miss Thompson's mother. Miss Thompson's mother would be like Jenny in bed with her cap off, and she would be like the dead field mouse that Roddy found in the lane. She would lie on the bed with her back bent and her head hanging loose like the dear little field mouse, and her legs would be turned up over her stomach like his, toes and fingers clawing together. When you touched her, she would be cold and stiff, like the field mouse. They had wrapped her up in a white sheet. Roddy said dead people were always wrapped up in white sheets. And Mr. Chapman had put her into a coffin like the one he was making when he gave Dank the wood for the rabbit's house. Every time Miss Thompson came near her, she saw the white sheet and smelt the sharp, bitter smell of the coffin. If she was naughty Miss Thompson, who seemed to have forgotten, would remember that her mother was dead. It might happen any minute. It never did. For Miss Thompson said you were good if you knew your lessons, and at the same time, you were not naughty if you didn't know them. You might not know them today, but you would know them tomorrow or the next day. By midsummer, Mary could read the books that Dank read. If it had not been for Mr. Sippet and Mensa, a table, she would have known as much as Roddy. Almost before they had time to be naughty, Miss Thompson had gone. Mamma said that Roddy was not getting on fast enough. VIII. The book that Aunt Bella had brought her was called The Triumph over Midian, and Aunt Bella said that if she was a good girl it would interest her. But it did not interest her. That was how she heard Aunt Bella and Mamma talking together. Mamma's foot was tapping on the footstool, which showed that she was annoyed. "They're coming tomorrow," she said, "to look at that house at Ilford." "To live," Aunt Bella said. "To live," Mamma said. "And is Emilius going to allow it? What's Victor thinking of, bringing her down here? They want to be near Emilius. They think he'll look after her." It was Victor who would have her at home, and Victor might look after her himself. She was his favorite sister. He doesn't want to be too responsible. They think Emilius ought to take his share. Aunt Bella whispered something. And Mamma said, "Stuff and nonsense. No more than you or I. Only you never know what queer thing she'll do next." Aunt Bella said, "She was always queer as long as I remember her." Mamma's foot went tap, tap again. "She's been sending away things worse than ever. Dolls. Those naked ones." Aunt Bella gave herself a shake and said something that sounded like "goosh," and then, "going to be married." Mamma said, "going to be married." And Aunt Bella said, "TTT." They were talking about Aunt Charlotte. Mamma went on, "She's packed off all her clothes. Her new ones. Sent them to Matilda. Thinks she won't have to wear them anymore. You mustn't expect me to have Charlotte Olivier in my house," Aunt Bella said. "If anybody came to call, it would be most unpleasant." "I wouldn't mind," Mamma said, tap-tapping, "if it was only Charlotte. But there's Lavy and her opinions." Aunt Bella said, "Foo-oof," and waved her hands as if she were clearing the air. "All I can say is," Mamma said, "that if Lavy Olivier brings her opinions into this house, Emilius and I will walk out of it." Tomorrow they were coming tomorrow, Uncle Victor and Aunt Lavy and Aunt Charlotte. Roman too. They were coming to lunch, and everybody was excited. Mark and Dank were in their trousers and Eton jackets, and Roddy in his new black velvet suit. The drawing room was dressed out in its green summer chintzes that shone and crackled with glaze. Mamma had moved the big Chinese bowl from the cabinet to the round mahogany table and filled it with white roses. You could see them again in the polish, blurred white faces swimming on the dark, wine-colored pool. You held out your face to be washed in the clear, cool scent of the white roses. When Mark opened the door, a smell of roast chicken came up the kitchen stairs. It was like Sunday, except that you were excited. "Look at Papa," Roddy whispered. "Papa's excited." Papa had come home early from the office. He stood by the fireplace in the long, tight frock coat that made him look enormous. He had twirled back his mustache to show his rich red mouth. He had put something on his beard that smelt sweet. You noticed for the first time how the frizzed, red-brown mass sprang from a peak of silky golden hair under his pouting lower lip. He was letting himself gently up and down with the tips of his toes, and he was smiling, secretly, as if he had just thought of something that he couldn't tell Mamma. Whenever he looked at Mamma, she put her hand up to her hair and patted it. Mamma had done her hair a new way. The brown plait stood up farther back on the edge of the sloping chignon. She wore her new lavender and white striped muslin. Lavender ribbon streamed from the pointed opening of her bodice. A black velvet ribbon was tied tight round her neck. A jet cross hung from it, and a diamond star twinkled in the middle of the cross. She pushed out her mouth and drew it in again, like Roddy's rabbit, and the tip of her nose trembled as if it knew all the time what Papa was thinking. She was so soft and pretty that you could hardly bear it. Mark stood behind her chair, and when Papa was not looking, he kissed her. The behavior of her mouth and nose gave you a delicious feeling that with Aunt Lavy and Aunt Charlotte, you wouldn't have to be so very good. The front door bell rang. Papa and Mama looked at each other as much as to say, now it's going to begin. And suddenly Mama looked small and frightened. She took Mark's hand. Emilius, she said, what am I to say to Lavinia? You don't say anything, Papa said. Mary can talk to Lavinia. Mary jumped up and down with excitement. She knew how it would be. In another minute, Aunt Charlotte would come in, dressed in her black lace shawl and crinoline, and Aunt Lavy would bring her opinions. And something that you didn't know would happen. Roman 3. Aunt Charlotte came in first with a tight, dancing run. You knew her by the long black curls on her shoulders. She was smiling as she smiled in the album. She bent her head as she bent it in the album, and her eyes looked up close under her black eyebrows and pointed at you. Pretty, pretty blue eyes, and something frightening that made you look at them. And something queer about her narrow jaw. It thrust itself forward, jerking up her smile. No black lace shawl and no crinoline. Aunt Charlotte wore a blue and black striped satin dress, bunched up behind, and a little hat perched on the top of her chignon and tied underneath it with blue ribbons. She had got in and was kissing everybody, while Aunt Lavy and Uncle Victor were fumbling with the hat stand in the hall. Aunt Lavy came next. A long gray face. Black bands of hair parted on her broad forehead. Black eyebrows, blue eyes that stuck out wide, that didn't point at you. A gray bonnet, a gray dress, a little white shawl with a narrow fringe, drooping. She walked slowly, as if she were still thinking of something that was not in the room, as if she came into a quiet, empty room. You thought at first she was never going to kiss you. She was so tall, and her face and eyes held themselves so still. Uncle Victor. Dark and white, smaller than Papa, smaller than Aunt Lavy, thin in his loose frock coat. His forehead and black eyebrows were twisted above his blue, beautiful eyes. He had a small dark brown mustache and a small dark brown beard, trimmed close and shaped prettily to a point. He looked like something, like somebody. Like Dank when he was mournful, like Dank's dog, Tibby, when he hid from Papa. He said, well, Caroline. Well, Emilius. Aunt Charlotte gave out sharp cries of dear, and darling, and smothered them against your face in a sort of moan. When she came to Roddy, she put up her hands. Roddy yellow hair. No. What have you done with the blue eyes and black hair, Emilius? That comes of letting your beard grow so long. Then they all went into the dining room. It was like a birthday. There was to be real blancmange and preserved ginger, and you drank raspberry vinegar out of the silver christening cups the aunts and uncles gave you when you were born. Uncle Victor had given Mary hers. She held it up and read her own name on it. Mary Victoria Olivier. They were all telling their names. Mary took them up and chanted them. Mark Emilius Olivier, Daniel Olivier, Rodney Olivier, Victor Justice Olivier, Lavinia Mary Olivier, Charlotte Louisa Olivier. She liked the sound of them. She sat between Uncle Victor and Aunt Lavy. Roddy was squeezed into the corner between Mama and Mark. Aunt Charlotte sat opposite her between Mark and Daniel. She had to look at Aunt Charlotte's face. There were faint gray smears on it, as if somebody had scribbled all over it with pencil. A remarkable conversation. Aunt Lavy, have you brought your opinions? No, my dear, they were not invited. So I left them at home. I'm glad to hear it, Papa said. Will you bring them next time? No. Not next time, nor any other time, Aunt Lavy said, looking straight at Papa. Did you shut them up in the stair cupboard? No, but I may have to someday. Then, Mary said, if there are any little ones, may I have one? May she, Emilius? Certainly not, Papa said. She's got too many little opinions of her own. What do you know about opinions? Uncle Victor said. Mary was excited and happy. She had never been allowed to talk so much. She tried to eat her roast chicken in a businesslike, grown-up manner, while she talked. I've read about them, she said. They are dear little animals with long furry tails, much bigger than Sarah's tail, and they climb up trees. Oh, they climb up trees, do they? Uncle Victor was very polite and attentive. Yes. There's their picture in Banks' natural history book. Next to the ornithorhynchus or duck-billed platypus. If they came into the house, Mama would be frightened. But I would not be frightened. I should stroke them. Do you think, Uncle Victor said, still politely, you quite know what you mean? I know, Daniel said, she means opossums. Yes, Mary said. Opossums. What are opinions? Opinions, Papa said, are things that people put in other people's heads. Nasty, dangerous things, opinions. She thought that was why Mama and Papa were frightened. You won't put them into Mama's head, will you, Aunt Lavy? Mama said, get on with your dinner. Papa's only teasing. Aunt Lavy's face flushed slowly, and she held her mouth tight, as if she were trying not to cry. Papa was teasing Aunt Lavy. How do you like that Ilford house, Charlotte? Mama asked suddenly. It's the nicest little house you ever saw, Aunt Charlotte said. But it's too far away. I'd rather have any ugly, poky old den that was next door. I want to see all I can of you, and Emilius and Dan, and little darling Mary. Before I go away. You aren't thinking of going away when you've only just come. That's what Victor and Lavinia say. But you don't suppose I'm going to stay an old maid all my life to please Victor and Lavinia? I haven't thought about it at all, Mama said. They have. I know what they're thinking. But it's all settled. I'm going to Marshall and Snellgrove's for my things. There's a silver gray poplin in their window. If I decide on it, Caroline, you shall have my gray watered silk. You needn't waggle your big beard at me, Emilius, Aunt Charlotte said. Papa pretended that he hadn't heard her and began to talk to Uncle Victor. Did you read John Bright's speech in Parliament last night? Uncle Victor said, I did. What did you think of it? Uncle Victor raised his shoulders and his eyebrows and spread out his thin, small hands. A man with a face like that, Aunt Charlotte said, oughtn't to be in Parliament. He's the man who saved England, said Papa. What's the good of that if he can't save himself? Where does he expect to go to with the hats he wears? Where does Emilius expect to go to, Uncle Victor said, when his John Bright and his Gladstone get their way? Suddenly, Aunt Charlotte left off smiling. Emilius, she said, do you uphold Gladstone? Of course I uphold Gladstone. There's nobody in this country fit to black his boots. I know nothing about his boots. But he's an infidel. He wants to pull down the church. I thought you were a churchman. So I am, Papa said. I've too good an opinion of the church to imagine that it can't stand alone. You're a nice one to talk about opinions. At any rate, I know what I'm talking about. I'm not so sure of that, said Aunt Charlotte. Aunt Lavy smiled gently at the pattern of the tablecloth. Do you agree with him, Lavy? Mama had found something to say. I agree with him better than he agrees with himself. A long conversation about things that interested Papa. Blancmange going round the table, quivering and shaking and squelching under the spoon. There's a silver gray poplin, said Aunt Charlotte, at Marshall and Snellgrove's. The blancmange was still going round. Mama watched it as it went. She was fascinated by the shivering, white blancmange. If there was only one man in the world, Aunt Charlotte said in a loud voice, and he had a flowing beard, I wouldn't marry him. Papa drew himself up. He looked at Mark and Daniel and Roddy as if he were saying, whoever takes notice leaves the room. Roddy laughed first. He was sent out of the room. Papa looked at Mark. Mark clenched his teeth, holding his laugh down tight. He seemed to think that as long as it didn't come out of his mouth, he was safe. It came out through his nose like a loud, tearing sneeze. Mark was sent out of the room. Daniel threw down his spoon and fork. If he goes, I go, Daniel said and followed him. Papa looked at Mary. What are you grinning at, you young monkey? Emilius, said Aunt Charlotte, if you send another child out of the room, I go too. Mary squealed, tee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Tee-hee, and was sent out of the room. She and Aunt Charlotte sat on the stairs outside the dining room door. Aunt Charlotte's arm was round her. Every now and then it gave her a sudden, loving squeeze. Darling Mary. Little darling Mary. Love Aunt Charlotte, she said. Mark and Dank and Roddy watched them over the banisters. Aunt Charlotte put her hand deep down in her pocket and brought out a little parcel wrapped in white paper. She whispered, If I give you something to keep, will you promise not to show it to anybody and not to tell? Mary promised. Inside the paper wrapper there was a matchbox, and inside the matchbox, there was a china doll no bigger than your finger. It had blue eyes and black hair and no clothes on. Aunt Charlotte held it in her hand and smiled at it. "That's Aunt Charlotte's little baby," she said. "I'm going to be married, and I shan't want it anymore. There, take it and cover it up quick." Mama had come out of the dining room. She shut the door behind her. "What have you given to Mary?" she said. "Butterscotch," said Aunt Charlotte. Roman IV. All afternoon, till tea time, Papa and Uncle Victor walked up and down the garden path, talking to each other. Every now and then Mark and Mary looked at them from the nursery window. That night she dreamed that she saw Aunt Charlotte standing at the foot of the kitchen stairs, taking off her clothes and wrapping them in white paper. First, her black lace shawl, then her chemise. She stood up without anything on. Her body was polished and shining like an enormous white china doll. She lowered her head and pointed at you with her eyes. When you opened the stair cupboard door to catch the opossum, you found a white china doll lying in it, no bigger than your finger. That was Aunt Charlotte. In the dream, there was no break between the end and the beginning. But when she remembered it afterwards, it split into two pieces with a dark gap between. She knew she had only dreamed about the cupboard, but Aunt Charlotte at the foot of the stairs was so clear and solid that she thought she had really seen her. Mama had told Aunt Bella all about it when they talked together that day, in the drawing room. She knew because she could still see them sitting, bent forward with their heads touching, Aunt Bella in the big armchair by the hearthrug, and Mama on the parrot chair. End of Book 1. Book 2, Childhood, 1869–1875. Roman VI. When Christmas came, Papa gave her another children's prize. This time the cover was blue, and the number on it was 1870. 1870 was the name of the new year that was coming after Christmas. It meant that the world had gone on for 1,870 years since Jesus was born. Every year she was to have a children's prize with the name of the new year on it. 1870 was a beautiful number. It sounded nice, and there was a 7 in it. 7 was a sacred and holy number. So was 3, because of the 3 persons, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and because of the 7 stars and the 7 golden candlesticks. When you said goodnight to Mama, you kissed her either 3 times or 7 times. If you went past 3, you had to go on to 7, because something dreadful would happen if you didn't. Sometimes Mama stopped you. Then you stooped down and finished up on the hem of her dress, quick, before she could see you. She was glad that the children's prize had a blue cover, because blue was a sacred and holy color. It was the color of the ceiling in St. Mary's Chapel at Ilford, and it was the color of the Virgin Mary's dress. There were golden stars all over the ceiling of St. Mary's Chapel. Roddy and she were sent there after they had had chicken pox, and when their whooping cough was getting better. They were not allowed to go to the church at Barkingside for fear of giving whooping cough to the children in Dr. Barnardo's homes, and they were not allowed to go to Aldborough Hatch Church because of Mr. Propart's pupils. But they had to go to church somewhere, whooping cough or no whooping cough, in order to get to heaven. So Mark took them to the Chapel of Ease at Ilford, where the Virgin Mary in a blue dress stood on a sort of step over the door. Mama said you were not to worship her, though you might look at her. She was a graven image. Only Roman Catholics worshipped graven images. They were heretics. That meant that they were shut outside the Church of England, which was God's church and couldn't get in. And they had only half a Sunday. In Roman Catholic countries, Sunday was all over at 12 o'clock, and for the rest of the day the Roman Catholics could do just what they pleased. They danced and went to theaters and played games, as if Sunday was one of their own days and not God's day. She wished she had been born in a Roman Catholic country. Every night she took the children's prize to bed with her to keep her safe. It had Bible puzzles in it, and among them there was a picture of the name of God. A shining white light, shaped like Mama's vinaigrette, with black marks in the middle. Mama said the light was the light that shone above the Ark of the Covenant, and the black marks were letters, and the word was the real name of God. She said he was sometimes called Jehovah, but that was not his real name. His real name was a secret name which nobody, but the high priest, was allowed to say. When you lay in the dark and shut your eyes tight and waited, you could see the light, shaped like the vinaigrette, in front of you. It quivered and shone brighter, and you saw in the middle, first, a dark blue color, and then the black marks that were the real name of God. She was glad she couldn't read it, for she would have been certain to let it out some day when she wasn't thinking. Perhaps Mama knew and was not allowed to say it. Supposing she forgot. At church they sang, "Praise him in his name Jah and rejoice before him." Jah was God's pet name, short for Jehovah. It was a silly name, Jah. Somehow you couldn't help thinking of God as a silly person. He was always flying into tempers, and he was jealous. He was like Papa. Dank said Papa was jealous of Mark because Mama was so fond of him. There was a picture of God in the night nursery. He had a big flowing beard and a very straight nose, like Papa, and he was lying on a sort of sofa that was a cloud. Little Jesus stood underneath him, between the Virgin Mary and Joseph, and the Holy Ghost was descending on him in the form of a dove. His real name was Jesus Christ, but they called him Emmanuel. There is a fountain filled with blood drawn from Emmanuel's veins, and sinners plunged beneath that flood lose all their guilty stains. That was another frightening thing. It would be like the fountain in Aunt Bella's garden, with blood in it instead of water. The goldfishes would die. Mark was pleased when she said that Sarah wouldn't be allowed to go to heaven because she would try to catch the Holy Ghost. Jesus was not like God. He was good and kind. When he grew up, he was always dressed in pink and blue, and he had sad dark eyes and a little close, tidy beard like Uncle Victor. You could love Jesus. Jenny loved him. She was a Wesleyan, and her niece Caddy was a Wesleyan. Caddy marched round and round the kitchen table with the dishcloth, drying the plates and singing. I love Jesus, yes, I do, for the Bible tells me to. And I am so glad that my Father in heaven tells of his love in the book he has given. I am so glad that Jesus loves me. Jesus loves me. Jesus loves even me. On New Year's Eve, Jenny and Caddy went to the Wesleyan Chapel at Ilford to sing the New Year in. Caddy talked about the old year as if it was horrid, and the new year as if it was nice. She said that at 12 o'clock you ought to open the window wide and let the old year go out and the new year come in. If you didn't, something dreadful would happen. Downstairs there was a party. Uncle Victor and Aunt Lavy and Aunt Charlotte were there, and the big boys from Vinings and the vicarage at Aldborough Hatch. Mark and Dank and Roddy were sitting up, and Roddy had promised to wake her when the new year was coming. He left the door open so that she could hear the clock strike 12. She got up and opened the windows ready. There were 3 in Mama's room. She opened them all. The air outside was like clear black water and very cold. You couldn't see the garden wall. The dark fields were close against the house. 1, 2, 3. 7 when the last stroke sounded the new year would have come in. 10, 11, 12. The bells rang out. The bells of Ilford, the bells of Barkingside, and far beyond the flats and the cemetery there would be Bow bells, and beyond that the bells of the city of London. They clanged together, and she trembled. The sounds closed over her. They left off and began again, not very loud, but tight, crushing her heart, crushing tears out of her eyelids. When the bells stopped there was a faint whirring sound. That was the old year, that was 1869, going out by itself in the dark, going away over the fields. Mama was not pleased when she came to bed and found the door and windows open and Mary awake in the cot. Roman 2. At the end of January, she was 7 years old. Something was bound to happen when you were 7. She was moved out of Mama's room to sleep by herself on the top floor in the night nursery. And the day nursery was turned into the boys' schoolroom. When you were little and slept in the cot behind the curtain, Mama would sometimes come and read you to sleep with the bits you wanted. The Lord is my shepherd, and or ever the silver cord be loosed, or the golden bowl be broken, or the pitcher be broken at the fountain, or the wheel broken at the cistern. And the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of God did lighten it, and the Lamb is the light thereof. When you were frightened, she taught you to say, He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, and you were allowed to have a night light. Now it was all different. You went to bed half an hour later, while Mama was dressing for dinner, and when she came to tuck you up the bell rang and she had to run downstairs, quick, so as not to keep Papa waiting. You hung on to her neck and untucked yourself, and she always got away before you could kiss her 7 times. And there was no nightlight. You had to read the Bible in the morning, and it always had to be the bits Mama wanted, out of Genesis and the Gospel of St. John. You had to learn about the one God and the 3 persons. The one God was the nice, clever, happy God who made Mama and Mark and Jenny, and the son and Sarah and the kittens. He was the God you really believed in. At night when you lay on your back in the dark, you thought about being born and about arithmetic and God. The sacred number 3 went into 1869 and didn't come out again, so did 7. She liked numbers that fitted like that, with no loose ends left over. Mr. Sippet said there were things you could do with the loose ends of numbers to make them fit. That was fractions. Supposing there was somewhere in the world a number that simply wouldn't fit. Mr. Sippet said there was no such number. But queer things happened. You were 7 years old, yet you had had 8 birthdays. There was the day you were born, January the 24th, 1863, at 5 o'clock in the morning. When you were born, you weren't any age at all, not a minute old, not a second, not half a second. But there was 1862, and there was January the 23rd, and the minute just before you were born. You couldn't really tell when the 23rd ended and the 24th began, because when you counted 60 minutes for the hour and 60 seconds for the minute, there was still the half second and the half of that, and so on forever and ever. You couldn't tell when you were really born. And nobody could tell you what being born was. Perhaps nobody knew. Jenny said being born was just being born. Sarah's grandchildren were born in the garden under the wall where the jasmine grew. Roddy shouted at the back door, and when you ran to look, he stretched out his arms across the doorway and wouldn't let you through. Roddy was excited and frightened, and Mama said he had been very good because he stood across the door. There was being born and there was dying. If you died this minute, there would be the minute after. Then, if you were good, your soul was in heaven and your body was cold and stiff like Miss Thompson's mother. And there was Lazarus. He hath been in the grave 4 days, and by this time he stinketh. That was dreadfully frightening, but they had to say it to show that Lazarus was really dead. That was how you could tell. Lord, if thou hadst been here, our brother had not died. That was beautiful. When you thought of it, you wanted to cry. Supposing Mama died. Supposing Mark died. Or Dank or Roddy. Or even Uncle Victor. Even Papa. They couldn't. Jesus wouldn't let them. When you were frightened in the big dark room, you thought about God and Jesus and the Holy Ghost. They didn't leave you alone a single minute. God and Jesus stood beside the bed, and Jesus kept God in a good temper, and the Holy Ghost flew about the room and perched on the top of the linen cupboard, and bowed and said, Rook ki hieroou. Rook ki carou. And there was the parakeet. Mark had given her the stuffed parakeet on her birthday, and Mama had given her the Bible and the 2 gray china vases to make up, with a bird painted on each. A black bird with a red beak and red legs. She had set them up on the chimney-piece under the picture of the Holy Family. She put the Bible in the middle, and the parakeet on the top of the Bible, and the vases one on each side. She worshipped them because of Mama and Mark. She said to herself, God won't like that, but I can't help it. The kind, clever God won't mind a bit. He's much too busy making things. And it's not as if they were graven images. Roman 3. Jenny had taken her for a walk to Ilford, and they were going home to the house in Leigh Street. There were only 2 walks that Jenny liked to go. Down Leigh Street to Barkingside where the little shops were, and up Leigh Street to Ilford and Mr. Spall's, the cobbler's. She liked Ilford best because of Mr. Spall. She carried your boots to Mr. Spall just as they were getting comfortable. She was always ferreting in Sarah's cupboard for a pair to take to him. Mr. Spall was very tall and lean. He had thick black eyebrows rumpled up the wrong way and a long nose with a red knob at the end of it. A dirty gray beard hung under his chin, and his long, shaved lips curled over in a disagreeable way when he smiled at you. When Jenny and Caddy went to sing the New Year in at the Wesleyan Chapel, he brought them home. Jenny liked him because his wife was dead, and because he was a Wesleyan and Deputy Grand Master of the Independent Order of Good Templars. You had to shake hands with him to say goodbye. He always said the same thing: "Next time you come, little missy, I'll show you the deputy regalia." But he never did. Today Jenny had made her stand outside in the shop, among the old boots and the sheets of leather, while she and Mr. Spall went into the back parlor to talk about Jesus. The shop smelt of leather and feet and onions, and of Mr. Spall, so that she was glad when they got out again. She wondered how Jenny could bear to sit in the back parlor with Mr. Spall. Coming home at first, she had to keep close by Jenny's side. Jenny was tired and went slowly, but by taking high prancing and dancing steps, she could pretend that they were rushing along. And once they had turned the crook of Lay Street, she ran on a little way in front of Jenny. Then, walking very fast and never looking back, she pretended that she had gone out by herself. When she had passed the row of elms and the farm, and the small brown brick cottages fenced off with putty-colored palings, she came to the low ditches and the flat fields on either side and saw on her left the bare, brown brick, pointed end of the tall house. It was called 5 Elms. Further down the road, the green and gold sign of the Green Man, and the scarlet and gold sign of the Horns Tavern hung high on white standards set up in the road. Further down still, where Lay Street swerved slightly towards Barkingside, 3 tall poplars stood in the slant of the swerve. A queer white light everywhere, like water thin and clear. Wide fields flat and still like water, flooded with the thin, clear light. Gray earth, shot delicately with green blades, shimmering. Lay Street, a gray road, whitening suddenly where it crossed open country, a hard causeway thrown over the flood. The high trees, the small, scattered cottages, the 2 taverns, the one tall house had the look of standing up in water. She saw the queer white light for the first time and drew in her breath with a sharp check. She knew that the fields were beautiful. She saw 5 Elms for the first time. The long line of its old red-tiled roof, its flat brown face, the 3 rows of narrow windows, 4 at the bottom with the front door at the end of the row, 5 at the top, 5 in the middle, their red brick eyebrows, their black glassy stare between the drawn-back curtains. She noticed how high and big the house looked on its slender plot of grass, behind the brick wall, that held up the low white-painted iron railing. A tall iron gate between brown brick pillars, topped by stone balls. A flagged path to the front door. Crocuses, yellow, white, and purple, growing in the border of the grass plot. She saw them for the first time. The front door stood open. She went in. The drawing room at the back was full of the queer white light. Things stood out in it, sharp and suddenly strange, like the trees and houses in the light outside. The wine-red satin stripes in the gray damask curtains at the 3 windows, the rings of wine-red roses on the gray carpet, the tarnished pattern on the gray wallpaper, the furniture shining like dark wine, the fluted emerald green silk in the panel of the piano and the hanging bag of the work table, the small wine-red flowers on the pale green chintz, the green Chinese bowls in the rosewood cabinet, the blue and red parrot on the chair. Her mother sat at the far end of the room. She was sorting beads into trays in a box lined with sandal wood. Mary stood at the doorway looking in, swinging her hat in her hand. Suddenly, without any reason, she was so happy that she could hardly bear it. Mama looked up. She said, "What are you doing standing there?" She ran to her and hid her face in her lap. She caught Mama's hands and kissed them. They smelt of sandal wood. They moved over her hair with slight, quick strokes that didn't stay, that didn't care. Mama said, "There. That'll do. That'll do." She climbed up on a chair and looked out of the window. She could see Mama's small, beautiful nose bending over the tray of beads, and her bright eyes that slid slantwise to look at her. And under the window, she saw the brown twigs of the lilac bush tipped with green. Her happiness was sharp and still like the white light. Mama said, "What did you see when you were out with Jenny today?" "Nothing. Nothing." "And what are you looking at?" "Nothing, Mama." "Then go upstairs and take your things off. Quick." She went very slowly, holding herself with care, lest she should jar her happiness and spill it. One of the windows of her room was open. She stood a little while looking out. Beyond the rose-red wall of the garden, she saw the flat furrowed field, stripes of gray earth and vivid green. In the middle of the field, the 5 elms in a row, high and slender, 4 standing close together, 1 apart. Each held up a small rounded top, fine as a tuft of feathers. On her left towards Ilford, a very long row of high elms screened off the bare flats from the village. Where it ended, she saw Drake's farm, black timbered barns and sallow haystacks beside a clump of trees. Behind the 5 elms on the edge of the earth, a flying line of trees set wide apart, small, thin trees, flying away low down under the sky. She looked and looked. Her happiness mixed itself up with the queer light, and with the flat fields and the tall, bare trees. She turned from the window, and saw the vases that Mama had given her standing on the chimney-piece. The black birds with red beaks and red legs looked at her. She threw herself on the bed and pressed her face into the pillow and cried, "Mama. Mama." Roman 4. Passion Week. It gave you an awful feeling of something going to happen. In the long, narrow dining room, the sunlight through the 3 windows made a strange and solemn blue color in the dark curtains. Mama sat up at the mahogany table, looking sad and serious, with the prayer book open before her at the litany. When you went in, you knew that you would have to read about the crucifixion. Nothing could save you. Still, you did find out things about God. In the epistle it said, "Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth the wine-fat? I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in my anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment." The passion meant that God had flown into another temper, and that Jesus was crucified to make him good again. Mark said you mustn't say that to Mama, but he owned that it looked like it. Anyhow, it was easier to think of it that way than to think that God sent Jesus down to be crucified because you were naughty. There were no verses in the prayer book Bible, only long gray slabs like tombstones. You kept on looking for the last tombstone. When you came to the one with the big black letters, "The King of the Jews," you knew that it would soon be over. They clothed him with purple and plaited a crown of thorns and put it on his head. She read obediently, and when the 6th hour was come. And when the 6th hour was come, there was darkness over the whole land until the 9th hour. And at the 9th hour, Jesus cried out with a loud voice. And Jesus cried with a loud voice, and gave up the ghost. Mama was saying that the least you could do was to pay attention. But you couldn't pay attention every time. The first time it was beautiful and terrible, but after many times the beauty went and you were only frightened. When she tried to think about the crown of thorns, she thought of the new hat Caddy had bought for Easter Sunday, and what Mr. Spall did when he ate the parsnips. Through the barred windows of the basement, she could hear Caddy singing in the pantry. "I am so glad that Jesus loves me, Jesus loves me, Jesus loves me." Caddy was happy when she sang, and danced round and round with the dishcloth. And Jenny and Mr. Spall were happy when they talked about Jesus. But Mama was not happy. She had had to read the morning prayer, and the psalms, and the lessons, and the litany to herself every morning, and by Thursday she was tired and cross. Passion Week gave you an awful feeling. Good Friday would be the worst. It was the real day that Jesus died. There would be the 6th hour and the 9th hour. Perhaps there would be a darkness. But when Good Friday came, you found a smoking hot cross bun on everybody's plate at breakfast, tasting of spice and butter. And you went to Aldborough Hatch for service. She thought, if the darkness does come, it won't be so bad to bear at Aldborough Hatch. She liked the new whitewashed church with the clear windows, where you could stand on the hassock and look out at the green hill framed in the white arch. That was Chigwell. There is a green hill far away without a city wall. The green hill hadn't got any city wall. Epping Forest and Hainault Forest were there. You could think of them, or you could look at Mr. Propart's nice clean-shaved face, while he read about the crucifixion and preached about God's mercy and his justice. He did it all in a soothing, inattentive voice, and when he had finished, he went quick into the vestry, as if he were glad it was all over. And when you met him at the gate, he didn't look as if Good Friday mattered very much. In the afternoon, she forgot all about the 6th hour and the 9th hour. Just as she was going to think about them, Mark and Dank put her in the dirty clothes basket and rolled her down the back stairs to make her happy. They shut themselves up in the pantry till she had stopped laughing, and when Caddy opened the door, the clock struck, and Mark said that was the 9th hour. It was all over. And nothing had happened. Nothing at all. Only, when you thought of what had been done to Jesus, it didn't seem right, somehow, to have eaten the hot cross buns. V. Grandmamma and Grandpapa Olivier were buried in the City of London cemetery. A long time ago, so long that even Mark couldn't remember it, Uncle Victor had brought Grandmamma in a coffin all the way from Liverpool to London in the train. On Saturday afternoon, Mama had to put flowers on the grave for Easter Sunday because of Uncle Victor and Aunt Lavy. She took Roddy and Mary with her. They drove in Mr. Parrish's wagonette and called for Aunt Lavy at Uncle Victor's tall white house at the bottom of Ilford High Street. Aunt Lavy was on the steps, waiting for them, holding a big cross of white flowers. You could see Aunt Charlotte's face at the dining room window, looking out over the top of the brown wire blind. She had her hat on, as if she had expected to be taken too. Her eyes were sharp and angry, and Uncle Victor stood behind her with his hand on her shoulder. Aunt Lavy gave Mary the flower cross and climbed stiffly into the wagonette. Mary felt grown up and important holding the big cross on her knee. The white flowers gave out a thick, sweet smell. As they drove away, she kept on thinking about Aunt Charlotte and about Uncle Victor bringing Grandmamma in a coffin in the train. It was very, very brave of him. She was sorry for Aunt Charlotte. Aunt Charlotte had wanted to go to the cemetery, and they hadn't let her go. Perhaps she was still looking over the blind, sharp and angry because they wouldn't let her go. Aunt Lavy said, "We couldn't take Charlotte. It excited her too much last time," as if she knew what you were thinking. The wagonette stopped by the railway crossing at Manor Park, and they got out. Mama told Mr. Parrish to drive round to the Leytonstone side and wait for them there at the big gates. They wanted to walk through the cemetery and see what was to be seen. Beyond the railway crossing, a muddy lane went along a field of coarse grass under a hedge of thorns and ended at a paling. Roddy whispered excitedly that they were in Wanstead Flats. The hedge shut off the cemetery from the flats. Through thin places in the thorn bushes you could see tombstones, very white tombstones against very dark trees. There was a black wooden door in the hedge for you to go in by. The lane and the thorn bushes and the black door reminded Mary of something she had seen before somewhere. Something frightening. When they got through the black door, there were no tombstones. What showed through the hedge were the tops of high white pillars standing up among trees a long way off. They had come into a dreadful, bare clay-colored plain, furrowed into low mounds, as if a plow had gone crisscross over it. You saw nothing but mounds. Some of them were made of loose earth, some were patched over with rough sods that gaped in a horrible way. Perhaps, if you looked through the cracks, you would see down into the grave where the coffin was. The mounds had a fresh, raw look, as if all the people in the City of London had died and been buried hurriedly the night before. And there were no stones with names, only small, flat sticks at one end of each grave to show where the heads were. Roddy said, "We've got to go all through this to get to the other side." They could see Mama and Aunt Lavy a long way on in front picking their way gingerly among the furrows. If only Mark had been there instead of Roddy. Roddy would keep on saying, "The Great Plague of London. The Great Plague of London," to frighten himself. He pointed to a heap of earth and said it was the first plague pit. In the middle of the plowed-up plain, she saw people in black walking slowly and crookedly behind a coffin that went staggering on black legs under a black pall. She tried not to look at them. When she looked again, they had stopped beside a heap that Roddy said was the second plague pit. Men in black crawled out from under the coffin as they put it down. She could see the bulk of it flattened out under the black pall. Against the raw, ochreish ground the figures of two mutes stood up, black and distinct in their high hats tied in the bunched-out, streaming weepers. There was something filthy and frightful about the figures of the mutes. And when they dragged the pall from the coffin, there was something filthy and frightful about the action. "Roddy," she said, "I'm frightened." Roddy said, "So am I." "I say, supposing we went back. By ourselves. Across Wanstead Flats, He was excited. "We mustn't. That would frighten Mama." "Well then, we'll have to go straight through." They went slowly, between the rows of mounds, along a narrow path of yellow clay that squeaked as their boots went in and out. Roddy held her hand. They took care not to tread on the graves. Every step brought them nearer to the funeral. They hadn't pointed it out to each other. They had pretended it wasn't there. Now it was no use pretending. They could see the coffin. "Roddy, I can't go past the funeral. We've got to." He looked at her with solemn eyes, wide open in his beautiful face. He was not really frightened. He was only trying to be because he liked it. They went on. The tight feeling under her waist had gone. Her body felt loose and light as if it didn't belong to her. Her knees were soft and sank under her. Suddenly, she let go Roddy's hand. She stared at the funeral, paralyzed with fright. At the end of the path, Mama and Aunt Lavie stood and beckoned to them. Aunt Lavie was coming towards them, carrying her white flower cross. They broke into a stumbling, nightmare run. The bare clay plains stretched on past the place where Mama and Aunt Lavie had turned. The mounds here were big and high. They found Mama and Aunt Lavie standing by a very deep and narrow pit. A man was climbing up out of the pit on a ladder. You could see a pool of water shining far down at the bottom. Mama was smiling gently and kindly at the man and asking him why the grave was dug so deep. He said, "Why, because this air lot, and that there what you've come across is the pauper burying ground. We shovel 'em in 5 at a time this end." Roddy said, "Like they did in the Great Plague of London." "I don't know about no plague. But there's 5 coffins in each of these here graves, piled one atop of the other." Mama seemed inclined to say more to the grave digger, but Aunt Lavie frowned and shook her head at her, and they went on to where a path of coarse grass divided the pauper burying ground from the rest. They were now quite horribly near the funeral. In going down the grass path, they saw another that came towards them, the pallid coffin swaying on headless shoulders. They turned from it into a furrow between the huddled mounds. The white marble columns gleamed nearer among the black trees. They crossed a smooth gravel walk into a crowded town of dead people. Tombstones as far as you could see. Upright stones, flat slabs, rounded slabs, slabs like coffins, stone boxes with flat tops, broken columns, pointed pillars. Rows of tall black trees. Here and there a single tree sticking up stiffly among the tombstones. Very little trees that were queer and terrifying. People in black moving about the tombstones. A broad road and a gray chapel with pointed gables. Under a black tree, a square plot enclosed by iron railings. Grandmamma and Grandpapa Olivier were buried in one half of the plot under a white marble slab. In the other half, on the bare grass, a white marble curb marked out a place for another grave. Roddy said, "Who's buried there?" Mama said, "Nobody. Yet." "That's for." Mary saw Aunt Lavie frown again and put her finger to her mouth. She said, "Who?" For who? An appalling curiosity and fear possessed her. And when Aunt Lavie took her hand, she knew that the empty place was marked out for Mama and Papa. Outside the cemetery gates, in the white road, the black funeral horses tossed their heads and neighed, and the black plumes quivered on the hearses. In the wagonette, she sat close beside Aunt Lavie, with Aunt Lavie's shawl over her eyes. She wondered how she knew that you were frightened when Mama didn't. Mama couldn't because she was brave. She wasn't afraid of the funeral. When Roddy said, "She oughtn't to have taken us, she ought to have known it would frighten us," Mark was angry with him. He said, "She thought you'd like it, you little beast." Because of the wagonette. Darling Mama. She had taken them because she thought they would like it. Because of the wagonette. Because she was brave like Mark. Romans 6. Dead people really did rise. Supposing all the dead people in the city of London's cemetery rose and came out of their graves and went about the city. Supposing they walked out as far as Ilford. Crowds and crowds of them in white sheets. Supposing they got into the garden. Please, God, keep me from thinking about the resurrection. Please, God, keep me from dreaming about coffins and funerals and ghosts and skeletons and corpses. She said at last, after the blessings, so that God couldn't forget. But it was no use. If you said texts, Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night. Yea, though I walk through the city of London cemetery, it was no use. The trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall arise. Incorruptible. That was beautiful. Like a bright light shining. But you couldn't think about it long enough. And the dreams went on just the same. The dream of the ghost in the passage, the dream of the black coffin coming round the turn of the staircase and squeezing you against the banister, the dream of the corpse that came to your bed. She could see the round back and the curled arms under the white sheet. The dreams woke her with a sort of burst. Her heart was jumping about and thumping. Her face and hair were wet with water that came out of her skin. The gray light in the passage was like the ghost light of the dreams. Gaslight was a good light, but when you turned it on, Jenny came up and put it out again. She said, "Goodness knows when you'll get to sleep with that light flaring." There was never anybody about at bedtime. Jenny was dishing up the dinner. Harriet was waiting. Caddy only ran up for a minute to undo the hooks and brush your hair. When Mama sent her to bed, she came creeping back into the dining room. Everybody was eating dinner. She sickened with fright in the steam and smell of dinner. She leaned her head against Mama and whimpered, and Mama said in her soft voice, "Big girls don't cry because it's bedtime. Only silly baby girls are afraid of ghosts." Mama wasn't afraid. When she cried, Mark left his dinner and carried her upstairs, past the place where the ghost was, and stayed with her till Caddy came. Romans 7. Minx. 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 Mark had come in from the garden with Mama. He was calling to Mary. Minx was the name he had given her. Minx was a pretty name, and she loved it because he had given it her. Whenever she heard him call, she left what she was doing and ran to him. Papa came out of the library with Bogue's dictionary open in his hand. Minx, a pert, wanton girl. A she-puppy, do you hear that, Caroline? He calls his sister a wanton she-puppy, but Mama had gone back into the garden. Mark stood at the foot of the stairs, and Mary stood at the turn. She had one hand on the rail of the banister, the other pressed hard against the wall. She leaned forward on tiptoe, measuring her distance. When she looked at the stairs, they fell from under her in a gray dizziness, so that Mark looked very far away. They waited till Papa had gone back into the library. Mark held out his arms. "Jump, Minky. Jump." She let go the rail and drew herself up. A delicious thrill of danger went through her and out at her fingers. She flung herself into space, and Mark caught her. His body felt hard and strong as it received her. They did it again and again. That was the faith jump. You knew that you would be killed if Mark didn't catch you, but you had faith that he would catch you, and he always did. Mark and Dan were going to school at Chelmsford on the 13th of September, and it was the last week in August now. Mark and Mama were always looking for each other. Mama would come running up to the schoolroom and say, "Where's Mark? Tell Mark I want him." And Mark would go into the garden and say, "Where's Mama? I want her." And Mama would put away her trowel and gardening gloves and go walks with him, which she hated. And Mark would leave Napoleon Buonaparte and the plan of the Battle of Austerlitz to dig in the garden, and he loathed digging with Mama. This afternoon, he had called to Mary to come out brook jumping. Mark could jump all the brooks in the fields between Ilford and Barkingside, and in the plantations beyond Drake's farm. He could jump the pool of Siloam, where the water from the plantations runs into the lake below Vinings. Where there was no place for a little girl of 7 to cross, he carried her in his arms and jumped. He would stand outside in the lane and put his hands on the wall and turn heels overhead into the garden. She said to herself, "In 6 years and 5 months I shall be 14. I shall jump the pool of Siloam and come into the garden head over heels." And Mama called her a little humbug when she said she was afraid to go for a walk with Jenny, lest a funeral should be coming along the road. Roman 2. The 5 elm trees held up their skirts above the high corn. The flat surface of the corn tops was still. Hot, glassy air quivered like a thin steam over the brimming field. The glazed yellow walls of the old nursery gave out a strong light and heat. The air indoors was dry and smelt dusty like the hot, crackling air above the corn. The children had come in from their play in the fields. They leaned out of the windows and talked about what they were going to be. Mary said, "I shall paint pictures and play the piano and ride in a circus. I shall go out to the countries where the sand is and tame zebras. And I shall marry Mark and have 13 children with blue eyes like Meta." Roddy was going to be the captain of a cruiser. Dan was going to Texas, or some place where Papa couldn't get at him, to farm. Mark was going to be a soldier like Marshal McMahon. It was Grandpapa and Grandmamma's fault that he was not a soldier now. If, he said, they'd let Papa marry Mama when he wanted to, I might have been born in 1852. I'd be 18 by this time. I should have gone into the French army, and I should have been with McMahon at Sedan now. You might have been killed, Mary said. That wouldn't have mattered a bit. I should have been at Sedan. Nothing matters, Minky, as long as you get what you want. If you were killed, Mama and me would die, too, the same minute. Papa would be sorry then, but not enough to kill him, so that we should go to heaven together without him and be happy. Mama wouldn't be happy without him. We couldn't shut him out. No, Mary said, but we could pray to God not to let him come up too soon. Roman 3. Sedan, Sedan, Sedan. Papa came out into the garden, where Mama was pulling weeds out of the hot, dry soil. He flapped the newspaper and read about the Battle of Sedan. Mama left off pulling weeds out and listened. Mark had stuck the picture of Marshal McMahon over the schoolroom chimneypiece. Papa had pinned the war map to the library door. Mark was restless. He kept on going into the library to look at the war map, and Papa kept on turning him out again. He was in a sort of mysterious disgrace because of Sedan. Roddy was excited about Sedan. Dan followed Mark as he went in and out. He was furious with Papa because of Mark. Mama had been a long time in the library talking to Papa. They sent for Mark just before dinner time. When Mary ran in to say good night, she found him there. Mark was saying, "You needn't think I want your beastly money. I shall enlist." Mama said, "If he enlists, Emilius, it'll kill me." And Papa, "You hear what your mother says, sir. Isn't that enough for you?" Mark loved Mama, but he was not going to do what she wanted. He was going to do something that would kill her. Roman 4. Papa walked in the garden in the cool of the evening, like the Lord God. And he was always alone. When you thought of him, you thought of Jehovah. There was something funny about other people's fathers. Mr. Manistee of Vinings, who rode along Lay Street with his 2 tall, thin sons, as if he were actually proud of them. Mr. Batty, the vicar of Barkingside, who called his daughter Isabel his pretty one. Mr. Farmer, the curate of St. Mary's Chapel, who walked up and down the room all night with the baby. And Mr. Propart, who went about the public roads with Humphrey and Arthur positively hanging on him. Dan said Humphrey and Arthur were tame and domestic because they were always going about with Mr. Propart and talking to him as if they liked it. Mark had once seen Mr. Propart trying to jump a ditch on the Aldborough Road. It was ridiculous. Humphrey and Arthur had to grab him by the arms and pull him over. Mary was sorry for the Propart boys because they hadn't got a mother who was sweet and pretty like Mama, and a father called Emilius Olivier. Emilius couldn't jump ditches any more than Mr. Propart, but then he knew he couldn't, and as Mark said, he had the jolly good sense not to try. You couldn't be Jehovah and jump ditches. Emilius Olivier was everything a father ought to be. Then suddenly, for no reason at all, he left off being Jehovah and began trying to behave like Mr. Batty. It was at dinner, the last Sunday before the 13th. Mama had moved Roddy and Mary from their places so that Mark and Dan could sit beside her. Mary was sitting at the right hand of Papa in the glory of the Father. The pudding had come in, blancmange and Mark's pudding with whipped cream hiding the raspberry jam. It was Roddy's turn to be helped. His eyes were fixed on the snow-white, pure blancmange shuddering in the glass dish, and Mama had just asked him which he would have when Papa sent Mark and Dan out of the room. You couldn't think why he had done it this time unless it was because Mark laughed when Roddy said in his proud, dignified voice, "I'll have a little piece of the Virgin's womb, please, first." Or it may have been because of Mark's pudding. He never liked it when they had Mark's pudding. Anyhow, Mark and Dan had to go, and as they went he drew Mary's chair closer to him and heaped her plate with cream and jam, looking very straight at Mama as he did it. You might have left them alone, Mama said, on their last Sunday. They won't be here to annoy you so very long. Papa said, there are 3 days yet till the 13th. 3 days. You'll count the hours and the minutes till you've got what you want. What I want is peace and quiet in my house, and to get a word in edgeways, sometimes, with my own wife. You've no business to have a wife if you can't put up with your own children. It isn't my business to have a wife, Papa said. It's my pleasure. My business is to insure ships. And you see me putting up with Mary very well. I suppose she's my own child. Mark and Dan are your own children first. Are they? To judge by your infatuation, I should have said they weren't. Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow? Silver bells and cockle shells, and chocolate creams all in a row. He took a large, flat box of chocolates out of his pocket and laid it beside her plate. And he looked straight at Mama again. If those are the chocolates I reminded you to get for the hamper, I won't have them opened. They are not the chocolates you reminded me to get for the hamper. I suppose Mark's stomach is a hamper. They are the chocolates I reminded myself to get for Mary. Then Mama said a peculiar thing. Are you trying to show me that you're not jealous of Mary? I'm not trying to show you anything. You know I'm not jealous of Mary. And you know there's no reason why I should be. To hear you, Emilius, anybody would think I wasn't fond of my own daughter. Mary darling, you'd better run away. And Mary darling, he mocked her, you'd better take your chocolates with you. Mary said, I don't want any chocolates, Papa. Is that her contrariness, or just her merriness? Whatever it is, it's all the thanks you get, and serve you right too, said Mama. She went upstairs to persuade Dan that Papa didn't mean it. It was just his way, and they'd see he would be different tomorrow. But tomorrow and the next day and the next he was the same. He didn't actually send Mark and Dan out of the room again, but he tried to pretend to himself that they weren't there by refusing to speak to them. Do you think, Mark said, he'll keep it up till the last minute? He did, even when he heard the sound of Mr. Parrish's wagonette in the road, coming to take Mark and Dan away. They were sitting at breakfast, trying not to look at him for fear they should laugh, or at Mama for fear they should cry, trying not to look at each other. Caddy brought in the cakes, the hot buttered Yorkshire cakes that were never served for breakfast except on Christmas Day and birthdays. Mary wondered whether Papa would say or do anything. He couldn't. Everybody knew those cakes were sacred. Caddy set them on the table with a sort of crash and ran out of the room, crying. Mama's mouth quivered. Papa looked at the cakes, he looked at Mama, he looked at Mark. Mark was staring at nothing with a firm grin on his face. The assuagers of grief, Papa said. Pass round the assuagers. The holy cakes were passed round. Everybody took a piece except Dan. Papa pressed him. Try an assuager. Do. And Mama pleaded, yes, dank. Do you hear what your mother says? Dan's eyes were red-rimmed. He took a double section of cake and tried to bite his way through. At the first taste, tears came out of his eyes and fell on his cake. And when Mama saw that, she burst out crying. Mary put her piece down untasted and bit back her sobs. Roddy pushed his piece away, and Mark began to eat his, suddenly, bowing over it with an affectation of enjoyment. Outside in the road, Mr. Parrish was descending from the box of his wagonette. Papa looked at his watch. He was going with them to Chelmsford. And Mama whispered to Mark and Dan with her last kiss, he'll be all right in the train. It was all over. Mary and Roddy sat in the dining room where Mama had left them. They had shut their eyes so as not to see the empty chairs pushed back and the pieces of the sacred cakes, bitten and abandoned. They had stopped their ears so as not to hear the wheels of Mr. Parrish's wagonette taking Mark and Dan away. Hours afterwards, Mama came upon Mary huddled up in a corner of the drawing room. Mama, I can't bear it. I can't live without Mark. And Dan. Mama sat down and took her in her arms and rocked her without a word, soothing her own grief. Papa found them like that when he came back from Chelmsford. He stood in the doorway looking at them for a moment, then slunk out of the room as if he were ashamed of himself. When Mama sent Mary out to say goodbye to him, he was standing beside the little sumac tree that Mark gave Mama on her birthday. He was smiling at the sumac tree as if he loved it and was sorry for it. And Mama got a letter from Mark in the morning to say she was right. Papa had been quite decent in the train. V. After Mark and Dan had gone, a great and very remarkable change came over Papa and Mama. Mama left off saying the funny things that Mary could not understand, and Papa left off teasing and flying into tempers and looking like Jehovah and walking by himself in the cool of the evening. He followed Mama about the garden. He hung over her chair like Mark as she sat sewing. You came upon him suddenly on the stairs and in the passages, and he would look at you as if you were not there and say, "Where's your mother? Go and tell her I want her." And Mama would put away her trowel and her big leather gloves and go to him. She would sit for hours in the library while he flapped the newspaper and read to her in a loud voice about Mr. Gladstone, whom she hated. Sometimes he would come home early from the office, and Mama and Mary would be ready for him, and they would all go together to call at Vinings or Barkingside Vicarage or on the Preparts. Or Mr. Parrish's wagonette would be ordered, and Mama and Mary would put on their best clothes very quick and go up to London with him, and he would take them to St. Paul's or Maskelyne and Cook's or the National Gallery or the British Museum. Or they would walk slowly, very slowly, up Regent Street, stopping at the windows of the bonnet shops while Mama picked out the bonnet she would buy if she could afford it. And perhaps the next day, a bonnet would come in a bandbox, a bonnet that frightened her when she put it on and looked at herself in the glass. She would pretend it was one of the bonnets she had wanted. And when Papa had forgotten about it, she would pull all the trimming off and put it all on again a different way. And Papa would say it was an even more beautiful bonnet than he had thought. You might have supposed that he was sorry because he was thinking about Mark and Dan and trying to make up for having been unkind to them. But he was not sorry. He was glad. Glad about something that Mama had done. He would go about whistling some gay tune, or you caught him stroking his mustache and parting it over his rich lips that smiled as if he were thinking of what Mama had done to make him happy. The red specks and smears had gone from his eyes, they were clear and blue, and they looked at you with a kind, gentle look like Uncle Victor's. His very beard was happy. You may not know it, but your father is the handsomest man in Essex, Mama said. Perhaps it wasn't anything that Mama had done. Perhaps he was only happy because he was being good. Every Sunday he went to church at Barkingside with Mama, kneeling close to her in the big pew and praying in a great, ghostly voice, "Good Lord, deliver us." When the psalms and hymns began, he rose over the pew ledge, yards and yards of him, as if he stood on many hassocks, and he lifted up his beard and sang. All these times the air fairly tingled with him. He seemed to beat out of himself and spread around him the throb of violent and overpowering life. And in the evenings, towards sunset, they walked together in the fields, and Mary followed them, lagging behind in the borders where the charlock and wild rye and poppies grew. When she caught up with them, she heard them talking. Once Mama said, "Why can't you always be like this, Emilius?" And Papa said, "Why indeed?" And when Christmas came and Mark and Dan were back again, he was as cruel and teasing as he had ever been. Romans 6, 1871. One cold day, Roddy walked into the pool of Siloam to recover his sailing boat, which had drifted under the long arch of the bridge. There was no Passion Week, and no Good Friday, and no Easter that spring, only Roddy's rheumatic fever. Roddy in bed, lying on his back, his face white and sharp, his hair darkened and glued with the sweat that poured from his hair and soaked into the bed. Roddy crying out with pain when they moved him. Mama and Jenny always in Roddy's room, Mr. Spall's sister in the kitchen. Mary going up and down, tiptoe on messages, trying not to touch Roddy's bed. Dr. Draper calling, talking in a low voice to Mama, and Mama crying. Dr. Draper looking at you through his spectacles and putting a thing like a trumpet to your chest and listening through it. "You're quite right, Mrs. Olivier. There's nothing wrong with the little girl's heart. She's as sound as a bell." A dreadful feeling that you had no business to be as sound as a bell. It wasn't fair to Roddy. Something she didn't notice at the time and remembered afterwards when Roddy was well again. Jenny saying to Mama, if it had to be one of them, it had ought to have been Miss Mary. And Mama saying to Jenny, it wouldn't have mattered so much if it had been the girl. Romans 7. You knew that Caddy loved you. There was never the smallest uncertainty about it. Her big black eyes shone when she saw you coming. You kissed her smooth, cool cheeks, and she hugged you tight and kissed you back again at once. Her big lips made a noise like a pop gun. When she tucked you up at night, she said, I love you so much I could eat you. And she would play any game you liked. You had only to say, let's play the going away game, and she was off. You began, I went away to the big hot river where the rhinoceroses and hippopotamuses are, or I went away to the desert where the sand is to catch zebras. I rode on a dromedary, flump-flumping through the sand, and Caddy would follow it up with, I went away with the good Templars. We went in a rowboat on a lake, and we landed on an island where there was daffodillies growing. We had milk and cake, and it blew such a cool breeze. Caddy was full of love. She loved her father and mother, and her little sister, Amelia, better than anything in the whole world. Her home was in Wales. Tears came into her eyes when she thought about her home and her little sister Amelia. Caddy, how much do you love me? Armfuls and armfuls. As much as your mother. Very near as much. As much as Amelia. Every bit as much. How much do you think Jenny loves me? Ever so much. No. Jenny loves Roddy best, then Mark, then Dank, then Mama, then Papa, then me. That isn't ever so much. Caddy was vexed. You didn't oughter go measuring people's love, Miss Mary. Still, that was what you did do. With Caddy and Jenny, you could measure till you knew exactly where you were. Mama was different. You knew when she loved you. You could almost count the times. The time when Papa frightened you, the time when you cut your forehead, the time the lamb died, all the whooping cough and chickenpox times, and when Meta, the wax doll, fell off the schoolroom table and broke her head, and when Mark went away to school. Or when you were good and said every word of your lessons right. When you watched Mama working in the garden, planting and transplanting the flowers with her clever hands. And when you were quiet and sat beside her on the footstool, learning to knit and sew. On Sunday afternoons, when she played the hymns and you sang. There's a friend for little children above the bright blue sky. Quite horribly out of tune, and when you listened while she sang herself, Lead, kindly light, or Abide with me, and her voice was so sweet and gentle that it made you cry. Then you knew. Sometimes, when it was not Sunday, she played the Hungarian march that went with loud, noble noises. Droom, droom, droomira room, droom, droom, droomira room, droom, ra room, room, droom, room, room, droom, droom, droom. It was wonderful. Mama was wonderful. She swayed and bowed to the beat of the music, as if she shook it out of her body and not out of the piano. She smiled to herself when she saw that you were listening. You said, "Oh, Mama." Play it again, and she played it again. When she had finished, she stooped suddenly and kissed you. And you knew. But she wouldn't say it. You couldn't make her. Say it, Mama. Say it like you used to. Mama shook her head. I want to hear you say it. Well, I'm not going to. I love you. I ache with loving you. I love you so much that it hurts me to say it. Why do you do it then? Because it hurts me more not to. Just once. I love you, just a weenie once. You're going to be like your father, tease, 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 all day long till I'm worn out. I'm not going to be like Papa. I don't tease. It's you that's teasing. How am I to know you love me if you won't say it? Mama said, can't you see what I'm doing? No. She was not interested in the thin white stuff and the lace Mama's needlework. Well then, look in the basket. The basket was full of tiny garments made of the white stuff, petticoats, drawers, and nightgown, sewn with minute tucks and edged with lace. Mama unfolded them. New clothes, she said, for your new dolly. Oh, 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 I love you so much that I can't bear it, you little holy Mama. Mama said, I'm not holy and I won't be called holy. I want deeds, not words. If you love me, you'll learn your lessons properly the night before, not just gabble them over hot from the pan. I will, Mama, I will. Won't you say it? No, Mama said, I won't. She sat there with a sort of triumph on her beautiful face, as if she were pleased with herself because she hadn't said it. and Mary would bring the long sheet that dragged on her wrist, and the needle that pricked her fingers, and sit at Mama's knee and sew, making a thin trail of blood all along the hem. "Why do you look at me so kindly when I'm sewing?" "Because I like to see you behaving like a little girl, instead of tearing about and trying to do what boys do." And Mama would tell her a story, always the same story, going on, about the family of 10 children who lived in the farm by the forest. There were 7 boys and 3 girls. The 6 youngest boys worked on the farm with their father. Yes, he was a very nice father, and the eldest boy worked in the garden with his mother, and the 3 girls worked in the house. They could cook and make butter and cheese and bake bread, and even the youngest little girl could knit and sew. Had they any children? No, they were too busy to think about having children. They were all very, very happy together, just as they were. The story was like the hem, there was never any end to it, for Mama was always finding something else for the 3 girls to do. She smiled as she told it, as if she saw something that pleased her. Mary felt that she could go on sewing at the hem and pricking her finger forever if Mama would only keep that look on her face. Roman 8. I can't, Jenny, I can't. I know there's a funeral coming. Mary stood on the flagstone, inside the arch of the open gate. She looked up and down the road, and drew back again into the garden. Jenny, tired and patient, waited outside. "I've told you, Miss Mary, there isn't any funeral." "If there isn't, there will be." "There. I can see it. You see Mr. Parrish's high, at a driving in his wagonette." It was Mr. Parrish's high hat. When he put the black top on his wagonette, it looked like a hearse. They started up Lay Street towards Mr. Spall's cottage. Jenny said, "I thought you was going to be such a good girl when Master Roddy went to school. But I declare if you're not twice as tiresome." Roddy had gone to Chelmsford after midsummer. She had to go for walks on the roads with Jenny now, at the risk of meeting funerals. This week they had been every day to Ilford to call at Mr. Spall's cottage or at Benny's, the draper's shop in the High Street. Jenny didn't believe that a big girl, 9 next birthday, could really be afraid of funerals. She thought you were only trying to be tiresome. She said you could stop thinking about funerals well enough when you wanted. You did forget sometimes when nice things happened, when you went to see Mrs. Farmer's baby undressed, and when Isabel Batty came to tea. Isabel was almost a baby. It felt nice to lift her and curl up her stiff, barley sugar hair and sponge her weak, pink silk hands. And there were things that you could do. You could pretend that you were not Mary Olivier but somebody else, that you were grown up, and that the baby and Isabel belonged to you and were there when they were not there. But all the time you knew there would be a funeral on the road somewhere, and that someday you would see it. When they got into the High Street, the funeral was coming along the Barking Road. She saw, before Jenny could see anything at all, the mutes, sitting high and their black bunched-up weepers. She turned and ran out of the High Street and back over the railway bridge. Jenny called after her, "Come back," and a man on the bridge shouted, "Hi, Missy." Stop as she ran down Lay Street. Her legs shook and gave way under her. Once she fell. She ran, staggering, but she ran. People came out of their cottages to look at her. She thought they had come out to look at the funeral. After that she refused to go outside the front door, or to look through the front windows for fear she should see a funeral. They couldn't take her and carry her out, so they let her go for walks in the back garden. When Papa came home, she was sent up to the schoolroom to play with the doll's house. You could see the road through the high bars of the window at the end of the passage, so that even when Caddy lit the gas, the top floor was queer and horrible. Sometimes doubts came with her terror. She thought, nobody loves me except Mark. And Mark isn't here. Mark's image haunted her. She shut her eyes and it slid forward onto the darkness, the strong body, the brave straight up and down face, the steady light brown eyes, shining, the firm, sweet mouth, the sparrow brown hair with feathery golden tips. She could hear Mark's voice calling to her, "Minx. Menky." And there was something that Mama said. It was unkind to be afraid of the poor dead people. Mama said, "Would you run away from Isabel if you saw her lying in her little coffin?" Roman 2. Jenny's new dress had come. It was made of gray silk trimmed with black lace, and it lay spread out on the bed in the spare room. Mama and Aunt Bella stood and looked at it, and shook their heads as if they thought that Jenny had no business to wear a silk dress. Aunt Bella said, "She's a silly woman to go and leave a good home at her age." And Mama said, "I'd rather see her in her coffin. It would be less undignified." She meant to do it at Easter. She was only waiting till Roddy went to school. She's waiting now till after the Christmas holidays. Jenny was going to do something dreadful. She was going to be married. The gray silk dress was her wedding dress. She was going to marry Mr. Spall. Even Caddy thought it was rather dreadful. But Jenny was happy because she was going to wear the gray silk dress and live in Mr. Spall's cottage and talk to him about Jesus. Only one half of her face drooped sleepily. The other half had waked up and looked excited. There was a flush on it as bright as paint. Roman 3. Mary's bed stood in a corner of the night nursery, and beside it was the high yellow linen cupboard. When the doors were opened, there was a faint India rubbery smell from the mackintosh sheet that had been put away on the top shelf. One night she was wakened by Caddy coming into the room and opening the cupboard doors. Caddy climbed on a chair and took something from the top shelf. She didn't answer when Mary asked what she was doing, but hurried away, leaving the door on the latch. Her feet made quick thuds along the passage. A door opened and shut, and there was a sound of Papa going downstairs. Somebody came up softly and pulled the door to, and Mary went to sleep again. When she woke, the room was full of the gray light that frightened her. But she was not frightened. She woke sitting up on her pillow, staring into the gray light and saying to herself, "Jenny is dead." But she was not afraid of Jenny. The stillness in her heart spread into the gray light of the room. She lay back waiting for 7 o'clock when Caddy would come and call her. At 7 o'clock Mama came. She wore the dress she had worn last night, and she was crying. Mary said, "You haven't got to say it. I know Jenny is dead." The blinds were drawn in all the windows when she and Mark went into the front garden to look for snowdrops in the border by the kitchen area. She knew that Jenny's dead body lay on the sofa under the kitchen window behind the blind and the white painted iron bars. She hoped that she would not have to see it, but she was not afraid of Jenny's dead body. It was sacred and holy. She wondered why Mama sent her to Uncle Edward and Aunt Bella. From the top-story windows of Chadwell Grange, you could look beyond Aldborough Hatch towards Wanstead Flats and the City of London Cemetery. They were going to bury Jenny there. She stood looking out, quiet, not crying. She only cried at night when she thought of Jenny, sitting in the low nursery chair, tired and patient, drawing back from her violent caresses, and of the gray silk dress laid out on the bed in the spare room. She was not even afraid of the City of London Cemetery when Mark took her to see Jenny's grave. Jenny's grave was sacred and holy. Roman 9. You had to endure hardness after you were 9. You learnt out of Mrs. Markham's History of England, and you were not allowed to read the conversations between Richard and Mary and Mrs. Markham because they made history too amusing and too easy to remember. For the same reason you translated only the tight, dismal pages of your French reader, and anything that looked like an interesting story was forbidden. You were to learn for the sake of the lesson and not for pleasure's sake. Mama said you had enough pleasure in playtime. She put it to your honor not to skip on to the more exciting parts. When you had finished Mrs. Markham, you began Dr. Smith's History of England. Honor was safe with Dr. Smith. He made history very hard to read and impossible to remember. The Bible got harder too. You knew all the best Psalms by heart, and the stories about Noah's Ark and Joseph, and his coat of many colors, and David and Daniel in the lion's den. You had to go straight through the Bible now, skipping Leviticus, because it was full of things you couldn't understand. When you had done with Moses lifting up the serpent in the wilderness, you had to read about Aaron and the sons of Levi, and the wave offerings, and the tabernacle, and the Ark of the Covenant where they kept the 5 golden emerods. Mama didn't know what emerods were, but Mark said they were a kind of white mice. You learnt Old Testament history, too, out of a little book that was all gray slabs of print and dark pictures showing the earth swallowing up Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, and Aaron and the sons of Levi with their long beards and high hats and their petticoats, swinging incense in fits of temper. You found out queerer and queerer things about God. God made the earth swallow up Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. He killed poor Uzzah because he put out his hand to prevent the ark of the covenant falling out of the cart. Even David said he didn't know how on earth he was to get the ark along at that rate. And there were the Moabites and the Midianites and all the animals, the bullocks and the he-goats and the little lambs and kids. When you asked Mama why God killed people, she said it was because he was just as well as merciful, and it was the old story, he hated sin. Disobedience was sin, and Uzzah had been disobedient. As for the lambs and the he-goats, Jesus had done away with all that. He was God's son, and he had propitiated God's anger and satisfied his justice when he shed his own blood on the cross to save sinners. Without shedding of blood, there is no remission of sins. You were not to bother about the blood. But you couldn't help bothering about it. You couldn't help being sorry for Uzzah and the Midianites and the lambs and the he-goats. Perhaps you had to sort things out and keep them separate. Here was the world. Here were Mama and Mark and kittens and rabbits, and all the things you really cared about. Drawing pictures, and playing the Hungarian march and getting excited in the Easter holidays when the white evenings came and Mark raced you from the Green Man to the Horns Tavern. Here was the sudden, secret happiness you felt when you were by yourself, and the fields looked beautiful. It was always coming now, with a sort of rush and flash, when you least expected it. And there was God and religion and duty. The nicest part of religion was music, and knowing how the world was made, and the beautiful sounding bits of the Bible. You could like religion. But duty was doing all the things you didn't like because you didn't like them. And you couldn't honestly say you liked God. God had to be propitiated. Your righteousness was filthy rags, so you couldn't propitiate him. Jesus had to do it for you. All you had to do was to believe, really believe that he had done it. But supposing you hadn't got to believe it, supposing you hadn't got to believe anything at all, it would be easier to think about. The things you cared for belonged to each other, but God didn't belong to them. He didn't fit in anywhere. You couldn't help feeling that if God was love, and if he was everywhere, he ought to have fitted in. Perhaps, after all, there were two gods, one who made things and loved them, and one who didn't, who looked on sulking and finding fault with what the clever, kind God had made. When the midsummer holidays came and brook jumping began, she left off thinking about God. Roman 2. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. The picture in the Sunday at home showed the old king in bed and Prince Hal trying on his crown. But the words were not the Sunday at home, they were taken out of Shakespeare. Mark showed her the place. Mark was in the schoolroom, chanting his home lessons. Yet once more, O ye laurels, and once more, ye myrtles brown with ivy never sere. That sounded nice. Say it again, Mark, say it again. Mark said it again. He also said, Achilles' wrath, to grease the direful spring of woes unnumbered, heavenly goddess, sing. The three books stood on the bookshelf in the schoolroom, the thin Shakespeare in diamond print, the small brown leather Milton, the very small fat Pope's Iliad in the red cover. Mark gave them to her for her own. She made Caddy put her bed between the two windows, and Mark made a bookshelf out of a piece of wood and some picture cord and hung it within reach. She had a happy, excited feeling when she thought of the three books. It made her wake early. She read from 5 o'clock till Caddy called her at 7, and again after Caddy had tucked her up and left her, till the white light in the room was gray. She learnt Lycidas by heart, and I thought I saw my late espoused wife, brought to me like Alcestis from the grave, and the bits about Satan in Paradise Lost. The sound of the lines gave her the same nice feeling that she had when Mrs. Propart played the march in Scipio after evening service. She tried to make lines of her own that went the same way as the lines in Milton and Shakespeare and Pope's Iliad. She found out that there was nothing she liked so much as making these lines. It was nicer even than playing the Hungarian march. She thought it was funny that the lines like Pope's Iliad came easiest, though they had to rhyme. Silent he wandered by the sounding sea was good, but the Greek line that Mark showed her went, Be Dacon Parathena Polyplois Bothalases, that was better. Don't you think so, Mark? Clever minx. Much better. Mark, if God knew how happy I am writing poetry, he'd make the earth open and swallow me up. Mark only said, you mustn't say that to Mama. Play Violetta. Of all hateful and disgusting tunes, the most disgusting and the most hateful was Violetta, which Mr. Sippet's sister taught her. But if Mark would promise to make Mama let her learn Greek, she would play it to him 20 times running. When Mark went to Chelmsford that autumn, he left her his Brown Greek Accidents and Smith's Classical Dictionary, besides Macaulay's Lays of Ancient Rome. She taught herself Greek in the hour after breakfast before Miss Sippet came to give her her music lesson. She was always careful to leave the accidents open where Miss Sippet could see it and realize that she was not a stupid little girl. But whether Miss Sippet saw the accidents or not, she always behaved as if it wasn't there. Roman 3. When Mama saw the accidents open on the drawing room table, she shut it and told you to put it in its proper place. If you talked about it, her mouth buttoned up tight and her eyes blinked, and she began tapping with her foot. There was something queer about learning Greek. Mama did not actually forbid it, but she said it must not be done in lesson time or sewing time, or when people could see you doing it, lest they should think you were showing off. You could see that she didn't believe you could learn Greek, and that she wouldn't like it if you did. But when lessons were over, she let you read Shakespeare or Pope's Iliad aloud to her while she sewed. And when you could say, Lars Porsena of Clusium by the 9 gods he swore. Straight through without stopping, she went into London with Papa and brought back the child's first history of Rome. A Pinnock's Catechism of Mythology in a blue paper cover went with the history to tell you all about the gods and goddesses. What Pinnock didn't tell you, you found out from Smith's Classical Dictionary. It had pictures in it so beautiful that you were happy just sitting still and looking at them. There was such a lot of gods and goddesses that at first they were rather hard to remember. But you couldn't forget Apollo and Hermes and Aphrodite, and Pallas, Athene, and Diana. They were not like Jehovah. They quarreled sometimes, but they didn't hate each other, not as Jehovah hated all the other gods. They fitted in somehow. They cared for all the things you liked best: trees and animals and poetry and music and running races and playing games. Even Zeus was nicer than Jehovah, though he reminded you of him now and then. He liked sacrifices, but then he was honest about it. He didn't pretend that he was good and that he had to have them because of your sins. And you hadn't got to believe in him. That was the nicest thing of all. XXII. Mary was 10 in 1873. Aunt Charlotte was ill, and nobody was being kind to her. She had given her Sunday bonnet to Harriet and her Sunday gown to Caddy, so you knew she was going to be married again. She said it was prophesied that she should be married in 1873. The illness had something to do with being married and going continually to Mr. Marriott's church, and calling on Mr. Marriott and writing letters to him about religion. You couldn't say Aunt Charlotte was not religious. But Papa said he would believe in her religion if she went to Mr. Batty's church, or Mr. Farmer's, or Mr. Propart's. They had all got wives, and Mr. Marriott hadn't. Papa had forbidden Aunt Charlotte to go any more to Mr. Marriott's church. Mr. Marriott had written a nice letter to Uncle Victor, and Uncle Victor had taken Papa to see him, and the doctor had come to see Aunt Charlotte, and she had been sent to bed. Aunt Charlotte's room was at the top of the tall, thin white house in the High Street. There was whispering on the stairs. Mama and Aunt Lavy stood at the turn. You could see their vexed faces. Aunt Charlotte called to them to let Mary come to her. Mary was told she might go if she were very quiet. Aunt Charlotte was all by herself, sitting up in a large white bed. A Bible propped itself open, leaves downwards, against the mound she made. There was something startling about the lengths of white curtain and the stretches of white pillow and counterpane, and Aunt Charlotte's very black eyebrows and hair, and the cover of the Bible, very black, and her blue eyes glittering. She was writing letters. Every now and then she took up the Bible and picked out a text and wrote it down. She wrote very fast, and as she finished each sheet, she hid it under the bedclothes and made a sign to show that what she was doing was a secret. "Love God and you'll be happy. Love God and you'll be happy," she said. Her eyes pointed at you. They looked wise and solemn and excited. A wide, flat piece of counterpane was left over from Aunt Charlotte. Mary climbed up and sat in it with her back against the footrail and looked at her. Looking at Aunt Charlotte made you think of being born. Aunt Charlotte, do you know what being born is? Aunt Charlotte looked up under her eyebrows and hid another sheet of paper. What's put that in your head all of a sudden? It's because of my babies. Caddy says I couldn't have 13 all under 3 years old. But I could, couldn't I? I'm afraid I don't think you could, Aunt Charlotte said. Why not? Caddy won't say why. Aunt Charlotte shook her head, but she was smiling and looking wiser and more solemn than ever. You mustn't ask too many questions, she said. But you haven't told me what being born is. I know it's got something to do with the Virgin Mary. Aunt Charlotte said, SHSHSH. You mustn't say that. Nice little girls don't think about those things. Her tilted eyes had turned down, and her mouth had stopped smiling. So you knew that being born was not frightening. It had something to do with the things you didn't talk about. And ye how could it? There was the Virgin Mary. Aunt Charlotte, don't you wish you had a baby? Aunt Charlotte looked frightened, suddenly, and began to cry. You mustn't say it, Mary, you mustn't say it. Don't tell them you said it. They'll think I've been talking about the babies. The little babies. Don't tell them. Promise me you won't tell. Roman 2. Aunt Lavie, I wish I knew what you thought about Jehovah. When Aunt Lavie stayed with you, Mama made you promise not to ask her about her opinions. But sometimes you forgot. Aunt Lavie looked more than ever as if she was by herself in a quiet, empty room, thinking of something that wasn't there. You couldn't help feeling that she knew things. Mama said she had always been the clever one, just as Aunt Charlotte had always been the queer one. But Aunt Bella said she was no better than an unbeliever because she was a Unitarian at heart. Why Jehovah in particular? Aunt Lavie was like Uncle Victor. She listened politely when you talked to her, as if you were saying something interesting. Because he's the one you've got to believe in. Do you really think he is so very good? I don't think anything. I don't know anything, except that God is love. Jehovah wasn't. Jehovah, Aunt Lavie stopped herself. I mustn't talk to you about it because I promised your mother I wouldn't. It was very queer. Aunt Lavie's opinions had something to do with religion, yet Mama said you mustn't talk about them. I promised too. I shall have to confess and ask her to forgive me. Then, said Aunt Lavie, be sure you tell her that I didn't talk to you. Promise me you'll tell her. That was what Aunt Charlotte had said. Talking about religion was like talking about being born. Nobody has any innate ideas. Children and savages and idiots haven't any, so grown-up people can't have, Mr. Locke says. But how did he know? You might have them and forget about them, and only remember again after you were grown up. She sat up in the drawing room till 9 o'clock now, because she was 11 years old. She had taken the doll's clothes out of the old wooden box and filled it with books. The Bible, Milton and Pope's Homer, the Greek accidents and Plutarch's Lives, and the comedies from Papa's illustrated Shakespeare in 7 volumes, which he never read, and 2 volumes of Pepe's diary, and Locke on the Human Understanding. She wished the Bible had been bound in pink calf like Pepe's, instead of the shiny black leather that made you think of wet galoshes. Then it would have looked new and exciting like the other books. She sat on a footstool with her box beside her in the corner behind Mama's chair. She had to hide there because Mama didn't believe you really liked reading. She thought you were only shamming and showing off. Sometimes Mr. and Mrs. Farmer would come in, and Mr. Farmer would play chess with Papa while Mrs. Farmer talked to Mama about how troublesome and independent the tradespeople were, and how hard it was to get servants and to keep them. Mama listened to Mrs. Farmer as if she were saying something wonderful and exciting. Sometimes it would be the Proparts, or Mr. Batty would come in alone. And sometimes they would all come together with the aunts and uncles, and there would be a party. Mary always hoped that Uncle Victor would notice her and say, Mary is reading Locke on the Human Understanding, or that Mr. Propart would come and turn over the books and make some interesting remark. But they never did. At 8:30, Caddy would bring in the tea tray. The white and gray and gold teacups would be set out round the bulging silver teapot that lifted up its spout with a foolish, pompous expression, like a hen. Mamma would move about the table in her mauve silk gown, and there would be a scent of cream and strong tea. Every now and then the shimmering silk and the rich scent would come between her and the gray, tight-pressed, difficult page. The senses at first let in particular ideas and furnish the yet empty cabinet, and the mind growing by degrees familiar with some of them, they are lodged in the memory and names got to them. Then how? The thought she thought was coming wouldn't come, and Mamma was telling her to get up and hand round the bread and butter. Roman 2. Mr. Ponsonby, do you remember your innate ideas? My how much, said Mr. Ponsonby. The ideas you had before you were born. Mr. Ponsonby said, before I was born. Well, he really seemed to be considering it. Mamma's chair, pushed further along the hearthrug, had driven her back and back, till the box was hidden behind the curtain. Mr. Ponsonby was Mark's friend. Mark was at the Royal Military Academy at Woolwich now. Every Saturday Mr. Ponsonby came home with Mark and stayed till Sunday evening. You knew that sooner or later he would find you out behind Mamma's chair. I mean, she said, the ideas you were born with. Seems to me, said Mr. Ponsonby, I was born with precious few. Anyhow, I can't say I remember them. I was afraid you'd say that. It's what Mr. Locke says. Mr. How much? Mr. Locke. You can look at him if you like. She thought, he won't. He won't. They never do. But Mr. Ponsonby did. He looked at Mr. Locke, and he looked at Mary, and he said, by gum. He even read the bits about the baby and the empty cabinet. You don't mean to say you like this sort of thing? I like it most awfully. Of course, I don't mean as much as brook jumping, but almost as much. And Mr. Ponsonby said, well, I must say of all you are by gum. He made it sound like the most delicious praise. Mr. Ponsonby was taller and older than Mark. He was 19. She thought he was the nicest-looking person she had ever seen. His face was the color of thick white honey. His hair was very dark, and he had long blue eyes and long black eyebrows like bars, drawn close down onto the blue. His nose would have been hooky if it hadn't been so straight, and his mouth was quiet and serious. When he talked to you, his mouth and eyes looked as if they liked it. Mark came and said, Minky, if you stodge like that you'll get all flabby. It wasn't nice of Mark to say that before Mr. Ponsonby, when he knew perfectly well that she could jump her own height. Me flabby. Feel my muscle. It rose up hard under her soft skin. Feel it, Mr. Ponsonby. I say, what a biceps. Yes, but, Mark said, you should feel his. His was even bigger and harder than Mark's. Mine, she said sorrowfully, will never be as good as his. Then Mamma came and told her it was bedtime, and Mr. Ponsonby said, oh, Mrs. Olivier, not yet. 5 minutes more then. But the 5 minutes were never any good. You just sat counting them. And when it was all over, and Mr. Ponsonby strode across the drawing room and opened the door for her, she went laughing. She stood in the doorway and laughed. When you were sent to bed at 9, the only dignified thing was to pretend you didn't care. And Mr. Ponsonby, holding the door so that Mamma couldn't see him, looked at her and shook his head, as much as to say, you and I know it isn't a joke for either of us, this unrighteous banishment. Roman 3. What on earth are you doing? She might have known that some day Mamma would come up and find her putting the children to bed. She had 7. There was Isabel Batty and Mrs. Farmer's red-haired baby, and Mark in the blue frock in the picture when he was 4, and Dank in his white frock and blue sash, and the 3 very little babies you made up out of your head. 6 o'clock was their bedtime. You'd no business to touch those baby clothes, Mamma said. The baby clothes were real. Every evening, she took them from the drawer in the linen cupboard, and when she had sung the children to sleep, she shook out the little frocks and petticoats and folded them in a neat pile at the foot of the bed. I thought you were in the schoolroom learning your lessons. So I was, Mamma. But you know 6 o'clock is their bedtime. Oh, Mary. You told me you'd given up that silly game. So I did. But they won't let me. They don't want me to give them up. Mamma sat down as if it was too much for her. "I hope," she said, "you don't talk to Caddy or anybody about it." "No, Mama. I couldn't. They're my secret." That was all very well when you were a little thing. But a great girl of 12 you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Mama had gone. She had taken away the baby clothes. Mary lay face downwards on her bed. Shame burned through her body like fire. Hot tears scalded her eyelids. She thought, how was I to know you mustn't have babies? Still, she couldn't give them all up. She must keep Isabel and the red-haired baby. But what would Mr. Ponsonby think of her if he knew? Roman 4. Mr. Ponsonby. Mr. Ponsonby. Stay where you are and look. From the window at the end of the top corridor, the side of the house went sheer down into the lane. Mary was at the window. Mr. Ponsonby was in the lane. She climbed onto the ledge and knelt there. Grasping the bottom of the window frame firmly with both hands and letting her knees slide from the ledge, she lowered herself and hung for one ecstatic moment and drew herself up again by her arms. "What did you do it for, Mary?" Mr. Ponsonby had rushed up the stairs, and they were sitting there. He was so tall that he hung over her when he leaned. "It's nothing. You ought to be able to pull up your own weight. You mustn't do it from top-story windows. It's dangerous. Not if you've practiced on the banisters first. Where's Mark?" "With your mater. I say, supposing you and I go for a walk." "We must be back at 6 o'clock, she said. When you went for walks with Mark or Mr. Ponsonby, they always raced you down Lay Street and over the ford at the bottom. They both gave you the same start to the Horns Tavern. The only difference was that with Mr. Ponsonby, you were over the ford first. They turned at the ford into the field path that led to Drake's farm and the plantation. He jumped all the stiles, and she vaulted them. She could see that he respected her. And so they came to the big water jump into the plantation. Mr. Ponsonby went over first and held out his arms. She hurled herself forward, and he caught her. And this time, instead of putting her down instantly, he lifted her up in his arms and held her tight and kissed her. Her heart thumped violently, and she had a sudden happy feeling. Neither spoke. Humphrey Propart had kissed her once for a forfeit. And she had boxed his ears. Mr. Ponsonby's was a different sort of kiss. They tore through the plantation as if nothing had happened, clearing all the brooks in a businesslike way. Mr. Ponsonby took brook jumping as the serious and delightful thing it was. Going home across the fields, they held each other's hands, like children. "Minky," he said, "I don't like to think of you hanging out of top-story windows. But it's so jolly to feel your body come squirming up after your arms." "It is. It is. All the same, promise me you won't do it any more." "Why?" "Because I'm going to India when I've passed out, and I want to find you alive when I come back. Promise me, Minky." "I will, if you're really going. But you're the only person I allow to call me Minky, except Mark." "Am I? I'm glad I'm the only person." They went on. "I'm afraid," she said, "my hand is getting very hot and horrid." He held it tighter. "I don't care how hot and horrid it gets. And I think you might call me Jimmy." It was long after 6 o'clock. She had forgotten the children and their bedtime. After that day, she never played with them again. "V. If I were you," Mama said, "I should put away that box of books. You'll be no use if you read all day long." "You oughtn't to say that, Mama. I am of use. You know I can make the sewing machine go when you can't." Mama smiled. She knew it. "And which would you rather took you over the crossing at the bank? Me or Papa?" Mama smiled again. She knew she was safer with Mary at a crossing, because Papa teased her and frightened her before he dragged her over. But Mary led her gently, holding back the noses of the horses. "There's that lock on the human understanding," said Mama. "Poor Jimmy was frightened when he found you reading it." "He wasn't. He was most awfully pleased and excited. He was laughing at you." "He wasn't. He wasn't." "Of course he was laughing at you. What did you think he was doing?" "I thought he was interested." "He wasn't then. Men," Mama said, "are not interested in little bookworms. He told me it was very bad for you." Shame again. Hot, burning and scalding shame. He was only laughing at her. Mark doesn't laugh at me, she said. The thought of Mark and of his love for her healed her wound. A precious deal, Mama said. You know about Mark. Mama was safe. Oh, she was safe. She knew that Mark loved her best. Romans 6. On the cover of Pinnock's Catechism, there was a small black picture of the Parthenon. And under it was written, "Abode of gods whose shrines no longer burn. Supposing the candles in St. Mary's Chapel no longer burned. Supposing Barkingside Church and Aldborough, Hatch Church fell to bits, and there were no more clergymen. And you only read in history books about people like Mr. Batty and Mr. Propart, and their surplices, and the things they wore round their necks. Supposing the Christian religion passed away. It excited you to think these things. But when you heard the Magnificat in church, or when you thought of Christ hanging so bravely on the cross, you were sorry, and you stopped thinking. What a pity you couldn't ever go on without having to stop." End of Book 2. Book 3, Adolescence, 1876–1879. Roman 12. Mary went slowly up the lane, between the garden wall and the thorn hedge. The air, streaming towards her from the flat fields, had the tang of cold, glittering water. The sweet, grassy smell of the green corn blades swam on it. The young thorn leaves smelt of almonds, and of their own bitter green. The 5 trees stood up, thin and black, in an archway of golden white fire. The green of their young leaves hung about them like an emanation. A skylark swung himself up, a small gray ball, spinning over the treetops to the arch of the sunset. His song pierced and shook, like the golden white light. With each throb of his wings he shrank, smaller and grayer, a moth, a midge, whirling in the luminous air. A gray ball dropped spinning down. By the gate of the field her sudden, secret happiness came to her. She could never tell when it was coming, nor what it would come from. It had something to do with the trees standing up in the golden white light. It had come before with a certain sharp white light flooding the fields, flooding the room. It had happened so often that she received it now with a shock of recognition, and when it was over she wanted it to happen again. She would go back and back to the places where it had come, looking for it, thinking that any minute it might happen again. But it never came twice to the same place in the same way. Caddy was calling to her from the bottom of the lane. She stood still by the gate, not heeding Caddy, holding her happiness. When she had turned from the quiet fields, it would be gone. Roman 2. Sometimes she had queer glimpses of the persons that were called Mary Olivier. There was Mrs. Olivier's only daughter, proud of her power over the sewing machine. When she brought the pile of hemmed sheets to her mother, her heart swelled with joy in her own goodness. There was Mark Olivier's sister, who rejoiced in the movements of her body, the strain of the taut muscles throbbing on their own leash, the bound forwards, the push of the wind on her knees and breast, the hard feel of the ground under her padding feet. And there was Mary Olivier, the little girl of 13 whom her mother and Aunt Bella whispered about to each other with mysterious references to her age. Her secret happiness had nothing to do with any of these Mary Oliviers. It was not like any other happiness. It had nothing to do with Mama or Dan or Roddy, or even Mark. It had nothing to do with Jimmy. She had cried when Jimmy went away, and she would cry again tonight when she thought about him. Jimmy's going away was worse than anything that had happened yet, or could happen till Mark went to India. That would be the worst thing. Jimmy had not gone to India as he had said. He had had to leave Woolwich because of something he had done, and his father had sent him to Australia. He had gone without saying goodbye, and he was never coming back. She would never in all her life see Jimmy again. Jimmy had done something dreadful. Nobody but Mama and Papa and Mark knew what he had done. But from the way they talked you could see that it was one of those things you mustn't talk about. Only Mark said he didn't believe he really had done it. Last Sunday, she had written a letter to him which Mark posted. "Dear Jimmy, I think you might have come to say goodbye to us, even if Papa and Mama do think you've done something you oughtn't to. I want you to know that Mark and I don't believe you did it, and even if you did it won't make any difference. I shall always love you just the same, next best to Mark. You can't expect me to love you really best, because he will always come first as long as I live. I hope you will be very happy in Australia. I shall keep my promise just the same, though it's Australia and not India you've gone to. With love, ever your loving. Menki. P.S. No. When I'm reading a new poet Byron. There was a silly woman who said she'd rather have the fame of Childe Harold than the immortality of Don Juan. But I'd rather have the immortality, wouldn't you? P.S. No. Too do you think that you will keep kangaroos? They might help to make you happy. Roman 3. Mary was picking French beans in the kitchen garden when Mama and Aunt Bella came along the path, talking together. The thick green walls of the runners hid her. Mary is getting very precocious, said Mama. That comes from being brought up with boys, said Aunt Bella. She ought to see more girls of her own age. She doesn't like them. Mary shouted cuckoo to warn them, but they wouldn't stop. It's high time, Aunt Bella said, that she should learn to like them. The Draper girls are too old. But there's that little Bertha Mitchison. I haven't called on Mrs. Mitchison for 2 years. And why haven't you, Caroline? Because I can't afford to be always hiring wagonettes to go to Woodford Bridge. Cuckoo. Caroline, do you think she could have heard? Cuckoo, Aunt Bella. Cuckoo. Roman 4. On the high road, the white dust had a clear, sharp, exciting smell. At the wet edges of the ford, it thickened. When you shut your eyes, you could still see Bertha's scarlet frock on the white bridge path and smell the wet earth at the edges of the ford. You were leaning over the white painted railing of the bridge when she began. The water flowed from under the little tunnel, across the road, into the field beyond. Deep brown under the tunnel, tawny in the shallow ford, golden patches where the pebbles showed through, and the water itself, a sheet of thin crystal running over the colors, sliding through them, running and sliding on and on. There was nothing in the world so beautiful as water, unless it was light. But water was another sort of light. Bertha pushed her soft, sallow face into yours. Her big black eyes bulged out under her square fringe. Her wide red mouth curled and glistened. There were yellowish stains about the roots of her black hair. Her mouth and eyes teased you, mocked you, wouldn't let you alone. Bertha began, I know something you don't know. You listened. You couldn't help listening. You simply had to know. It was no use to say you didn't believe a word of it. Inside you, secretly, you knew it was true. You were frightened. You trembled and went hot and cold by turns, and somehow that was how you knew it was true, almost as if you had known all the time. Oh, shut up. I don't want to hear about it. Oh, don't you? You did a minute ago. Of course I did, when I didn't know. Who wouldn't? I don't want to know anymore. I like that. After I've told you everything. What's the good of putting your fingers in your ears now? There was that day, and there was the next day when she was sick of Bertha. On the third day, Bertha went back to Woodford Bridge. It was dreadful, and at the same time funny, when you thought of Mr. Batty and Mr. Propart with their little round hats, and their black coats, and their stiff, dignified faces. And there was Uncle Edward and his whiskers. It couldn't be true. Yet all true things came like that, with a queer feeling, as if you remembered them. Jenny's wedding dress. It would be true even of Jenny. Mama had said she would rather see her in her coffin than married to Mr. Spall. That was why. But if it was true of everybody, it would be true of Mama and Papa. That was what you hated knowing. If only you had gone on looking at the water, instead of listening to Bertha. Mama's face, solemn and tender, when you said your prayers, playing with the gold tassel of her watch chain. Papa's face on your birthday, when he gave you the toy lamb. She wouldn't like you to know about her. Mark wouldn't like it. Mark, her mind stood still. Mark's image stood still in clean, empty space. When she thought of her mother and Mark, she hated Bertha. And there was Jimmy. That was why they wouldn't talk about him. Jimmy. The big water jump into the plantation. Jimmy's arms, the throb of the hard muscles as he held you. Jimmy's hand, your own hand lying in it light and small. Jimmy's eyes looking at you and smiling as if they said, It's all right, Minky, it's all right. Perhaps when Papa was young, Mama thought about him as you thought about Jimmy, so that it couldn't be so very dreadful after all. Roman 13. Mary was glad when Bertha went away to school. When the new year came and she was 14, she had almost forgotten Bertha. She even forgot for long stretches of time what Bertha had told her. But not altogether. Because, if it was true, then the story of the Virgin Mary was not true. Jesus couldn't have been born in the way the New Testament said he was born. There was no such thing as the Immaculate Conception. You could hardly be expected to believe in it once you knew why it couldn't have happened. And if the Bible could deceive you about an important thing like that, it could deceive you about the Incarnation and the Atonement. You were no longer obliged to believe in that ugly business of a cruel, bungling God appeased with bloodshed. You were not obliged to believe anything just because it was in the Bible. But if you didn't, you were an infidel. She could hear Aunt Bella talking to Uncle Edward and Mrs. Farmer and Mrs. Propart whispering, "Mary is an infidel." She thought, if I am, I can't help it. She was even slightly elated, as if she had set out on some happy, dangerous adventure. Roman 2. Nobody seemed to know what pantheism was. Mr. Propart smiled when you asked him, and said it was something you had better not meddle with. Mr. Farmer said it was only another word for atheism. You might as well have no God at all as be a pantheist. But if pan meant all things, and theos was God, perhaps it would be in the Encyclopedia Britannica. The encyclopedia told you all about Australia. There was even a good long bit about Byron too. Pansaput panegyric pantheism. There you were. Pantheism is that speculative system which, by absolutely identifying the subject and object of thought, reduces all existence, mental and material, to phenomenal modifications of one eternal, self-existent substance, which is called by the name of God. All things are God. When you had read the first sentence 5 or 6 times over and looked up subject and object and phenomenal, you could see fairly well what it meant. Whatever else God might be, he was not what they said, something separate and outside things, something that made your mind uncomfortable when you tried to think about it. This universe, material and mental, is nothing but the spectacle of the thoughts of God. You might have known it would be like that. The universe going on inside God as your thoughts go on inside you. The universe so close to God that nothing could be closer. The meaning got plainer and plainer. There was Spinoza. Spinning Spinoza. The encyclopedia man said that the Jewish priests offered him a bribe of 2,000 florins to take back what he had said about God, and when he refused to take back a word of it, they cursed him and drove him out of their synagogue. Spinoza said, "There is no substance but God, nor can any other be conceived." And the encyclopedia man explained it. God, as the infinite substance, with its infinity of attributes, is the natura naturans. As the infinity of modes under which his attributes are manifested, he is the natura naturata. Nature naturing would be the cause, and nature natured would be the effect. God was both. God is the immanent indwelling, but not the transient cause of all things. Thought and extension are attributes of the one absolute substance, which is God, evolving themselves in 2 parallel streams, so to speak, of which each separate body and spirit are but the waves. Body and soul are apparently 2, but really one, and they have no independent existence. They are parts of God. Were our knowledge of God capable of present completeness, we might attain to perfect happiness, but such is not possible. Out of the infinity of his attributes, only 2, thought and extension, are accessible to us, while the modes of these attributes, being essentially infinite, escape our grasp. So this was the truth about God. In spite of the queer words, it was very simple. Much simpler than the Trinity. God was not 3 incomprehensible persons rolled into one, not Jesus, not Jehovah, not the Father creating the world in 6 days out of nothing, and muddling it, and coming down from heaven into it as his own son to make the best of a bad job. He was what you had felt and thought him to be as soon as you could think about him at all. The God of Baruch Spinoza was the God you had wanted, the only sort of God you cared to think about. Thinking about him after, the Christian God was like coming out of a small dark room into an immense open space filled with happy light. And yet, as far back as you could remember, there had been a regular conspiracy to keep you from knowing the truth about God. Even the encyclopedia man was in it. He tried to put you off pantheism. He got into a temper about it and said it was monstrous and pernicious and profoundly false, and that the heart of man rose up in revolt against it. He had begun by talking about attempts to transgress the fixed boundaries which one wiser than we has assigned to our intellectual operations. Perhaps he was a clergyman. Clergymen always put you off like that, so that you couldn't help suspecting that they didn't really know and were afraid you would find them out. They were like poor little frightened mama when she wouldn't let you look at the interesting bits beyond the place she had marked in your French reader. And they were always apologizing for their God, as if they felt that there was something wrong with him and that he was not quite real. But to the pantheists, the real God was so intensely real that, compared with him, being alive was not quite real. It was more like dreaming. Another thing, the pantheists, the Hindu ones and the Greeks, and Baruch Spinoza were heathen, and the Christians had tried to make you believe that the heathen went to hell because they didn't know the truth about God. You had been told one lie on the top of another. And all the time the truth was there, in the Encyclopedia Britannica. Who would have thought that the encyclopedia could have been so exciting? The big puce-colored books stood in a long row in the bottom shelf behind her father's chair. Her heart thumped when she gripped the volumes that contained the forbidden knowledge of the universe. The rough Morocco covers went R-R-R-R-imp as they scraped together, and there was the sharp thud as they fell back into their place when she had done with them. These sounds thrilled her with a secret joy. When she was away from the books, she liked to think of them standing there on the hidden shelf, waiting for her. The pages of pantheism and Spinoza were white and clean, and she had noticed how they had stuck together. Nobody had opened them. She was the first, the only one who knew and cared. Romans 3. She wondered what Mark and her mother would say when they knew. Perhaps Mark would say she ought not to tell her mother if it meant letting out that the Bible said things that were not really true. His idea might be that if Mama wanted to believe in Jehovah and the atonement through Christ's blood, it would be unkind to try and stop her. But who on earth would want to believe that dreadful sort of thing if they could help it? Papa might not mind, because as long as he knew that he and Mama would get into heaven all right, he wouldn't worry so much about other people. But Mama was always worrying about them and making you give up things to them. And she must be miserable when she thought of them burning in hell forever and ever, and when she tried to reconcile God's justice with his mercy. To say nothing of the intellectual discomfort she was living in. When you had found out the real, happy truth about God, it didn't seem right to keep it to yourself. She decided that she would tell her mother. Mark was in the Royal Field Artillery now. He was away at Shoeburyness. If she put it off till he came home again, she might never do it. When Mama had Mark with her, she would never listen to anything you had to say. Next Sunday was Epiphany. Sunday afternoon would be a good time. But Aunt Lavie came to stay from Saturday to Monday. And it rained. All morning Mama and Aunt Lavie sat in the dining room, one on each side of the fireplace. Aunt Lavie read James Martineau's Endeavors After the Christian Life, and Mama read The Pulpit and the Family out of the Sunday at Home. Somehow you couldn't do it with Aunt Lavie in the room. In the afternoon, when she went upstairs to lie down perhaps. But in the afternoon, Mama dozed over the Sunday at Home. She was so innocent and pretty, nodding her head, and starting up suddenly, and looking round with a smile that betrayed her real opinion of Sunday. You couldn't do it while she dozed. Towards evening it rained again, and Aunt Lavie went off to Ilford for the evening service, by herself. Everybody else stayed at home, and there was hymn singing instead of church. Mary and her mother were alone together. When her mother had sung the last hymn, Lead, Kindly Light, then she would do it. Her mother was singing, Jesu, lover of my soul, let me to thy bosom fly, while the nearer waters roll, while the tempest still is high. She could see the stiff, slender muscles straining in her mother's neck. The weak, plaintive voice tore at her heart. She knew that her mother's voice was weak and plaintive. Its thin, sweet notes unnerved her. Other refuge have I none, hangs my helpless soul on thee. Helpless, helpless. Mama was helpless. It was only her love of Mark and Jesus that was strong. Something would happen if she told her something awful. She could feel already the chill of an intolerable separation. She could give up Jesus, the lover of her soul, but she could not give up her mother. She couldn't live separated from Mama, from the weak, plaintive voice that tore at her. She couldn't do it. Roman 4. Cattie's eyes twinkled through the banisters. She caught Mary coming downstairs and whispered that there was cold boiled chicken and trifle for supper, because of Aunt Lavie. Through the door Mary could see her father standing at the table, and the calm breasts of the cold chicken, smoothed with white sauce and decorated with beetroot stars. There was a book beside Papa's plate, the book Aunt Lavie had been reading. She had left it open on the drawing-room table when she went to church. She was late for supper, and they sat there waiting for her. She came in, slowly as usual, and looking at the supper things as though they were not there. When she caught sight of the book, something went up and flickered in her eyes a sort of triumph. You couldn't help thinking that she had left it lying about on purpose, so that Papa should see it. He stood waiting till she had sat down. He handed the book to her. His eyes gleamed. "When you come here," he said, "you will be good enough to leave James Martineau behind you." Mama looked up, startled. "You don't mean to say you've brought that man's books into the house?" "You can see for yourself, Caroline," said Aunt Lavie. "I don't want to see." "No, Mary, it has nothing to do with you." Mama was smiling nervously. You would have supposed that she thought James Martineau funny, but the least bit improper. "But look, Mama, it's his endeavors after the Christian life." Her mother took up the book and put it down as if it had bitten her. Christian life, indeed. What right has James Martineau to call himself a Christian, when he denies Christ the Lord who bought him, and makes no secret of it? How can you respect an infidel who uses Christ's name to cover up his blasphemy? Aunt Lavie was smiling now. "I thought you said he made no secret of it." Mama said, "You know very well what I mean. If you knew Dr. Martineau." "You've no business to know him," Emilius said, "when your brother Victor and I disapprove of him." Emilius was carving chicken. He had an air of kindly, luscious hospitality, hesitating between the two flawless breasts. "Dr. Martineau is the wisest and holiest man I ever knew," said Aunt Lavie. "I dare say your sister Charlotte thinks Mr. Marriott the wisest and the holiest man she ever knew." He settled the larger breast on Aunt Lavie's plate and laid on it one perfect star of beetroot. He could do that while he insulted her. "Oh, Papa, you are a BR." Aunt Lavie shook her gentle head. "Lavinia, dear," Mama's voice was gentle, "did you have a nice service?" "Very nice, thank you." "Did you go to St. Mary's or the parish church?" Aunt Lavie's straight, flat chin trembled slightly. Her pale eyes lightened. "I went to neither." "Then where did you go?" "If you insist on knowing, Caroline, I went to Mr. Robson's church." "You went to Mr. the Unitarian chapel." "To the Unitarian chapel." "Emilius, you would have thought that Aunt Lavie had hit Mama and hurt her." Emilius took up his table napkin and wiped his mustache carefully. He was quite horribly calm. "You will oblige me by not going there again," he said. "You forget that I went every Sunday when we were in Liverpool. You forget that is the reason why you left Liverpool. Only one of the reasons, I think. Can you tell me what reason you have for going now? Beyond your desire to make yourself different from other people. Aren't Unitarians other people?" She poured out a glass of water and drank. She was giving herself time. "My reason," she said, "is that I have joined the Unitarian Church." Mama put down her knife and fork. Her lips opened, and her face turned suddenly sharp and sallow, as if she were going to faint. "You don't mean to say you've gone over?" "Then God help poor Charlotte." Emilius steadied himself to speak. "Does Victor know?" he said. "Yes." "He knows." "You have consulted him, and you have not consulted me. You made me promise not to talk about it." "I have kept my promise." Mary was sure then that Aunt Lavie had left the book open on purpose. She had laid a trap for Emilius, and he had fallen into it. "If you will hold infamous opinions, you must be made to keep them to yourself." "I have a perfect right to my opinions." "You have no right to make an open profession of them." The law is more tolerant than you, Emilius. There is a moral law and a law of honor. You are not living by yourself. As long as you are in Victor's house, the least you can do is to avoid giving offense. Have you no consideration for your family? You say you came here to be near us. Have you thought of us? Have you thought of the children? Do you expect Caroline to go to Victor's house if she's to meet the Unitarian minister and his wife? You will be cutting yourself off completely, Lavinia, Mama said. From what? From everybody. People don't call on nonconformists. If there were no higher grounds. Oh, Caroline, Aunt Lavie breathed on a long sigh. It's all very well for you. But you might think of your sister Charlotte, Mama said. Papa's beard jerked. He drew in his breath with a savage guttural noise. Ugh. What's the good of talking? He had gone on eating all the time. There was a great pile of chicken bones on his plate. Aunt Lavie turned. Emilius, for 33 years, her voice broke as she quivered under her loaded anguish. For 33 years you've shouted me down. You haven't let me call my soul my own. Yet it is my own. There, please, please, Mama said, don't let us have any more of it, just as Aunt Lavie was beginning to get a word in edgeways. Mama, that isn't fair, you must let her speak. Yes. You must let me speak. Aunt Lavie's voice thickened in her throat. I won't have any discussion of Unitarianism here, said Papa. It's you who have been discussing it, not I. It is really Papa. First you began. Then Mama. Mama said, if you've finished your supper, Mary, you can go. But I haven't. I've not had any trifle yet. She thought, they don't want me to hear them, but I've a right to sit here and eat trifle. They know they can't turn me out. I haven't done anything. Aunt Lavie went on. I've only one thing to say, Emilius. You've asked me to think of Victor and Charlotte, and you and Caroline and the boys and Mary. Have you once in 33 years for a single minute thought of me? Certainly I have. It's partly for your own sake, I object to your disgracing yourself. As if your sister, Charlotte, wasn't disgrace enough. Aunt Lavie drew herself up stiff and straight in her white shawl like a martyr in her flame. You might keep Charlotte out of it, I think. I might. Charlotte can't help herself. You can. At this point, Mama burst into tears and left the room. Now, he said, I hope you're satisfied. Mary answered him. I think you ought to be, Papa, if you've been bullying Aunt Lavie for 33 years. Don't you think it's about time you stopped? Emilius stared at his daughter. His face flushed slowly. I think, he said, it's time you went to bed. It isn't my bedtime for another hour yet. A low murmur from Aunt Lavie. Don't, Mary, don't. She went on. It was you who made Mama cry, not Aunt Lavie. It always frightens her when you shout at people. You know Aunt Lavie's a perfect saint, besides being lots cleverer than anybody in this house, except Mark. You get her by herself when she's tired out with Aunt Charlotte. You insult her religion. You say the beastliest things you can think of. Her father pushed back his chair. They rose and looked at each other. You wouldn't dare to do it if Mark was here. He strode to the door and opened it. His arm made a crescent gesture that cleared space of her. Go. Go upstairs. Go to bed. I don't care where I go now, I've said it. Upstairs in her bed, she still heard Aunt Lavie's breaking voice. For 33 years, for 33 years. The scene rose again and swam before her and fell to pieces. Ideas echoes images. Religion, the truth of God. Her father's voice booming over the table. Aunt Lavie's voice breaking. A pile of stripped chicken bones on her father's plate. Aunt Lavie was getting ready to go away. She held up her nightgown to her chin, smoothing and folding back the sleeves. You thought of her going to bed in the ugly, yellow flannel nightgown, not caring, lying in bed and thinking about God. Mary was sorry that Aunt Lavie was going. As long as she was there, you felt that if only she would talk, everything would at once become more interesting. She thrilled you with that look of having something that she wouldn't talk about up her sleeve. The encyclopedia man said that Unitarianism was a kind of pantheism. Perhaps that was it. Perhaps she knew the truth about God. Aunt Lavy would know whether she ought to tell her mother. Aunt Lavy, if you loved somebody and you found out that their religion wasn't true, would you tell them or wouldn't you? It would depend on whether they were happy in their religion or not. Supposing you'd found out one that was more true and much more beautiful, and you thought it would make them happier. Aunt Lavy raised her long, stubborn chin. In her face there was a cold exultation and a sudden hardness. No religion was ever more true or more beautiful than Christianity, she said. There's pantheism. Aren't Unitarians a kind of pantheists? Aunt Lavy's white face flushed. Unitarians pantheists? Who's been talking to you about pantheism? Nobody. Nobody knows about it. I had to find out. The less you find out about it, the better. Aunt Lavy, you're talking like Mr. Propart. Supposing I honestly think pantheism's true. You've no right to think anything about it, Aunt Lavy said. Now you're talking like Papa. And I did so hope you wouldn't. I only meant that it takes more time than you've lived to find out what honest thinking is. When you're 20 years older, you'll know what this opinion of yours is worth. I know what it's worth to me now, this minute. Is it worth making your mother miserable? That's what Mark would say. How did you know I was thinking of Mama? Because that's what my brother Victor said to me. Romans 6. The queer thing was that none of them seemed to think the truth could possibly matter on its own account, or that anything mattered besides being happy or miserable. Yet everybody, except Aunt Lavy, was determined that everybody else should be happy in their way by believing what they believed. And when it came to pantheism, even Aunt Lavy couldn't live and let live. You could see that deep down inside her. It made her more furious than Unitarianism made Papa. Mary saw that she was likely to be alone in her adventure. It appeared to her more than ever as a journey into a beautiful, quiet yet exciting country where you could go on and on. The mere pleasure of being able to move enchanted her. But nobody would go with her. Nobody knew. Nobody cared. There was Spinoza, but Spinoza had been dead for ages. Now she came to think of it, she had never heard anybody, not even Mr. Propart, speak of Spinoza. It would be worse for her than it had ever been for Aunt Lavy, who had actually known Dr. Martineau. Dr. Martineau was not dead, and if he had been, there were still lots of Unitarian ministers alive all over England. And in the end, Aunt Lavy had broken loose and gone into her Unitarian chapel. She thought not till after Grandmamma was dead. Till years after Grandmamma was dead. She thought, of course I'd die rather than tell Mama. Romans 7. Aunt Lavy had gone. Mr. Parrish had taken her away in his wagonette. At lessons, Mama complained that you were not attending. But she was not attending herself, and when sewing time came, she showed what she had been thinking about. What were you doing in Aunt Lavy's room this morning? She looked up sharply over the socks piled before her for darning. Only talking. Was Aunt Lavy talking to you about her opinions? No, Mama. Has she ever talked to you? Of course not. She wouldn't if she promised not to. I don't know even now what Unitarianism is. What do Unitarians believe in? Goodness knows, her mother said. Nothing that's any good to them, you may be sure. Mary went on darning. The coarse wool of the socks irritated her fingers. It caught in a split nail, setting her teeth on edge. If you went on darning forever, if you went on darning, Mama would be pleased. She had not suspected anything. Roman 8. Full fathom 5 thy father lies, of his bones are coral made, those are pearls that were his eyes. Nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. Between the lovely lines she could hear Mama say, they all scamp their work. You would require a resident carpenter and a resident glazier. And Mrs. Farmer's soft drawl spinning out the theme, and a resident plumber. Yes, Mrs. Olivier, you really would. Mr. and Mrs. Farmer had called and stayed to tea. Across the room you could see his close, hatchet nose and straggly beard. Every now and then his small, greenish eyes lifted and looked at you. Impossible that you had ever enjoyed going to Mrs. Farmer's to see the baby. It was like something that had happened to somebody else, a long time ago. Mrs. Farmer was always having babies, and always asking you to go and see them. She couldn't understand that, as you grew older, you left off caring about babies. We are such stuff as dreams are made of. The bishop confirmation opportunity. Even Mama owned that Mr. Farmer never knew when it was time to go. As dreams are made of, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. The universe is nothing but the spectacle of the dreams of God. Or was it the thoughts of God? Confirmation Parish Church Bishop. Confirmation. She had seen a confirmation once, years ago. Girls in white dresses and long white veils, like brides, shining behind the square black windows of the Brewhams. Dora and Effie Draper. Effie leaned forward. Her pretty, piercing face looked out through the black pane, not seeing anything, trying greedily to be seen. Big boys and girls knelt down in rows before the bishop, and his sleeves went flapping up and down over them like bolsters in the wind. Mr. Farmer was looking at her again, as if he had an idea in his head. Roman 9. The church service was open at the 39 Articles. Mama had pushed Dr. Smith's History of England away. "Do you think," she said, "you could say the Catechism and the Athanasian Creed straight through without stopping?" "I dare say I could if I tried." "Why?" "Because Mr. Farmer will want to examine you." "Whatever for?" "Because," her mother said, "there's going to be a confirmation. It's time you were thinking about being confirmed." "Confirmed? Me? And why not you?" "Well, I haven't got to be, have I?" "You will have, sooner or later. So you may as well begin to think about it now." Confirmation. She had never thought about it as a real thing that might happen to her, that would happen, sooner or later, if she didn't do something to stop Mr. Farmer and Mama. I'm thinking tight. Tight? Tight? Her mind, in agony, pinned itself to one point, how she could stop her mother without telling her. Beyond that point she couldn't see clearly. You see, I don't want to be confirmed." "You don't want?" "You might as well say you didn't want to be a Christian." "Don't worry, Mama darling. I only want to stay as I am." "I must worry. I'm responsible for you as long as you're not confirmed. You forget that I'm your godmother as well as your mother." She had forgotten it. And Papa and Uncle Victor were her godfathers. What did your godfathers and godmothers then for you? They did promise and vow 3 things in my name. They had actually done it. First, that I should renounce. Secondly, that I should believe all the articles of the Christian faith. The Christian faith, the Catholic faith. Which faith except everyone do keep whole and undefiled. Without doubt he shall perish everlastingly. And the Catholic faith is this, that we worship one God in Trinity and Trinity in unity. They had promised and vowed all that. In her name. What right had they? What right had they? "You're not a baby anymore," her mother said. "That's what I mean. I was a baby when you went and did it. I knew nothing about it. You can't make me responsible." "It's we who are responsible," her mother said. "I mean for your vows and promises, Mama darling. If you'll let me off my responsibility, I'll let you off yours." "Now," her mother said, "you're prevaricating. That means you'll never let me off. If I don't do it now, I'll have to do it next year or the next. You may feel more seriously about it next year. Or next week," her mother said. "Meanwhile, you'll learn the 39 Articles. Read them through first." 9. Of original or birth sin. Original sin is the fault and corruption of the nature of every man, whereby man is far gone from original righteousness, and is of his own nature inclined to evil, so that the flesh lusteth always contrary to the spirit. And therefore in every person born into this world it deserveth God's wrath and damnation. "Don't look like that," her mother said, "as if your wits were wool gathering." Wool, she could see herself smiling at her mother, disagreeably. Wool gathering. Gathering wool. The room was full of wool flying about, hanging in the air and choking you. Clogging your mind. Old gray wool out of pew cushions that people had sat on for centuries, full of dirt. Wool spun out, wound round you, woven in a net. You were tangled and strangled in a net of unclean wool. They caught you in it when you were a baby a month old. Mama, Papa, and Uncle Victor. You would have to cut and tug and kick and fight your way out. They were caught in it themselves, they couldn't get out. They didn't want to get out. The wool stopped their minds working. They hated it when their minds worked, when anybody's mind worked. Aunt Lavvy's yours. A 13. Of works before justification. Works done before the grace of Christ, and the inspiration of his Spirit, are not pleasant to God, forasmuch as they spring not of faith in Jesus Christ. Yea, rather, for that they are not done as God hath willed and commanded them to be done, we doubt not but they have the nature of sin. Do you really believe that, Mama? Of course I believe it. All our righteousness is filthy rags. People's goodness. People's kindness. The sweet, beautiful things they did for each other. The brave, noble things, the things Mark did, filthy rags. This religion of theirs was filthy, ugly, like the shiny black covers of their Bibles where their fingers left a gray, greasy smear. Filthy and frightful, like funerals. You might as well be buried alive, 5 coffins deep in a pit of yellow clay. Mama couldn't really believe it. You would have to tell her it wasn't true. Not telling her meant that you didn't think she cared about the truth. You insulted her if you supposed she didn't care. Mark would say you insulted her. Even if it hurt her a bit at first, you insulted her if you thought she couldn't bear it. And afterwards she would be happy, because she would be free. It's no use, Mama. I shan't ever want to be confirmed. Want. You ought to want then. You say you believe the Christian faith. Now. A clean, quick cut. No jagged ends hanging. That's it. I don't believe a single word of it. She couldn't look at her mother. She didn't want to see her cry. You've found that out, have you? You've been mighty quick about it. I found it out ages ago. But I didn't mean to tell you. Her mother was not crying. You needn't tell me now, she said. You don't suppose I'm going to believe it. Not crying. Smiling. A sort of cunning and triumphant smile. You just want an excuse for not learning those 39 articles. Roman 14. Mama was crying. Papa had left the dining room. Mary sat at the foot of the table, and her mother at the head. The space between was covered and piled with Mark's kit. The socks, the pocket handkerchiefs, the vests, the fine white pajamas. The hanging white globes of the Gaislier shone on them. All day Mary had been writing Emmy. Olivier, Emmy. Olivier, in clear, hard letters like print. The iridescent ink was gray on the white linen and lawn, black when you stamped with the hot iron. Emmy. Olivier. Mama was embroidering Emmyo. In crimson silk on a black sock. Mark was in the army now, in the Royal Field Artillery. He was going to India. In 2 weeks, before the middle of April, he would be gone. They had known this so long that now and then they could forget it. They could be glad that Mark should have all those things, so many more, and more beautiful than he had ever had. They were appeased with their labor of forming, over and over again, the letters, clear and perfect, of his name. Then Papa had come in and said that Dan was not going to live at home anymore. He had taken rooms in Bloomsbury with young Vickers. Dan had not gone to Cambridge when he left Chelmsford, as Mama had intended. There hadn't been enough money. Uncle Victor had paid for Mark's last year at Woolwich and for his outfit now. Some day Mama would pay him back again. Dan had gone first into Papa's office, then into Uncle Edward's office. He was in Uncle Victor's office now. Sometimes he didn't get home till after midnight. Sometimes when you went into his room to call him in the morning, he wasn't there. But there were the bedclothes turned down as Caddy had left them, with his nightshirt folded on the top. Her mother said, "I hope you're content now you've finished your work." "My work," her father said. "Yes, yours. You couldn't rest till you'd got the poor boy out of your office, and now you've turned him out of the house. I suppose you thought that with Mark going you'd better make a clean sweep. It'll be Roddy next. I didn't turn him out of the house. But it was about time he went. The young cub's temper is getting unbearable. I dare say. You ruined Dan's temper with your silly tease from morning till night. You can't see a dog without wanting to make it snap and snarl. It was the same with all the children. And when they turned, you bullied them. Just because you couldn't break Mark's spirit, you tried to crush Dan's. It's a wonder he has any temper left. Emilius stroked his beard. That's right. Stroke your beard as if nothing mattered but your pleasure. You'll be happy enough when Mark's gone. Emilius left off stroking his beard. You say I turned him out of the office, he said. Did he stay with Edward? Nobody could stay with Edward. You couldn't yourself. Ask Victor how long he thinks he'll keep him. What do you mean, Emilius? He didn't answer. He stood there, his lips pouting between his mustache and beard, his eyes smiling wickedly, as if he had just found out he could torment her more by not saying what he meant. If Dan went to the bad, she said, I wouldn't blame him. It would serve you right. Unless, she added, that's what you want. And she began to cry. She cried as a child cries, with spasms of sobbing, her pretty mouth spoiled, stretched wide, working like India rubber. Dull red blotches creeping up to the brown stains about her eyes. Her tears splashed onto the fine black silk web of the sock and sparkled there. Emilius had gone from the room, leaving the door open. Mary got up and shut it. She stood, hesitating. The helpless sobbing drew her, frightened her, stirred her to exasperation that was helpless too. Her mother had never been more intolerably dear. She went to her. She put her arm round her. Don't, Mama darling. Why do you let him torture you? He didn't turn Dan out of the office. He let him go because he can't afford to pay him enough. I know that as well as you, her mother said surprisingly. She drew herself from the protecting arm. Well then, but, oh, what a brute he is. What a brute. For shame to talk that way of your father. You've no right. You're the one that always goes scot-free. And beginning to cry again, she rose and went out, grasping Mark's sock in her convulsive hand. Mary, did you hear your mother say I bullied you? Her father had come back into the room. Yes, she said. Have I ever bullied you? She looked at him steadily. No. You would have done if Mama had loved me as much as she loves Mark. I wish you had. I wish you'd bullied the life out of me. I shouldn't have cared. I wish you'd hated me. Then I should have known she loved me. He looked at her in silence, with round, startled eyes. He understood. Roman 2. Ubique. The gunner's motto. Mark's motto, stamped on all the letters he would write. A blue gun on a blue gun carriage, the muzzle pointing to the left. The motto waving underneath. Ubique. At soldiers' funerals, the coffin was carried on a gun carriage and covered with a flag. Ubique quo fas et gloria ducunt. All through the excitement of the evening, it went on sounding in her head. It was Mark's coming-of-age party in the week before he went. The first time she could remember being important at a party. Her consciousness of being important was intense, exquisite. She was Sub-Lieutenant Mark Olivier's sister. His only one. And besides, she looked nice. Last year's white muslin, ironed out, looked as good as new. The blue sash really was new, and Mama had lent her one of her necklets, a turquoise heart on a thin gold chain. In the looking-glass, she could see her eyes shining under her square, brown fringe, spots of gold darting through brown crystal. Her brown hair shone red on the top and gold underneath. The side pieces, rolled above her ears and plaited behind, made a fillet for her back hair. Her back hair was too short. She tried to make it reach to her waist by pulling the curled tips straight, but they only sprang back to her shoulder blades again. It was unfortunate. Caddy, securing the wonderful fillet with a blue ribbon, told her not to be unhappy. She would do. Mama was beautiful in her lavender gray silk and her black jet cross with the diamond star. They all had to stand together, a little behind her, near the door, and shake hands with the people as they came in. Mary was surprised that they should shake hands with her before they shook hands with Mark. It didn't seem right somehow when it was his birthday. Everybody had come except Aunt Charlotte, even Mr. Marriott, though he was supposed to be afraid of parties. You couldn't ask Aunt Charlotte because of Mr. Marriott. There were the two Manistys, looking taller and leaner than ever. And there was Mrs. Draper with Dora and Effie. Mrs. Draper, black hawk's eyes in purple rings, white powder over crushed carmines, a black wing of hair folded over gray down. Effie's pretty, piercing face, small head poised to strike. Dora, a young likeness of Mrs. Draper, an old likeness of Effie, pretty when Effie wasn't there. When they looked at you, you saw that your muslin was not as good as new. When they looked at Mama, you saw that her lavender silk was old-fashioned, and that nobody wore black jet crosses now. You were frilly and floppy when everybody else was tight and straight in princess dresses. Mama was more beautiful than Mrs. Draper, and her hair anyhow was in the fashion, parted at the side, a soft brown wing folded over her left ear. But that made her look small and pathetic, a wounded bird. She ought not to have been made to look like that. You could hear Dora and Effie being kind to Mama. Dear Mrs. Olivier, indulgence, condescension. As if to an unfortunate and rather foolish person. Mark could see that. He was smiling, a hard, angry smile. Mrs. Draper was Mama's dearest friend. They could sit and talk to each other about nothing for hours together. In the holidays, Mrs. Draper used to be always coming over to talk to Mama, always bringing Dora and Effie with her, always asking Mark and Dan and Roddy to her house, always wondering why Mark never went. Dan went. Dan seemed as if he couldn't keep away. This year, Mrs. Draper had left off asking Mark and Dan and Roddy. She had left off bringing Dora and Effie with her. Mary wondered why she had brought them now, and why her mother had asked them. The Manistys. She had brought them for the Manistys. She wanted Mama to see what she had brought them for. And Mama had asked them because she didn't care, and wanted them to see that she didn't care, and that Mark didn't care either. If they only knew how Mark detested them with their dear Mrs. Olivier. Something was going on. She heard Uncle Victor saying to Aunt Lavy, Mark's party is a bit rough on Dan. Dan was trying to get to Effie through a gap in the group formed by the Manistys and two young subalterns, Mark's friends. Each time he did it, Mrs. Draper stopped him by moving somehow so as to fill the gap. He gave it up at last, to sit by himself at the bottom of the room, jammed into a corner between the chimney-piece and the rosewood cabinet, where he stared at Effie with hot, unhappy eyes. Supper. Mama was worried about the supper. She would have liked to have given them a nicer one, but there wasn't enough money. Besides, she was afraid of what Uncle Victor would think if they were extravagant. That was the worst of borrowing, Mark said. You couldn't spend so much afterwards. Still, there was enough wine yet in the cellar for 50 parties. You could see, now, some advantage in Papa's habit of never drinking any but the best wine and laying in a large stock of it while he could. Mary noticed that Papa and Dan drank the most. Perhaps Dan drank more than Papa. The smell of wine was over all the supper, spoiling it, sending through her nerves a reminiscent shiver of disgust. Mark brought her back into the dining room for the ice she hadn't had. Dan was there by himself, sitting in the place Effie had just left. Effie's glass had still some wine in it. You could see him look for the wet side of the rim and suck the drops that had touched her mouth. Something small and white was on the floor beside him. Effie's pocket handkerchief. He stooped for it. You could hear him breathing up the scent on it with big, sighing sobs. They slunk back into the drawing room. Mark asked her to play something. Make a noise, Minky. Perhaps they'll go. The Hungarian march, she could play it better than Mama. Mama never could see that the bass might be even more important than the treble. She was glad that she could play it better than Mama, and she hated herself for being glad. Mark stood by the piano and looked at her as she played. They talked under cover of the Droom-Droom-Droomera room. Mark, am I looking too awful? No. Pretty minx. Very pretty minx. We mustn't, Mark. They'll hear us. They'll think us idiots. I don't care if they do. Don't you wish they'd go? Clever minx. Clever paws. Mama passed and looked at them. Her face shrank and sharpened under the dropped wing of her hair. She must have heard what Mark said. She hated it when Mark talked and looked like that. She hated it when you played her music. Beethoven then. The Sonata Eroica was bound up with Violetta. the guards and Mabel waltzes and the pluie des pearls. Ubique quo fas et gloria ducunt. That was the meaning of the noble, serious, passionate music. Roddy called out, "Oh, not that dull old thing." No. Not that. There was the funeral march in it, Sul mort d'un héros. Mark was going away. Waldteufel, then. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Sustained thrum in the bass. 1 2 3. Thursday, Friday, 1 2 3. Saturday, Sunday. Beat of her thoughts, beat of the music in a sort of syncopated time. 1 2 3, Monday. On Tuesday, Mark would be gone. His eyes made her break off to look round. Dan had come back into the room, to his place between the cabinet and the chimney-piece. He stooped forward, his head hanging as if some weight dragged it. His eyes, turned up, staring at Effie, showed half-circles of bloodshot white. His face was flushed. A queer leaden-gray flush. Aunt Lavy sat beside him. She had her hand on his arm, to keep him quiet there in his corner. "Mark, what's the matter with Dan?" 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Something bumped against the glass door of the cabinet. A light tinkling crash of a broken pane. She could see slantwise as she went on playing. Dan was standing up. He swayed, feeling for the ledge of the cabinet. Then he started to come down the room, his head lowered, thrust forward, his eyes heavy with some earnest, somber purpose. He seemed to be hours, coming down the room by himself. Hours standing in the middle of the room, holding on to the parrot chair. "Mark, go on playing." He went to him. Roddy sprang up from somewhere. Hours while they were getting Dan away from the parrot chair to the door beside the piano. Hours between the opening and sudden slamming of the door. But she had not played a dozen bars. She went on playing. "Wait a minute, Effie." Effie was standing beside her, with her hand on the door. "I've lost my pocket handkerchief. I must have left it in the dining room." "I know I left it in the dining room," she said, fussing. Mary got up. "All right. I'll fetch it." She opened the door and shut it again quickly. "I can't go yet." Roman 3. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday passed, each with a separate, hurrying pace that quickened towards bedtime. Mark's last night. She had left her door open so that she could hear him come upstairs. He came and sat on her bed, as he used to do years ago when she was afraid of the ghost in the passage. "I shan't be away forever, Minky." "Only 5 years." "Yes, but you'll be 26 then, and I shall be 19. We shan't be ourselves. I shall be myself. 5 years isn't really long. You'll like it, Mark. There'll be jungles with bisons and tigers." "Yes. Jungles. And polo." "Shan't be able to go in for polo." "Why not?" "Ponies. Too expensive." They sat silent. "What I don't like," Mark said in a sleepy voice, "is leaving Papa." "Papa." He really meant it. "Wish I'd been decenter to him," he said. "And then, Minky, you'll be kind to little mama." "Oh, Mark, aren't I?" "Not always. Not when you say funny things about the Bible. You say funny things yourself." "Yes, but she thinks I don't mean them, so it doesn't matter." "She thinks I don't mean them either." "Well, let her go on thinking it. Do what she wants even when it's beastly. It's all very well for you. She doesn't want you to learn the 39 articles. What would you do if she did?" "Learn them, of course. Lie about them if that would please her." She thought Mama didn't want him to be a soldier. As if he knew what she was thinking, he said, "She doesn't really mind my going into the army." I knew she wouldn't. Besides, I had to. "Yes. I'll make it up to her," he said. "I won't do any other thing she wouldn't like. I won't marry. I won't play polo. I'll live on my pay and give poor Victor back his money. And there's one good thing about it. Pop'll be happier when I'm not here." Roman 4. Mark. Menki. He had said good night and gone to his room, and come back again to hold her still tighter in his arms. "What?" "Nothing," he said. "Only good night. Tomorrow no lingering and no words." Mark's feet quick in the passage. A door shut too, a short, crushing embrace before he turned from her to her mother. Her mother and she alone together in the emptied room, turning from each other without a word. V. The wallflowers had grown up under the south side of the garden wall, a hedge of butterfly brown and saffron. They gave out a hot, velvet smell, like roses and violets laced with mignonette. Mama stood looking at the wallflowers, smiling at them, happy, as if Mark had never gone. As if Mark had never gone. Roman 15. Mama whispered to Mrs. Draper, and Aunt Bella whispered to Mama, 14. They always made a mystery about being 14. They ought to have told her. Her thoughts about her mother went up and down. Mama was not helpless. She was not gentle. She was not really like a wounded bird. She was powerful and rather cruel. You could only appease her with piles of hemmed sheets and darned stockings. If you didn't take care, she would get hold of you and never rest till she had broken you, or turned and twisted you to her own will. She would say it was God's will. She would think it was God's will. They might at least have told you about the pain. The knives of pain. You had to clench your fists till the fingernails bit into the palms. Over the ear of the sofa cushions, she could feel her hot eyes looking at her mother with resentment. She thought, you had no business to have me. You had no business to have me. Somebody else's eyes. Somebody else's thoughts. Not yours. Not yours. Mama got up and leaned over you and covered you with the rug. Her white face quivered above you in the dusk. Her mouth pushed out to yours, making a small sound like a moan. You heard yourself cry, "Mama, Mama, you are adorable." That was you. Roman 2. And as if Mark had never gone, as if that awful thing had never happened to Dan, as if she had never had those thoughts about her mother, her hidden happiness came back to her. Unhappiness only pushed it to a longer rhythm. Nothing could take it away. Anything might bring it. The smell of the white dust on the road, the wind when it came up out of nowhere and brushed the young wheat blades, beat the green flats into slopes where the white light rippled and ran like water, set the green fields shaking and tossing like a green sea. The 5 elm trees, stiff, ecstatic dancers, holding out the broken ladder pattern of their skirts. Haunting rhymes, sudden cadences, the grave U-beak sounding through the Beethoven sonata. Its thrill of reminiscence passed into the thrill of premonition, of something about to happen to her. Roman 16. Poems made of the white dust, of the wind in the green corn, of the 5 trees, they would be the most beautiful poems in the world. Sometimes the images of these things would begin to move before her with persistence, as if they were going to make a pattern. She could hear a thin cling-clang, a moving white pattern of sound that, when she tried to catch it, broke up and flowed away. The image pattern and the sound pattern belonged to each other, but when she tried to bring them together, they fell apart. That came of reading too much Byron. How was it that patterns of sound had power to haunt and excite you? Like the Potnia nux, that she found in the discarded Longfellow, stuck before his Voices of the Night. Potnia nux, hypnodotira tun polyponon broton, erebothen ithai mole catapteros tun agamnonian epidamen. She wished she knew Greek. The patterns the sounds made were so hard and still. And there were bits of patterns, snapped off, throbbing wounds of sound that couldn't heal. Lines out of Mark's Homer. Mark's Greek books had been taken from her 5 years ago, when Rodney went to Chelmsford. And they had come back with Rodney this Easter. They stood on the shelf in Mark's bedroom, above his writing table. One day she found her mother there, dusting and arranging the books. Besides the little shabby Oxford Homers, there were an Aeschylus, a Sophocles, 2 volumes of Aristophanes, clean and new, 3 volumes of Euripides, and a Greek Testament. On the table, a well-preserved Greek anthology, bound in green, with the owner's name J.C. Ponsonby stamped on it in gilt letters. She remembered Jimmy giving it to Mark. She took the Iliad from its place and turned over the torn, discolored pages. Her mother looked up, annoyed and uneasy, like a child disturbed in the possession of its toys. "Mark's books are to be kept where Mark put them," she said. "But Mama, I want them." Never in her life had she wanted anything so much as those books. "When will you learn not to want what isn't yours? Mark doesn't want them, or he'd have taken them." He'd give them me if he was here. He isn't here. I won't have them touched till he comes back. But Mama darling, I may be dead. I've had to wait 5 years as it is. Wait. What for, I should like to know. To learn Greek, of course. Her mother's face shivered with repugnance. It was incredible that anybody should hate a poor dead language so. Just because Mark learnt Greek, you think you must try. I thought you'd grown out of all that tiresome affectation. It was funny when you were a little thing, but it isn't funny now. Her mother sat down to show how tired she was of it. It's just silly vanity. Mary's heart made a queer and startling movement, as if it turned over and dashed itself against her ribs. There was a sudden swelling and aching in her throat. Her head swam slightly. The room, Mark's room, with Mark's white bed in one corner and Dan's white bed in the other, had changed. It looked like a room she had never been in before. She had never seen that mahogany washstand and the grayish-blue flowers on the jug and basin. The person sitting on the yellow-painted bedroom chair was a stranger who wore, unaccountably, a brown dress and a gold watch chain with a gold tassel that she remembered. She had an odd feeling that this person had no right to wear her mother's dress and her chain. The flash of queerness was accompanied by a sense of irreparable disaster. Everything had changed. She heard herself speaking steadily, with the voice of a changed and unfamiliar person. Mark doesn't think it's vanity. You only think it is because you want to. The mind of this unfamiliar self had a remorseless lucidity that seemed to her more shocking than anything she could imagine. It went on as if urged by some supreme necessity. You're afraid. Afraid. It seemed to her that her mother really was afraid. Afraid. And what of, her mother said. The flash went out, leaving her mind dark suddenly and defeated. I don't know what of. I only know you're afraid. That's an awful thing for any child to say to any mother. Just because I won't let you have your own way in everything. Until your will is resigned to God's, well, I may well be afraid. How do you know God doesn't want me to know Greek? He may want it as much as I do. And if you did know it, what good would it do you? She stood staring at her mother, not answering. She knew the sound patterns were beautiful, and that was all she knew. Beauty. Beauty could be hurt and frightened away from you. If she talked about it now, she would expose it to outrage. Though she knew that she must appear to her mother to be stubborn and stupid, even sinful, she put her stubbornness, her stupidity, her sinfulness, between it and her mother to defend it. I can't tell you, she said. No. I don't suppose you can. Her mother followed up the advantage given her. You just go about dreaming and mooning, as if there was nothing else in the wide world for you to do. I can't think what's come over you. You used to be content to sit still and sew by the hour together. You were more help to me when you were 10 than you are now. The other day, when I asked you to darn a hole in your own stocking, you looked as if I'd told you to go to your funeral. It's time you began to take an interest in looking after the house. There's enough to keep you busy most of your time if you only did the half of it. Is that what you want me to be, Mama? A servant like Caddy? Poor Caddy. If you were more like Caddy, her mother said, you'd be happier than you are now, I can tell you. Caddy is never disagreeable or disobedient or discontented. No. But perhaps Caddy's mother thinks she is. She thought she is afraid. Do you suppose, her mother said, it's any pleasure to me to find fault with my only daughter? If you weren't my only daughter, perhaps I shouldn't find fault. Her new self answered again, implacable in its lucidity. You mean, if you'd had a girl you could do what you liked with, you'd have let me alone. You'd have let me alone if you could have done what you liked with Mark. She noticed, as if it had a separate and significant existence, her mother's hand lying on the green cover of the Greek anthology. If you were like Mark, if you were only like him. If I only were. Mark never hurt me. Mark never gave me a minute's trouble in his life. He went into the army. He had a perfect right to go into the army. Silence. Minky, you'll be kind to little Mama. A hard, light sound, the vexed fingers tap-tapping on the book. Her mother rose suddenly, pushing the book from her. There, take Mark's books. Take everything. Go your own way. You always have done, you always will. Someday you'll be sorry for it. She was sorry for it now, miserable, utterly beat. Her new self seemed to her a devil that possessed her. She hated it. She hated the books. She hated everything that separated her and made her different from her mother and from Mark. Her mother went past her to the door. "Mama, I didn't mean it, Mama." Before she could reach the door, it shut between them. Roman II. The library at Five Elms was very small. Emilius used it as a smoking room, but it was lined with books. Where the rows of shelves met the shutter cases, a fold of window curtain overlapped their ends. On the fifth shelf, covered by the curtain, she found the 4 volumes of Shelley's poetical works, half-bound in marble paper and black leather. She had passed them scores of times in her hunt for something to read. Percy Bysshe Shelley. Percy Bysshe, what a silly name. She had thought of him as she thought of Alison's History of Europe in 17 volumes, and the poems of Cornwall and Leigh Hunt. Books you wouldn't read if you were on a desert island. There was something about Shelley in Byron's life and letters. Something she had read and forgotten that persisted, struggled to make itself remembered. Shelley's pantheism. The pages of Shelley were very clean. They stuck together lightly at the edges, like the pages of the encyclopedia at Pantheism and Spinoza. Whatever their secret was, you would have to find it for yourself. Table of Contents poems written in 1816, Hymn to Intellectual Beauty. She read that first. Sudden thy shadow fell on me. I shrieked and clasped my hands in ecstasy. It had happened to Shelley too. He knew how you felt when it happened. Only you didn't shriek. It was a real thing then that did happen to people. She read the Ode to a Skylark, the Ode to the West Wind and Adenise. All her secret happiness was there. Shelley knew about the queerness of the sharp white light and the sudden stillness when the gray of the fields turns to violet, the clear, hard stillness that covers the excited throbbing of the light. Life, like a dome of many-colored glass, stains the white radiance of eternity. Colors were more beautiful than white radiance. But that was because of the light. The more light there was in them, the more beautiful they were. It was their real life. One afternoon Mr. Propart called. He came into the library to borrow a book. "And what are you so deep in?" he said. Shelley. Shelley. Shelley, he looked at her. A kind, considering look. She liked his gray face with its tired keenness. She thought he was going to say something interesting about Shelley, but he only smiled his thin, drooping smile, and presently he went away with his book. Next morning, the Shelleys were not in their place behind the curtain. Somebody had moved them to the top shelf. Caddy brought the stepladder. In the evening they were gone. Mr. Propart must have borrowed them. Roman III. To this, then, comes our whole argument respecting the 4th kind of madness, on account of which anyone, who, on seeing the beauty in this lower world, being reminded of the true, begins to recover his wings, and having recovered them, longs to soar aloft, but being unable to do it, looks upwards like a bird, and despising things below, is deemed to be affected with madness. Beauty in itself. In itself beauty and beautiful things. She had never thought about it that way before. It would be like the white light and the colors. Plato, discovered in looking for the lost Shelleys, thus consoled her. The Plato of Bohn's library. Carries English for Plato's Greek. Slab upon slab. No hard, still sound patterns. Gray slabs of print, shining with an inner light Plato's thought. Her happiness was there too. Roman 17. The French nephew was listening. He had been listening for quite a long time, 10 minutes perhaps, ever since they had turned off the railway bridge into Leigh Street. They had known each other for exactly 4 hours and 17 minutes. She had gone to the draper's for tea. Rodney had left her on their doorstep, and he had found her there and had brought her into the dining room. That, he declared, was at 5 o'clock, and it was now 17 minutes past 9 by his watch, which he showed her. It had begun at tea time. When he listened, he turned round excitedly in his chair. He stooped, bringing his eyes level with yours. When he talked, he tossed back his head and stuck out his sharp bearded chin. She was not sure that she liked his eyes. Hot black. Smoky blurs like breath on glass. Old, tired eyelids. Or his funny, sallowish face, narrowing to the black chin beard. Ugly one minute, nice the next. It moved too much. He could say all sorts of things with it, and with his shoulders and his hands. Mrs. Draper said that was because he was half French. He was showing her how French verse should be read when Rodney came for her, and Dr. Draper sent Rodney away and kept her for dinner. The French nephew was taking her home now. They had passed the crook of the road. And all this time, she said, I don't know your name. Morris Jourdain. I know yours, Mary Olivier. I like it. You wouldn't if you were me and your father kept on saying, Mary, Mary, quite contrary, and Mary had a little lamb. Fathers will do these cruel things. It's a way they have. Papa isn't cruel. Only he's so awfully fond of Mama that he can't think about us. He doesn't mind me so much. Oh, he doesn't mind you so much. No. It's Mark he can't stand. Who is Mark? My brother. Mark is a soldier Royal Artillery. Lucky Mark. I was to have been a soldier. Why weren't you? My mother wouldn't have liked it. So I had to give it up. How you must have loved her. Mark loves my mother more than anything, but he couldn't have done that. Perhaps Mark hasn't got to provide for his mother and his sisters. I had. And I had to go into a disgusting business to do it. OH. He was beautiful inside. He did beautiful things. She was charmed, suddenly, by his immaterial beauty. She thought he must be ever so old. But it's made them love you awfully, hasn't it? She said. His shoulders and eyebrows lifted. He made a queer movement with his hands, palms outwards. He stood still in the path, turned to her straight and tall. He looked down at her, his lips jerked, the hard, sharp smile bared narrow teeth. The more you do for people, the less they love you, he said. Your people must be very funny. No. No. They're simply pious, Orthodox Christians, and I don't believe in Christianity. I'm an atheist. I don't believe their God exists. I hope he doesn't. They wouldn't mind so much if I were a villain, too, but it's awkward for them when they find an infidel practicing any of the Christian virtues. My eldest sister, Ruth, would tell you that I am a villain. She doesn't really think it. Doesn't she? My dear child, she's got to think it or give up her belief. She could see the gable end of 5 Elms now. It would soon be over. When they got to the garden gate, it was over. I suppose, he said, I must shut the prison door. They looked at each other through the bars and laughed. When shall I see you again? He said. Roman 2. She had seen him again. She could count the times on the fingers of one hand. Once, when he came to dinner with Dr. and Mrs. Draper, once at Sunday supper with the Drapers after church, once on a Saturday when Mrs. Draper asked her to tea again, and once when he called to take her for a walk in the fields. Mama had lifted her eyebrows and Mrs. Draper said, nonsense. He's old enough to be her father. The green corn stood above her ankles then. This was the 5th time. The corn rose to her waist. The ears were whitening. You're the only person besides Mark who listens. There was Jimmy. But that was different. He didn't know things. He's a darling, but he doesn't know things. Who is Jimmy? Mark's friend and mine. Where is he? In Australia. He can't ever come back, so I shall never see him again. I'm glad to hear it. A sudden, dreadful doubt. She turned to him in the narrow path. You aren't laughing at me, are you? You don't think I'm shamming and showing off? I. Laughing at you. My poor child, no. They don't understand that you can really love words' beautiful sounds. And thoughts. Love them awfully, as if they were alive. As if they were people. They are alive. They're better than people. You know the best of your Shelley and Plato and Spinoza. Instead of the worst. I should have liked to have known them too. Sometimes I pretend that I do know them. That they're alive. That they're here. Saying things and listening. They're kind. They never misunderstand. They never lose their tempers. You mustn't do that, he said sharply. Why not? It isn't good for you. Talk to me. I'm alive. I'm here, I'll listen. I'll never misunderstand. I'll never lose my temper. You aren't always here. He smiled secretly with straight lips, under the funny, frizzy French mustache. And when he spoke again, he looked old and wise, like an uncle. Wait, he said. Wait a bit. Wait 3 years. 3 years, she said. 3 years before we can go for another walk. He shouted laughter and drew it back with a groan. She couldn't tell him that she pretended he was there when he was not there, that she created situations. He was ill and she nursed him. She could feel the weight of his head against her arm and his forehead hot under her hand. She had felt her hands to see whether they would be nice enough to put on Mr. Jourdain's forehead. They were rather nice, cool and smooth, the palms brushed together with a soft, swishing sound like fine silk. He was poor and she worked for him. He was in danger and she saved him. From a runaway horse, from a furious dog, from a burning house, from a lunatic with a revolver. It made her sad to think how unlikely it was that any of these things would ever happen. Roman 3. Mr. Jourdain, I am going to school. The corn was reaped and carried. The 5 elms stood high above the shallow stubble. My poor Mary, is it possible? Yes. Mama says she's been thinking of it for a long time. Don't be too hard on your mother till you're quite sure it wasn't my aunt. It may have been both of them. Anyhow, it's awful. Just when I was so happy. Just when I was so happy, he said. But that's the sort of thing they do. I knew you'd be sorry for me. Roman 18. She was shut up with Papa, tight, in the narrow cab that smelt of the mews. Papa, sitting slantways, nearly filled the cab. He was quiet and sad, almost as if he were sorry she was going. His sadness and quietness fascinated her. He had a mysterious, wonderful secret life going on in him. Funny you should think of it for the first time in the cab. Supposing you stroked his hand. Better not. He mightn't like it. Not 40 minutes from Liverpool Street to Victoria. If only cabs didn't smell so. Roman 2. The small, ugly houses streamed past, backs turned to the train, stuck together, rushing in from the country. Gray streets trying to cut across the stream, getting nowhere, carried past sideways on. Don't look at the houses. Shut your eyes and remember. Her father's hand on her shoulder. His face at the carriage window, looking for her. A girl moving back, pushing her to it. Papa. Why hadn't she loved him all the time? Why hadn't she liked his beard? His nice, brown, silky beard. His poor beard. Mama's face in the hall, breaking up suddenly. Her tears in your mouth. Her arms crushing you. Mama's face at the dining room window. Tears pricking, cutting your eyelids. Blink them back before the girls see them. Don't think of Mama. The Thames. Barking Creek goes into the Thames, and the Roding goes into Barking Creek. Yesterday, the last walk with Roddy, across Barking Flats to the river, over the dry, sallow grass, the wind blowing in their faces. Roddy's face, beautiful like Mama's, his mouth, white at the edges. Roddy gasping in the wind, trying to laugh, his heart thumping. Roddy was excited when he saw the tall masts of the ships. He had wanted to be a sailor. Dan's face when he said goodbye, his hurt, unhappy eyes, the little dark, furry mustache trying to come. Tibby's eyes. Dank wanted to marry Effie. Mark was the only one who got what he wanted. Better not think of Dank. She looked shyly at her companions. The stout lady in brown, sitting beside her. Kind, thin mouth, pursed to look important. Dull, kind eyes trying to be wise and sharp behind spectacles, between curtains of dead hair. A grand manner, excessively polite on the platform to Papa Miss Lambert. The 3 girls, all facing them. Pam Quinn, flaxen pigtail, grown-up nose. Polite mouth, buttoned, little flaxen and pink old lady, Pam Quinn talking about her 13th birthday. Lucy Elliott, red pigtail, suddenly sad in her corner, innocent white face, gray eyes blinking to swallow her tears. Frances Elliott, hay-colored pigtail, very upright, sitting forward and talking fast to hide her sister's shame. Mama's face, don't think of it. Green fields and trees rushing past now. Stop a tree and you'll change and feel the train moving. Plato. You can't trust your senses. The cave dwellers didn't see the things that really moved, only the shadows of the images of the things. Is the world in your mind, or your mind in the world? Which really moves? Perhaps the world stands still, and you move on and on like the train. If both moved together, that would feel like standing still. Grass banks. Telegraph wires dipping and rising like sea waves. At Dover there would be the sea. Mama's face, think. Think harder. The world was going on before your mind started. Supposing you lived before, would that settle it? No. A white chalk cutting flashed by. God's mind is what both go on in. That settles it. The train dashed into a tunnel. A long tunnel. She couldn't remember what she was thinking of the second before they went in. Something that settled it. Settled what? She couldn't think anymore. Dover. The girls standing up and laughing. They said she had gone to sleep in the train. Roman III. There was no sea, only the Mason Deer Road and the big square house in the walled garden. Brown wire blinds halfway up the schoolroom windows. An old lady with gray hair and a kind, blunt face, like Jenny. She unpacked your box in the large, light bedroom, folding and unfolding your things with little gentle, tender hands. Miss Haynes. She hoped you would be happy with them, hoped you wouldn't mind sleeping alone the first night, thought you must be hungry, and took you down to tea in the long dining room. More girls, pretending not to look at you, talking politely to Miss Lambert. After tea they paired off, glad to see each other. She sat in the corner of the schoolroom, reading the new green Shakespeare that Roddy had given her. Two girls glanced at her, looked at each other. Is she doing it for fun? Cheek more likely. Night. A strange white bed. Two empty beds, strange and white, in the large light room. She wondered what sort of girls would be sleeping there tomorrow night. A big white curtain, you could draw it across the room and shut them out. She lay awake, thinking of her mother crying now and then, thinking of Roddy and Dan. Mysterious, measured sounds came through the open window. That was the sea. She got up and looked out. The deep-walled garden lay under the window, black and clear like a well. Calais was over there. And Paris. Mr. Jourdain had written to say he was going to Paris. She had his letter. In bed, she felt for the sharp edge of the envelope sticking out under the pillow. She threw back the hot blankets. The wind flowed to her, running cold like water over the thin sheet. A light moved across the ceiling. Somebody had waked her. Somebody was putting the blankets back again, pressing a large, kind hand to her forehead. Miss Lambert. Roman IV. Mais de grace. Connie finira jamais, essil faut répondre à tes sottises, Marie. Recominkins. Mademoiselle, golden topknot shining and shaking, blue eyes rolling between black lashes. Detatig detachi, pauvre fuel de sechi. Detachi de sechi. They didn't rhyme. Their not rhyming irritated her distress. She hated the schoolroom, the ocre wallpaper, the light soiled by the brown wire gauze, the cramped classes, the faint odor of girls' skin, girls' talk in the bedroom when you undressed. The queershy things had a wonderful, mysterious life you couldn't touch. Clara, when she walked with you, smiling with her black treacle eyes and bad teeth, glad to be talked to. Clara in bed. You bathed her forehead with eau de cologne, and she lay there, happy, glad of her headache that made them sorry for her. Clara waiting for you at the foot of the stairs, looking with dog's eyes, imploring. Will you walk with me? I can't. I'm going with Lucy. She turned her wounded dog's eyes and slunk away, beaten, humble, to walk with the little ones. Lucy Elliott in the bathing machine, slipping from the cloak of the towel, slender and straight. See water gluing red weeds of hair to her white skin. Sweet eyes looking towards you in the evening at sewing time. Will you sit with me at sewing? I'm sitting with Rose Godwin. Sudden sweetness, sudden trouble, gray eyes dark and angry behind sudden tears. She wouldn't look at you, wouldn't tell you what you had done. Rose Godwin, strong and clever, 14, head of the school. Honey-white Roman face, brown-black hair that smelt like Brazilian nuts. Rose Godwin walking with you in the garden. You must behave like other people if you expect them to like you. I don't expect them. How do I behave? It isn't exactly behaving. It's more the way you talk and look at people. As if you saw slap through them. Or else, as if you didn't see them at all. That's worse. People don't like it. Anything else? Yes. It was cheeky of you to tell Mademoiselle that those French verses didn't rhyme. But they didn't. Who cares? I care. I care frightfully. There you go. That's exactly what I mean, Rose said. Who cares if you care? And there's another thing. You're worrying Miss Lambert. This school of hers has got a name for sound religious teaching. You may not like sound religious teaching, but she's got 15 of us to look after besides you. If you want to be an atheist, go and be it by yourself. I'm not an atheist. Well, whatever silly thing you are. You mustn't talk about it to the girls. It isn't fair, Rose said. All right. I won't. On your honors. On my honor. V. A three-cornered note on her dressing table at bedtime. XVIII. 20th, 1878. May Sinclair. My dear Mary, our talk was not satisfactory. Unless you can assure me by tomorrow morning that you believe in the blessed Trinity and all the other truths of our most holy religion, I fear that, much as we love you, we dare not keep you with us, for your schoolfellow's sake. Think it over, my dear child, and let me know. Pray to God tonight to change your heart and mind, and give you His Holy Spirit. Affectionately yours, Henrietta Lambert. The Trinity. A three-cornered note. My dear Miss Lambert, I am very sorry, but it really isn't any good, and if it was, it couldn't be done in the time. You wouldn't like it if I told you lies, would you? That's why I can't join in the prayers and say the creed in bow, in church or anywhere. Rose made me promise not to talk about it, and I won't. If you must send me away tomorrow morning, you must. But I'm glad you love me. I was afraid you didn't. With love, you're very affectionate. Mary Olivier. P.S. I've folded my clothes all ready for packing. Tomorrow the clothes were put back again in their drawers. She wasn't going. Miss Lambert said something about Rose and Lucy and kindness to poor Clara. Roman VI. Rose Godwin told her that homesickness wore off. It didn't. It came beating up and up, like madness out of nothing. The French verbs, gray, slender as little verses on the page, the French verbs swam together and sank under the clear floating images of homesickness. Mama's face, Roddy's Dan's face. Tall trees, the Essex fields, flat as water, falling away behind them. Little feathery trees, flying low on the skyline. Outside the hallucination, the soiled light shut you in. The soiled light, odors from the warm roots of girls' hair, and Sunday. Sunday, stale odors of churches. You wrote out the sermon you had not listened to and had not heard. Somebody told you the text, and you amused yourself by seeing how near you could get to what you would have heard if you had listened. After tea, hymns, then church again. Your heart labored with the strain of kneeling, arms lifted up to the high pew ledge. You breathed pew dust. Your brain swayed like a bladder, brittle swollen with hot gas fumes. After supper, prayers again. Sunday was over. On Monday, the 10th day, she ran away to Dover Harbor. She had thought she could get to London with 2 weeks' pocket money and what was left of Uncle Victor's tip after she had paid for the eau de cologne. But the ticket man said it would only take her as far as Canterbury. She had frightened Miss Lambert and made her tremble, all for nothing except the sight of the harbor. It was dreadful to see her tremble. Even the harbor wasn't worth it. A miracle would have to happen. 2 weeks passed and 3 weeks. And on the first evening of the 4th week, the miracle happened. Rose Godwin came to her and whispered, "You're wanted in the dining room." Her mother's letter lay open on the table. A tear had made a glazed snail's track down Miss Lambert's cheek, and Mary thought that one of them was dead Roddy Dan Papa. My dear, don't cry. You're going home." Why? Why am I going?" She could see the dull, kind eyes trying to look clever. Because your mother has sent for you. She wants you back again. Mama. What does she want me for? Miss Lambert's eyes turned aside slantways. She swallowed something in her throat, making a funny noise. Qualk qualk. It isn't you. You aren't sending me away. No, we're not sending you. But we think it's best for you to go. We can't bear to see your dear, unhappy little face going about the passages. Does it mean that Mama isn't happy without me? Well, she would miss her only daughter, wouldn't she? The miracle. The shining, lovely miracle. Mary Olivier is going. Mary Olivier is going. Actually, the girls were sorry. Too sorry. The compassion in Rose Godwin's face stirred a doubt. Doubt of the miracle. She carried her books to the white-curtained room where Miss Haynes knelt by her trunk, packing her clothes with little gentle, tender hands. Miss Haynes, suddenly, I'm not expelled, am I? Expelled? My dear child, who's talking about expulsion? As if she said, when miracles are worked for you, accept them. She lay awake, thinking what she should say to her mother when she got home. She would have to tell her that just at first, she very nearly was expelled. Then her mother would believe in her unbelief and not think she was shamming. And she would have to explain about her unbelief. And about pantheism. Romans 7. She wondered how she would set about it. It wouldn't do to start suddenly, by saying you didn't believe in Jesus or the God of the Old Testament or hell. That would hurt her horribly. The only decent thing would be to let her see how beautiful Spinoza's God was, and leave it to her to make the comparison. You would have to make it quite clear to yourself first. It was like this. There were the 5 elm trees, and there was the happy white light on the fields. God was the trees. He was the happy light, and he was your happiness. There was Caddy singing in the kitchen. God was Caddy. Oh, and there was Papa and Papa's temper. God would have to be Papa too. Spinoza couldn't have meant it that way. He meant that though God was all Papa, Papa was not all God. He was only a bit of him. He meant that if God was the only reality, Papa wouldn't be quite real. But if Papa wasn't quite real, then Mama and Mark were not quite real either. If Spinoza had meant that. But perhaps he hadn't. Perhaps he meant that parts of Papa, the parts you saw most of his beard, for instance, and his temper were not quite real, but that some other part of him, the part you couldn't see, might be real in the same way that God was. That would be Papa himself, and it would be God too. And if God could be Papa, he would have no difficulty at all in being Mama and Mark. Surely Mama would see that, if you had to have a God, Spinoza's was by far the nicest God, besides being the easiest to believe in. Surely it would please her to think like that about Papa, to know that his temper was not quite real, and that your sin, when you sinned, was not quite real, so that not even your sin could separate you from God. All your life Mama had dinned into you the agony of separation from God, and the necessity of the atonement. She would feel much more comfortable if she knew that there never had been any separation, and that there needn't be any atonement. Of course she might not like the idea of sin being somehow inside God. She might say it looked bad. But if it wasn't inside God, it would have to be outside him, supporting itself and causing itself, and then where were you? You would have to say that God was not the cause of all things, and that would be much worse. Surely if you put it to her like that. But somehow she couldn't hear herself saying all that to her mother. Supposing Mama wouldn't listen. And she couldn't hear herself talking about her happiness, the sudden secret happiness that more than anything was like God. When she thought of it, she was hot and cold by turns, and she had no words for it. She remembered the first time it had come to her, and how she had found her mother in the drawing room, and had knelt down at her knees, and kissed her hands with the idea of drawing her into her happiness. And she remembered her mother's face. It made her ashamed, even now, as if she had been silly. She thought, I shall never be able to talk about it to Mama. Yet perhaps now that the miracle had happened. Roman 8. In the morning, Miss Lambert took her up to London. She had a sort of idea that the kind lady talked to her a great deal, about God and the Christian religion. But she couldn't listen, she couldn't talk, she couldn't think now. For 3 hours, in the train in the waiting room at Victoria, while Miss Lambert talked to Papa outside, In the cab, alone with Papa, Miss Lambert must have said something nice about her, for he looked pleased, as if he wouldn't mind if you did stroke his hand in Mr. Parrish's wagonette. She sat happy and still, contemplating the shining, lovely miracle. Roman 9. She saw Caddy open the front door and run away. Her mother was coming slowly down the narrow hall. She ran up the flagged path. "Mama," she flung herself to the embrace. Her mother swerved from her, staggering back and putting out her hands between them. Aware of Mr. Parrish shouldering the trunk, she turned into the open dining room. Mary followed her and shut the door. Her mother sat down, helplessly. Mary saw that she was crying. She had been crying a long time. Her soaked eyelashes were parted by her tears and gathered into points. "Mama, what is it? What is it? You've disgraced yourself. Everlastingly. You've disgraced your father, and you've disgraced me. That's what it is." "I haven't done anything of the sort, Mama." "You don't think it's a disgrace, then, to be expelled?" "For infidelity." "But I'm not expelled." "You are expelled. And you know it." "No. They said I wasn't. They didn't want me to go. They told me you wanted me back again. Is it likely I should want you when you hadn't been gone 3 weeks?" She could hear herself gasp, see herself standing there, open-mouthed, idiotic. Nothing could shake her mother in her belief that she had been expelled. "Of course, if it makes you happier to believe it," she said at last, "do. Will you let me see Miss Lambert's letter?" "No," her mother said. "I will not." Suddenly she felt hard and strong, grown up in her sad wisdom. Her mother didn't love her. She never had loved her. Nothing she could ever do would make her love her. Miracles didn't happen. She thought, "I wonder why she won't let me see Miss Lambert's letter." She went upstairs to her room. She leaned on the sill of the open window, looking out, drinking in the sweet air of the autumn fields. The 5 elms raised golden heads to a blue sky. Her childhood had died with a little gasp. Caddy came in to unpack her box. Caddy, with wet cheeks, kissed a dead child. Roman 19. In the train from Bristol to Paddington for the last time, July 1880. She would never see any of them again. Ada and Geraldine, Mabel and Florrie and little Lena and Kate, Miss Ray with her pale face and angry eyes, never hear her sudden, cold, delicious praise. Never see the bare, oblong schoolroom with the brown desks, 7 rows across for the lower school, 1 long form along the wall for Class 1, where she and Ada and Geraldine sat apart. Never look through the bay windows over the lee to the channel. At sunset, Lundy Island flattened out, floating, gold on gold in the offing. Never see magenta valerian, growing in hot white-gray walls. Never hear Louis Pritchard straining the little music room with Chopin's Fontana Polonaise. Never breathe in its floor dust with the adagio of the pathetic sonata. She was glad she had seen it through to the end when the clergymen's and squires' daughters went, and the daughters of Bristol drapers and publicans and lodging-house keepers came. What do you think? Bessie Parsons' brother marked all her underclothing. In the shop. But they taught you quite a lot of things. Zoology, physiology, Paley's evidences, British law, political economy. It had been a wonderful school when Mrs. Prapart's nieces went to it. And they kept all that up when the smash came and the butter gave out, and you ate cheap bread that tasted of alum, and potatoes that were fibrous skeletons in a green pulp. Oh, she had seen it through. A whole year and a half of it. Why? Because you promised Mama you'd stick to the Clevehead school, whatever it was like. Because they taught you German and let you learn Greek by yourself with the old arithmetic master. Ada Clark said it was a mean trick to get more marks. Because of the Beethoven and Schumann and Chopin and Lundy Island and the Valerian. Because nothing mattered, not even going hungry. She was glad she hadn't told about that, nor why she asked for the room to herself that turned out to be a servant's garret on a deserted floor. You could wake at 5 o'clock in the light mornings and read Plato, or snatch 20 minutes from undressing before Miss Payne came for your candle. The tall sycamore swayed in the moonlight, tapping on the window pane. Its shadow moved softly in the room like a ghost. Roman 2. She would like to see the valerian again, though. Mama said it didn't grow in Yorkshire. Funny to be going back to Ilford after Roddy and Papa and Mama had left it. Funny to be staying at 5 Elms with Uncle Victor. Nice Uncle Victor, buying the house from Papa and making Dan live with them. That was to keep him from drinking. Uncle Victor was hurt because Papa and Mama would go to Morph when he wanted you all to live with him. But you couldn't imagine Emilius and Victor living together, or Mama and Aunt Lavy. Bristol to Paddington. This time next week, it would be King's Cross to Rayburn for Morph. She wondered what it would be like. Aunt Bella said it was a dead-end alive place. Morph. It did sound rather as if people died in it. Aunt Bella was angry with Mrs. Waugh and Miss Fruin for making Mama go there. But Aunt Bella had never liked Mrs. Waugh and Miss Fruin. That was because they had been Mama's friends at school and not Aunt Bella's. She wondered what they would be like and whether they would disapprove of her. They would if they believed she had been expelled from Dover and had broken Mama's heart. All Mama's friends thought that. She didn't mind going to Morph so much. The awful thing was leaving Ilford. Ilford was part of Mark, part of her and Mark together. There were things they had done that never in all their lives they could do again. Waldteufel waltzes played on the old Kramer piano, standing in its place by the door. Waltzes that would never sound the same in any other place in any other room. And there was the sumac tree. It would die if you transplanted it. Roman III. The little thin, sallow old man, coming towards her on the platform at Paddington, turned out to be Uncle Victor. She had not seen him since Christmas, for at Easter he had been away somewhere on business. He came slowly, showing a smile of jerked muscles under cold, fixed eyes. He was not really glad to see her. That was because he disapproved of her. They all believed she had been expelled from the Dover school, and they didn't seem able to forget it. Going down from Liverpool Street to Ilford, he sat bowed and dejected in his corner, not looking at her unless he could help it. How's Aunt Charlotte? She thought he would be pleased to think that she had remembered Aunt Charlotte, but he winced as if she had hit him. She is not so well, and then, how have you been getting on? Oh, all right. I've got the literature prize again, and the French prize and the German prize, and I might have got the good conduct prize too. And why didn't you get it? Because I gave it up. Somebody else had to have a prize, and Miss Ray said she knew it was the one I could best bear to part with. Uncle Victor frowned as if he were displeased. You don't seem to consider that I gave it up, she said. But he had turned his eyes away. He wasn't listening anymore, as he used to listen. The train was passing the City of London cemetery. She thought, I must go and see Jenny's grave before I leave. I wish I hadn't teased her so to love me, she thought. If I die, I shall be put in the grass plot beside Grandpapa and Grandmamma Olivier. Papa will bring me in a coffin all the way from Morph in the train. Little birch bushes were beginning to grow among the graves. She wondered how she could ever have been afraid of those graves and of their dead. Uncle Victor was looking at the graves too, queerly, with a somber, passionate interest. When the train had passed them, he sighed and shut his eyes, as if he wanted to keep on seeing them to keep on. As Mr. Parrish's wagonette drove up Leigh Street, he pointed to a field where a street of little houses had begun. Some day they'll run a street over 5 Elms. But I shan't know anything about it, he said. No. It won't be for ages. He smiled queerly. They drew up at the gate. You must be prepared for more changes, he said. Aunt Lavy was at the gate. She was sweet as if she loved you, and sad as if she still remembered your disgrace. No. Not that door, she said. The dining room and drawing room had changed places, and both were filled with the large mahogany furniture that had belonged to Grandpapa. Why, you've turned it back to front. Strips of Mama's garden shone between the dull maroon-red curtains. Inside, the happy light was dead. There seemed to her something sinister about this chain. Only the 2 spare rooms still looked to the front. They had put her in one of them instead of her old room on the top floor. Dan had the other instead of his. It was very queer. Aunt Lavy sat in Mama's place at the head of the tea table. A tall iron-gray woman in an iron-gray gown stood at her elbow holding a little tray. She looked curiously at Mary, as if her appearance there surprised and interested her. Aunt Lavie put a cup of tea on the tray. "Where's Aunt Charlotte?" "Aunt Charlotte is upstairs. She isn't very well." The maid was saying, "Miss Charlotte asked for a large piece of plum cake, ma'am," and Aunt Lavie added a large piece of plum cake to the plate of thin bread and butter. Mary thought, there can't be much the matter with her if she can eat all that. "Can I see her?" she said. She heard the woman whisper, "Better not." She was glad when she left the room. "Has old Louisa gone then?" "No," Aunt Lavie said. She added presently, "That is Aunt Charlotte's maid." Roman 4. Aunt Charlotte looked out through the bars of the old nursery window. She nodded to Mary and called to her to come up. Aunt Lavie said it did her good to see people. There was a door at the head of the stairs, in a matchboard partition that walled the well of the staircase. You rang a bell. The corridor was very dark. Another partition with a door in it shut off the servants' rooms and the back staircase. They had put the big yellow linen cupboard before the tall window, the one she used to hang out of. Some of the old things had been left in the nursery schoolroom, so that it looked much the same. Britton the maid sat in Jenny's low chair by the fireguard. Aunt Charlotte sat in an armchair by the window. Her face was thin and small. The pencil lines had deepened. The long black curls hung from a puff of gray hair rolled back above her ears. Her eyes pointed at you pointed. They had more than ever their look of wisdom and excitement. She was twisting and untwisting a string of white tulle round a sprig of privet flower. "Don't you believe a word of it," she said. "Your father hasn't gone. He's here in this house. He's in when Victor's out. He says he's sold the house to Victor." "That's a lie. He doesn't want it known that he's hidden me here to prevent my getting married." "I'm sure he hasn't," Mary said. Across the room, Britton looked at her and shook her head. "It's all part of a plan," Aunt Charlotte said. "To put me away, my dear. Dr. Draper's in it with Victor and Emilius. They may say what they like. It isn't the piano tuner. It isn't the man who does the clocks. They know who it is. It isn't that Marriott man. I've found out something about him they don't know. He's got a false stomach. It goes by clockwork. As if I'd look at a clock tuner or a piano winder. I wouldn't, would I, Brits?" She meditated, smiling softly. "They make them so beautifully now, you can't tell the difference. He's been to see me 9 times in 1 week. 9 times. But your Uncle Victor got him away before he could speak. But he came again and again. He wouldn't take no for an answer. Britton, how many times did Mr. Jourdain come?" Britton said, "I'm sure I couldn't say, Miss Charlotte." She made a sign to Mary to go. Aunt Lavie was waiting for her at the foot of the stairs. She took her into her bedroom, Mama's old room, and asked her what Aunt Charlotte had said. Mary told her. "Poor Mary, I oughtn't to have let you see her." Aunt Lavie's chin trembled. "I'm afraid," she said, "the removals upset her." "I said it would. But Emilius would have it. He could always make Victor do what he wanted. It might have been something you don't know about." Grown up and strong, she wanted to comfort Aunt Lavie and protect her. "No," Aunt Lavie said. "It's the house. I knew it would be. She's been trying to get away. She never did that before. The doors and the partitions, the nursery and its bars, the big cupboard across the window, to keep her from getting away." "Aunt Lavie, did Mr. Jourdain really call?" Aunt Lavie hesitated. "Yes. He called." "Did he see Aunt Charlotte?" "She was in the room when he came in, but your uncle took him out at once." "She didn't talk to him." "Did he hear her talking?" "No, my dear, I'm sure he didn't." "Are you sure he didn't see her?" Aunt Lavie smiled. "He didn't look. I don't think he saw any of us very clearly." "How many times did he come?" 3 or 4 times, I believe." "Did he ask to see me?" "No. He asked to see your Uncle Victor." "I didn't know he knew Uncle Victor." "Well," Aunt Lavie said, "he knows him now." "Did he leave any message for me?" "No. None." "You don't like him, Aunt Lavie." "No, Mary, I do not. And I don't know anybody who does." "I like him," Mary said. Aunt Lavie looked as if she hadn't heard. "I oughtn't to have let you see Aunt Charlotte." "V. Mary woke up suddenly. It was her third night in the spare room at Five Elms. She had dreamed that she saw Aunt Charlotte standing at the foot of the basement stairs, by the cat's cupboard where the kittens were born, taking her clothes off and hiding them. She had seen that before, when she was 6 years old. She didn't know whether she had been dreaming about something that had really happened or about a dream. Only this time, she saw Aunt Charlotte open her mouth and scream. The scream woke her. She remembered her mother and Aunt Bertha in the drawing room, talking, their faces together. That wasn't a dream. There was a sound of feet overhead. Uncle Victor's room. A sound of a door opening and shutting. And then a scream, muffled by the shut door. Her heart checked, turned sickeningly. She hadn't dreamed that. Uncle Victor shouted down the stair to Dan. She could hear Dan's feet in the next room and his door opening. The screaming began again. Aye, aye. Aye, aye. Aye, aye, up and up, tearing your brain. Then I-o-o, tearing your heart out. Ali-cho-o and ah, short and sharp. She threw off the bedclothes and went out to the foot of the stairs. The cries had stopped. There was a sound of feet staggering and shuffling. Somebody being carried. Dan came back down the stair. His trousers were drawn up over his nightshirt, the braces hanging. He was sucking the back of his hand and spitting the blood out onto his sleeve. Dan, was that Aunt Charlotte? Yes. Was it pain? No, he was out of breath. She could see his nightshirt shake with the beating of his heart. Have you hurt your hand? No. Can I do anything? No. Go back to bed. She's all right now. She went back. Presently, she heard him leave his room and go upstairs again. The bolt of the front door squeaked, then the hinge of the gate. Somebody going out. She fell asleep. The sound of hoofs and wheels woke her. The room was light. She got up and went to the open window. Dr. Draper's black brougham stood at the gate. The sun blazed, tree-high, on the flat mangled field across the road. The green leaves had the cold glitter of wet, pointed metal. To the northeast, a dead smear of dawn. The brougham didn't look like itself, standing still in that unearthly light. As if it were taking part in a funeral, the funeral of some dreadful death. She put on her dressing gown and waited, looking out. She had to look. Downstairs, the hall clock struck a half-hour. The front door opened. Britton came out first. Then Aunt Charlotte, between Uncle Victor and Dr. Draper. They were holding her up by her armpits, half leading, half pushing her before them. Her feet made a brushing noise on the flagstones. They lifted her into the brougham and placed themselves one on each side of her. Then Britton got in, and they drove off. A string of white tulle lay on the garden path. End of Book 3. Book 4, Maturity, 1879–1900. Roman 20. The scent of hay came through the open window of her room. Clearer and finer than the hay smell of the Essex fields. She shut her eyes to live purely in that one sweet sense, and opened them to look at the hill, the great hill heaved up against the east. You had to lean far out of the window to see it all. It came on from the hidden north, its top straight as a wall against the sky. Then the long shoulder, falling and falling. Then the thick trees. A further hill cut the trees off from the sky. Roddy was saying something. Sprawling out from the corner of the window seat, he stared with sulky, unseeing eyes into the little room. Roddy, what did you say that hill was? Greffington Edge. You aren't listening. His voice made a jagged tear in the soft, quiet evening. And the one beyond it. Sarek. Why can't you listen? Greffington Edge. Sarek. Sarek. Green fields coming on from the north, going up and up, netted in with the strong net of the low gray walls that held them together, that kept them safe. Above them, thin grass, a green bloom on the gray face of the hill. Above the thin grass, a rampart of gray cliffs. Roddy wouldn't look at the hill. I tell you, he said, you'll loathe the place when you've lived a week in it. The thick, rich trees were trying to climb the edge, but they couldn't get higher than the netted fields. The lean, ragged firs had succeeded. No. Not quite. They stood out against the sky, adventurous mountaineers, roped together, leaning forward with the effort. It's Mama's fault, Roddy was saying. Papa would have gone anywhere, but she would come to this damned morph. Don't. Don't, her mind beat him off, defending her happiness. He would kill it if she let him. Coming up from Rayburn on the front seat of the morph bus, he had sulked. He smiled disagreeable smiles, while the driver pointed with his whip and told her the names of the places. Renton Moor. Renton Church. Morph, the Grey Village, stuck up on its green platform under the high, purple mound of Carva Hill. Garthdale in front of it, Rathdale at its side, meeting in the fields below its bridge. Morph was beautiful. She loved it with love at first sight, faithless to Ilford. Straight, naked houses. Grey walls of houses, enclosing the wide oblong green. Dark grey stone roofs, close-clipped lest the wind should lift them. On the green, 2 grey stone pillar fountains, a few wooden benches, telegraph poles. Under her window, a white road curling up to the platform. Straight, naked houses, zigzagging up beside it. Down below, where the white road came from, the long grey raking bridge, guarded by a tall ash tree. Roddy's jabbing voice went on and on. I used to think Mama was holy and unselfish. I don't think so anymore. She says she wants to do what Papa wants and what we want, but she always ends by doing what she wants herself. It's all very well for her. As long as she's got a garden to poke about in, she doesn't care how awful it is for us. She hated Roddy when he said things like that about Mama. I don't suppose the little lamb thought about it at all. Or if she did, she thought we'd like it. She didn't want to listen to Roddy's grumbling. She wanted to look and look, to sniff up the clear, sweet, exciting smell of the fields. The roofs went crisscrossing up the road straight slant straight. They threw delicate violet green shadows on to the sage green field below. That long violet green pillar was the shadow of the ash tree by the bridge. The light came from somewhere behind the village, from a sunset you couldn't see. It made the smooth hill fields shine like thin velvet, stretched out, clinging to the hills. Oh, Roddy, the light's different. Different from Ilford. Look. I've been looking for 5 weeks, Roddy said. You haven't, that's all. I was excited at first. He got up. He stared out of the window, not seeing anything. I didn't mean what I said about Mama. Morph makes you say things. Soon it'll make you mean them. You wait. She was glad when he had left her. The cliffs of Greffington Edge were violet now. Roman II. At night when she lay in bed in the strange room, the Essex fields began to haunt her. The 5 trees, the little flying trees, low down, low down. The straight, narrow paths through the corn where she walked with Mark, with Jimmy, with Mr. Jourdain. Mr. Jourdain, standing in the path and saying, "Talk to me. I'm alive. I'm here. I'll listen." Mark and Mama planting the sumac tree by the front door, Papa saying it wouldn't grow. It had grown up to the dining room windowsill. Aunt Bella and Uncle Edward, the Proparts and the farmers and Mr. Batty all stiff and disapproving, not nearly so nice to you as they used to be and making you believe it was your fault. The old, beautiful drawing room. The piano by the door. Dan staggering down the room at Mark's party. Mark holding her there in his arms. Dawn and Dr. Draper's carriage waiting in the road beside the mangled fields. And Aunt Charlotte carried out, her feet brushing the flagstones. She mustn't tell them. Mama couldn't bear it. Roddy couldn't bear it. Aunt Charlotte was Papa's sister. He must never know. The sound of the brushing feet made her heart ache. She was glad to wake in the small, strange room. It had taken a snip off Mama's and Papa's room on one side of the window, and a snip off the spare room on the other. That made it a funny T-shape. She slept in the tail of the T, in a narrow bed pushed against the wall. When you sat up, you saw the fat trees trying to get up the hill between the washstand and the chest of drawers. This room would never be taken from her, because she was the only one who was small enough to fit the bed. She would be safe there with her hill. Roman III. The strange houses fascinated her. They had the simplicity and the precision of houses in a very old engraving. On the west side of the green, they made a long straight wall. Morph High Row. An open space of cobblestones stretched in front of it. The marketplace. Sharp morning light picked out the small black panes of the windows in the white crisscross of their frames, and the long narrow signs of the king's head and the farmer's arms, black on gray. The plastered joints of the walls and the dark net of earth between the cobbles showed thick and clear as in a very old engraving. The west side had the sky behind it, and the east side had the hill. Gray-white cart roads slanted across the green, cutting it into vivid triangular grass plots. You went in and out of Morph through the open corners of its green. Her father's house stood at the southwest corner, by itself. A projecting wing at that end of the high row screened it from the marketplace. The strange houses excited her. Wonderful, unknown people lived in them. You would see them and know what they were like. The people in the tall house with the rusty stones, in the bright green ivy house with the white doors, in the small gray humble houses, in the big, important house set at the top of the green with the 3 long rows of windows, the front garden and the iron gate. People you didn't know. You would be strange and exciting to them as they were strange and exciting to you. They might say interesting things. There might be somebody who cared about Plato and Spinoza. Things would happen that you didn't know. Anything might happen any minute. If you knew what was happening in the houses, now some of them had hard, frightening faces. Dreadful things might have happened in them. Her father's house had a good, simple face. You could trust it. 5 windows in the rough gray wall, 1 on each side of the white door, 3 above. A garden at the side, an orchard at the back. In front, a cobbled square marked off by a line of thin stones set in edgeways. A strange house, innocent of unhappy memories. Caddy stood at the door, looking for her. She called to her to come in to breakfast. Roman 4. Papa was moving restlessly about the house. His loose slippers shuffled on the stone flags of the passages. Caddy stopped gathering up the breakfast cups to listen. Caddy was not what she used to be. Her plump cheeks were sunk and flattened. Someday she would look like Jenny. Papa stood in the doorway. He looked round the small dining room as if he were still puzzled by its strangeness. Papa was not what he used to be. A streak of gray hair showed above each ear. Gray patches in his brown beard. Scarlet smears in the veined sallow of his eyes. His bursting, violent life had gone. He went stooping and shuffling. The house was too small for Papa. He turned in it as a dog turns in his kennel, feeling for a place to stretch himself. He said, "Where's your mother?" "I want her." Mary went to find her. She knew the house, the flagged passage from the front door. The dining room on the right. The drawing room on the left. In there, the chairs and tables drew together to complain of Morph. View of the blacksmith's house and yard from the front window. From the side window, Mama's garden. Green grass plot. Trees at the far end. Flowers in the borders. Red roses, cream roses, Canterbury bells, white and purple, under the high walls. In a corner, an elder bush frothing greenish-white on green. Behind the dining room, Papa's tight den. Stairs where the passage turned to the left behind the drawing room. Glass door at the end, holding the green of the garden, splashed with purple, white, and red. The kitchen here in a back wing, like a rough barn run out into the orchard. Upstairs, Caddy's and cook's room in the wing. Papa's dressing room above the side passage. Roddy's room above Papa's den. Then the 3 rooms in front. The one above the drawing room was nearly filled with the yellow birchwood wardrobe and bed. The emerald green of the damask was fading into the gray. Her mother was there, sitting in the window seat, reading the 14th chapter of St. John. "Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions." Mama was different, too, as if she had shrunk through living in the cramped rooms. She raised her head. The head of a wounded bird, very gentle. "Why are you sitting up here all alone?" "Because sometimes I want to be alone." "Shall I spoil the aloneness?" "Not if you're a good girl and keep quiet." Mary sat on the bed and waited till the chapter should be ended. She thought, she talks to me still as though I were a child. What would she say if I told her about Aunt Charlotte? She wouldn't know what it was really like. She wasn't there. I shall never tell her. She was thrilled at the thought of her grown-up hardness, her grown-up silence, keeping her mother safe. Mama looked up and smiled, the chapter was ended, they went downstairs. Papa stood in the doorway of his den and called to Mama in a queer low voice. The letters. She went into the dining room and waited 10 minutes 20. Her mother came to her there. She sat down in her armchair by the window seat where the old work basket stood piled with socks ready for darning. She took a sock and drew it over her hand, stretching it to find the worn places. Mary took its fellow and began to darn it. The coarse wool, scraping her fingertips, sent through her a little light, creeping, disagreeable shock. She was afraid to look at her mother's face. Well, Mary, poor Aunt Charlotte might have been carried away in her coffin, and we shouldn't have known if it had been left to you to tell us. I didn't because I thought it would frighten you. Mama was not frightened. They couldn't have told her what it was really like. Papa's slippers shuffled in the passage. Mama left off darning to listen as Caddy had listened. V. On Greffington Edge. Roddy was looking like Mark, with his eyes very steady and his mouth firm and proud. His face was red as if he were angry. That was when he saw the tall man coming towards them down the hill road. Roddy walked slowly, trying not to meet him at the cattle gate. The tall man walked faster, and they met. Roddy opened the gate. The tall man thanked him, said good day, looked at her as he passed through, then stopped. My sister, Mr. Sutcliffe. Mr. Sutcliffe, handsome with his bony, high-jointed nose and narrow jaw thrust out, incongruously fierce under his calm, clean upper lip, shaved to show how beautiful it was. His black-blue eyes were set as carefully in their lids as a woman's. He wore his hair rather long. One lock had got loose and hung before his ear like a high whisker. He was asking Roddy when he was coming to play tennis and whether his sister played. They might turn up tomorrow. The light played on his curling, handsome smile. He hoped she liked Rathdale. She only came yesterday, Roddy said. Well, come along tomorrow. About 4 o'clock. I'll tell my wife. And Roddy said, thanks, as if it choked him. Mr. Sutcliffe went on down the hill. We can't go, Roddy said. Why not? Well, let's. He looked so nice, and he sounded as if he really wanted us. He doesn't. He can't. You don't know what's happened. Has anything happened? Yes. I don't want to tell you, but you'll have to know. It happened at the Sutcliffes. Who are the Sutcliffes? Greffington Hall. The people who own the whole ghastly place. We were dining there. And Papa was funny. Funny? Funny what way? Oh, I don't know, like Dan was at Mark's party. Oh, Roddy, she was listening now. Not quite so awful, but that sort of thing. We had to come away. I didn't know he did. No more did I. Mama always said it wasn't that. But it was this time. And he chose that evening. Does Mama mind frightfully? She said. Yes. But she's angry with the Sutcliffes. Why? Because they've seen him. How many Sutcliffes are there? Only him and Mrs. Sutcliffe. The son's in India. They'll never ask him again, and Mama won't go without him. She says we can go if we like, but you can see she'll think us skunks if we do. Well then, we can't. She had wanted something to happen, and something had happened, something that would bring unhappiness. Unhappiness. Her will rose up, hard and stubborn, pushing it off. Will it matter so very much? Do the Sutcliffes matter? They matter this much that there won't be anything to do. They've got all the shooting and fishing, and the only decent tennis court in the place. You little know what you're in for. I don't care, Roddy. I don't care a bit as long as I have you. May. He had stopped on the steep of the road. Her feet had been lagging to keep pace with him. He breathed hard through white-edged lips. She had seen him look like that before. The day they had walked to the Thames to look at the ships over the windy flats. He looked at her. A look she hadn't seen before. A look of passionate unbelief. I didn't think you cared about me. I thought it was Mark you cared about. Like Mama. Can't you care about more than one person? Mama can't. Oh, Roddy. What's the good of saying, oh, Roddy, when you know it? They were sitting on a ledge of stone and turf. Roddy had ceased to struggle with the hill. We're all the same, he said. I'd give you and Dan up any day for Mark. Dan would give up you and me. Mark would give up all of us for Mama. And Mama would give up all of us for Mark. Roddy had never said anything like that before. I'll stick to you anyhow, she said. It's no use you're sticking. I shan't be here. I shall have to clear out and do something, he said. On his face, there was a look of fear. Romans 6. She was excited because they were going to the Ivy house for tea. It looked so pretty and so happy with its green face shining in the sun. Nothing could take from her belief in happiness hiding behind certain unknown doors. It hid behind the white doors of the Ivy house. When you went in, something wonderful would happen. The Ivy house belonged to Mrs. Waugh and Miss Fruin. The photographs in Mama's old album showed how they looked when they and Mama were young. Modest pose of dropped arms, holding mushroom hats in front of them as a protection, the narrow ribbons dangling innocently. Ellen Fruin, small and upright, slender back curved into the set of shawl and crinoline, prim head fixed in the composure of gentle disdain, small mouth saying always, oh. Meta, the younger sister, very tall, head bent in tranquil meditation, her mantle slanting out from the fall of the thin shoulders. They rose up in the small, green-lighted drawing room. Their heads bent forward to kiss. Ellen Waugh, the photographed face still keeping its lifted posture of gentle disdain, the skin stretched like a pale, tight glove, a slight downward swelling of the prim oval, like the last bulge of a sucked peppermint ball, the faded mouth still making its small O. She was the widow of a clergyman. Meta, a beautiful nose leaping out at you in a high curve. Narrow, delicate cheeks thinned away so that they seemed part of the nose. Sweet rodent mouth smiling up under its tip. Blurred violet eyes arching vaguely. Princess gowns stiffened their shawl and crinoline gestures. So this is Mary. She's not like her mother, Caroline. Meta, can you see any likeness? Miss Fruin arched her eyes and smiled, without looking at you. I can't say I do. Their heads made little nodding bows as they talked. Miss Fruin's bow was sidelong and slow, Mrs. Waugh's straight and decisive. She's not like Rodney, Mrs. Waugh said. And she's not like Emilius. Who is she like? Mary answered. I'm rather like Dan and a good bit like Mark. But I'm most of all like myself. Mrs. Waugh said, oh. Her mouth went on saying it while she looked at you. She is not in the least like Mark, Mama said. They settled down, one on each side of Mama, smiling at her with their small, faded mouths as you smile at people you love and are happy with. You could see that Mama was happy, too, sitting between them safe. Mrs. Waugh said, I see you've got Blenkiron in again. Well, he's left his ladder in the yard. I suppose that means he'll mend the kitchen chimney some time before winter. The Yorkshire workmen are very independent, Mrs. Waugh said. They scamp their work like the rest. You'd need a resident carpenter, and a resident glazier, and a resident plumber. Yes, Caroline, you would indeed. Gentle voices saying things you had heard before in the drawing room at 5 Elms. Miss Fruin had opened a black silk bag that hung on her arm, and taken out a minute pair of scissors and a long strip of white stuff with a stitched pattern on it. She nicked out the pattern into little holes outlined by the stitches. Mary watched her, fascinated by the delicate movements of the thin fingers and the slanted, drooping postures of the head. Do you like doing it? Yes. She thought, what a fool she must think me. As if she'd do it if she didn't like it. The arching eyes and twitching mouth smiled at your foolishness. Mrs. Waugh's voice went on. It came smoothly, hardly moving her small, round mouth. That was her natural voice. Then suddenly it rose, like a voice that calls to you to get up in the morning. Well, Mary, so you've left school. Come home to be a help to your mother. A high, false cheerfulness, covering disapproval and reproach. Their gentleness was cold to her and secretly inimical. They had asked her because of Mama. They didn't really want her. 6:30. It was all over. They were going home across the green. Mary, I wish you could learn to talk without affectation. Telling Mrs. Waugh you looked like yourself. If you could only manage to forget yourself. 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 Why should you forget it? You had to remember. They would kill it if you let them. What had it done? What was it that they should hate it so? It had been happy and excited about them, wondering what they would be like. And quiet, looking on and listening, in the strange, green-lighted green-dark room, crushed by the gentle, hostile voices. Would it always have to stoop and cringe before people, hushing its own voice, hiding its own gesture? It crouched now, stung and beaten, hiding in her body that walked beside her mother with proud feet and small lifted head. VII. Her mother turned at her bedroom door and signed to her to come in. She sat down in her low chair at the head of the curtained bed. Mary sat in the window seat. There's something I want to say to you. Yes, Mama. Mama was annoyed. She tap-tapped with her foot on the floor. Have you given up those absurd ideas of yours? What absurd ideas? You know what I mean. Calling yourself an unbeliever. I can't say I believe things I don't believe. Have you tried? Tried? Have you ever asked God to help your unbelief? No. I could only do that if I didn't believe in my unbelief. You mean if you didn't glory in it? Then it's simply your self-will and your pride. Self-will has been your besetting sin ever since you were a little baby crying for something you couldn't have. You kicked before you could talk. Goodness knows, I've done everything I could to break you of it. Yes, Mama darling. She remembered. The faded green and gray curtains and the yellow birchwood furniture remembered. Mama sat on the little chair at the foot of the big yellow bed. You knelt in her lap and played with the gold tassel while Mama asked you to give up your will. I brought you up to care for God and for the truth. You did. And I care so awfully for both of them that I won't believe things about God that aren't true. And how do you know what's true and what isn't? You set up your little judgment against all the wise and learned people who believe as you were taught to believe. I wonder how you dare. It's the risk we're all taking. We may every single one of us be wrong. Still, if some things are true, other things can't be. Don't look so unhappy, Mama. How can I be anything else? When I think of you living without God in the world, and of what will happen to you when you die. It's your belief that makes you unhappy, not me. That's the cruelest thing you've said yet. You know I'd rather die than hurt you. Die indeed. When you hurt me every minute of the day. If it had been anything but unbelief. If I even saw you humble and sorry about it. But you seem to be positively enjoying yourself. I can't help it if the things I think of make me happy. And you don't know how nice it feels to be free. Precious freedom to do what you like and think what you like without caring. There's a part of me that doesn't care, and there's a part that cares frightfully. The part that cared was not free. Not free. Prisoned in her mother's bedroom with the yellow furniture that remembered. Her mother's face that remembered. Always the same vexed, disapproving, remembering face. And her own heart, sinking at each beat, dragging remembrance. A dead child, remembering and returning. I can't think where you got it from, her mother was saying. Unless it's those books you're always reading. Or was it that man? What man? Maurice Jourdain. No. It wasn't. What made you think of him? Never you mind. Actually, her mother was smiling and trying not to smile, as if she were thinking of something funny and improper. There's one thing I must beg of you, she said, that whatever you choose to think, you'll hold your tongue about it. All my life. Like Aunt Lavie. There was a reason why then, and there's a reason why now. Your father has been very unfortunate. We're here in a new place, and the less we make ourselves conspicuous the better. I see. She thought, because Papa drinks Mama and Roddy go proud and angry, but I must stoop and hide. It isn't fair. You surely don't want, her mother said, to make it harder for me than it is. Tears. She was beaten. I don't want to make it hard for you at all. Then promise me you won't talk about religion. I won't talk about it to Mrs. Wha? Not to anybody. Not to anybody who wouldn't like it. Unless they make me. Will that do? I suppose it'll have to. Mama held her face up, like a child, to be kissed. VIII. The Sutcliffe's house hid in the thick trees at the foot of Greffington Edge. You couldn't see it. You could pretend it wasn't there. You could pretend that Mr. Sutcliffe and Mrs. Sutcliffe were not there. You could pretend that nothing had happened. There were other houses. Roman IX. The long house at the top of the green was gay with rows of pink and white sunblinds stuck out like attic roofs. The poplars in the garden played their play of falling rain. You waited in the porch, impatient for the opening of the door. Mama, what will it be like? Mama smiled a naughty, pretty smile. She knew what it would be like. There was a stuffed salmon in a long glass case in the hall. He swam over a brown plaster river bed, glued to a milk-blue plaster stream. You waited in the drawing room. Drab and dying amber and the dapple of walnut wood. Chairs dressed in pallid chintz, holding out their skirts with an air of anxiety. Stuffed lovebirds on a branch under a tall glass shade. On the chimney-piece, sand-white pampas grass in clear blood-red vases, and a white marble clock supporting a gilt cupid astride over a gilt ball. Above the cupid, in an oval frame, the tinted crayon portrait of a young girl. A pink and blonde young girl with a soft, nuzzling mouth and nose. She was dressed in a spencer and a wide straw hat, and carried a basket of flowers on her arm. She looked happy, smiling up at the ceiling. Across the passage, a door opening. Voices in the passage, a smell like rotten apples, a tray that clattered. Miss Kendall rustled in, tall, elegant stiffness girded in black silk. How good of you to come, Mrs. Olivier. And to bring Miss Mary. Her sharp-jointed body was like the high-backed chair it sat on. Yet you saw that she had once been the young girl in the spencer. Head carried high with the remembered tilt of the girl's head, jaw pushed out at the chin as if it hung lightly from the edge of the upper lip, the nuzzling mouth composed to prudence and propriety. A lace cap with pink ribbons perched on her smooth, ashy blonde hair. Miss Kendall talked to Mama about weather and gardens. She asked after the kitchen chimney as if she really cared for it. Every now and then she looked at you and gave you a nod and a smile to show that she remembered you were there. When she smiled, her eyes were happy like the eyes of the young girl. The garden gate clicked and fell to with a clang. A bell clamored suddenly through the quiet house. Miss Kendall nodded. The doctor has come to tea. To see Miss Mary. She put her arm in yours and led you into the dining room, gaily, as if she had known you for a long time, as if she were taking you with her to some brilliant, happy feast. The smell of rotten apples came towards you through the open door of the dining room. You saw the shining of pure white damask, the flashing of silver, a flower bed of blue willow pattern cups, an enormous pink and white cake. You thought it was a party. 3 old men were there. Old Dr. Kendall, 6 feet of leanness doubled up in an armchair. Old Wellington face, shrunk, cheeks burning in a senile rattle. Glassy blue eyes weeping from red rims. Dr. Charles Kendall, his son, a hard, blonde giant, high cheeks raw-rutted, high bleak nose jutting out with a steep fall to the long upper lip, savage mouth under a straight blonde fringe, a shark's keen tooth pointing at the dropped jaw. Arched forehead drooping to the spread ears, blonde eyebrows drooping over slack lids. And Mr. James. Mr. James was the only short one. He stood apart, his eyes edging off from his limp handshaking. Mr. James had a red face and high bleak nose like his brother. He was clean-shaved, except for short auburn whiskers brushed forward in flat curls. His thin Wellington lips went out and in, pressed together, trying hard not to laugh at you. He held his arms bowed out stiffly, as if the armholes of his coat were too tight for him. The room was light at the far end, where the 2 windows were, and dark at the door end where the mahogany sideboard was. The bright, loaded table stretched between. Old Dr. Kendall sat behind it by the corner of the fireplace. Though it was August, the windows were shut, and a fire burned in the grate. 2 tabby cats sat up by the fender, blinking and nodding with sleep. Here's Father, Miss Kendall said. And here's Johnny and Minnie. He had dropped off into a doze. She woke him. You know, Mrs. Olivier, Father. And this is Miss Olivier. From a red and yellow pocket handkerchief, he disentangled a stringy claw-like hand and held it up with an effort. "Ye have come to see the old man, have ye?" "Aye." "He's the oldest in the dale," Miss Kendall said. "Except Mr. Peacock of Sarach. Don't you forget Mr. Peacock of Sarach, or he'll be so set up there'll be no bearing him," Dr. Charles said. "Miss Mary, will you sit by father?" "No, she won't. Miss Mary will sit over here by me." Though Dr. Charles was not in his own house, he gave orders. He took Mr. James's place at the foot of the table. He made her sit at his left hand and Mama at his right. And he slanted Mama's chair and fixed a basket screen on its back so that she was shielded both from the fire and from the presence of the old man. Dr. Charles talked. "Where did you get that thin face, Miss Mary?" "Not in Rathdale, I'll be bound." He looked at you with small gray eyes blinking under weak lids and bared the shark's tooth, smiling. "A kind, hungry shark. They must have starved you at your school." "No." "Then they made you study too hard." "Kate, what do you think Bill Ackroyd's done now? Turned this year's heifers out along of last year's with the ringworm. And asks me how I think they get it. This child doesn't eat enough to keep a mouse, Mrs. Olivier." He would leave off talking now and then to eat, and in the silence, remarkable noises would come from the armchair. When that happened, Miss Kendall would look under the table and pretend that Minnie and Johnny were fighting. "Oh, those bad pusses," she would say. When her face kept quiet, it looked dead beside the ruddy faces of the three old men. Dead and very quietly, very softly decomposing into bleached purple and sallow white. Then her gaiety would come popping up again and jerk it back into life. Mr. James sat at her corner, beside Mary. He didn't talk, but his Wellington mouth moved perpetually in and out, and his small reddish eyes twinkled with a shrewd, secret mirth. You thought every minute he would burst out laughing, and you wondered what you were doing to amuse him so. Every now and then Miss Kendall would tell you something about him. "What do you think Mr. James did today?" "He walked all the way to Garth and back again. Over 9 miles. And Mr. James would look gratified. Tea was over with the sacrifice of the pink and white cake. Miss Kendall took your arm again and led you, gaily back to the old man. "Here's Miss Mary come to talk to you, father." She set a chair for you beside him. He turned his head slowly to you, waking out of his doze. "What did she say your name was, my dear?" "Olivier. Mary Olivier. I don't call to mind anybody of that name in the dale. But I suppose I brought you into the world same as the rest of 'em." Miss Kendall gave a little bound in her chair. "Does anybody know where Pussy is?" The claw hand stirred in the red and yellow pocket handkerchief. "Ye have come to see the old man, have ye?" "Aye." When he talked, he coughed. A dreadful sound, as if he dragged up out of himself a long, rattling chain. It hurt you to look at him. Pity hurt you. Once he had been young, like Roddy. Then he had been middle-aged, with hanging jaw and weak eyelids, like Dr. Charles. Now he was old. He sat doubled up, coughing and weeping in a chair. But you could see that Miss Kendall was proud of him. She thought him wonderful because he kept on living. Supposing he was your father and you had to sit with him, all your life, in a room smelling of rotten apples, could you bear it? Could you bear it for a fortnight? Wouldn't you wish supposing Papa all your life? But if you couldn't bear it, that would mean. No. She put her hand on the arm of his chair to protect him from her thoughts. The claw fingers scrabbled, groping for her hand. "Would ye like to be an old man's bedfellow?" "Pussy says it isn't her bedtime yet, father." When you went away, Miss Kendall stood on the doorstep looking after you. The last you saw of her was a soft grimace of innocent gaiety. The vicar of Renton. He wanted to see her. Mama had left her in the room with him, going out with an air of self-conscious connivance. Mr. Spencer Rowlett. Hard and handsome. Large face, square cut, clean-shaved, bare of any accent except its eyebrows, its mouth a thin straight line hardly visible in its sunburn. Small blue eyes standing still in the sunburn, hard and cold. When Mr. Rowlett wanted to express heartiness, he had to fall back on gesture, on the sudden flash of white teeth. He drew in his breath sharply, between the straight, close lips with a sound. XVIII. She watched him. Under his small handsome nose, his mouth and chin together made one steep, straight line. This lower face, flat and naked without lips, stretched like another forehead. At the top of the real forehead, where his hat had saved his skin, a straight band, white like a scar. Yet Mr. Spencer, Rowlett's hair curled and clustered out at the back of his head in perfect innocence. He was smiling his muscular smile, while his little hard, cold eyes held her in their tight stare. "Don't you think you would like to take a class in my Sunday school?" "I'm afraid I wouldn't like it at all." "Nothing to be afraid of. I should give you the infant school." For a long time he sat there, explaining that there was nothing to be afraid of, and that he would give her the infant school. You felt him filling the room, crushing you back and back, forcing his will on you. There was too much of his will, too much of his face. Her will rose up against his will and against his face, and its false, muscular smile. "I'm sure my mother didn't say I'd like to teach in a Sunday school. She said she'd be very glad if I could persuade you." She'd say that, but she knows perfectly well I wouldn't really do it. It was not Mrs. Olivier's idea. He got up. When he stood, his eyes stared at nothing away over your head. He wouldn't lower them to look at you. It was Mrs. Sutcliffe's. How funny of Mrs. Sutcliffe. She doesn't know me either. "My dear young lady, you were at school when your father and mother dined at Greffington Hall." He was looking down at her now, and she could feel herself blushing. Hot, red waves of shame, rushing up, tingling in the roots of her hair. "Mrs. Sutcliffe," he said, "is very kind." She saw it now. He had been at the Sutcliffes that evening. He had seen Papa. He was trying to say, "Your father was drunk at Greffington Hall. He will never be asked there again. He will not be particularly welcome at the vicarage. But you are very young. We do not wish you to suffer. This is our kindness to you. Take it. You are not in a position to refuse." And what am I to say to Mrs. Sutcliffe? "Oh, anything you like that wouldn't sound too rude. Shall I say that you're a very independent young lady, and that she had better not ask you to join her sewing class? Would that sound too rude?" "Not a bit. If you put it nicely. But you would, wouldn't you?" He looked down at her again. His thick eyes had thawed slightly, they let out a twinkle. But he was holding his lips so tight that they had disappeared. A loud, surprising laugh forced them open. He held out his hand with a gesture, drawing back his laugh in a tremendous "fiv-vi-vi-vi." When he had gone, she opened the piano and played and played. Through the window of the room Chopin's Fontana Polonaise went out after him, joyous, triumphant and defiant, driving him before it. She exulted in her power over the Polonaise. Nothing could touch you, nothing could hurt you while you played. If only you could go on playing forever. Her mother came in from the garden. "Mary," she said, "if you will play, you must play gently." "But Mom, I can't. It goes like that." "Then," said her mother, "don't play it. You can be heard all over the village." "Bother the village. I don't care. I don't care if I'm heard all over everywhere." She went on playing. But it was no use. She struck a wrong note. Her hands trembled and lost their grip. They stiffened, dropped from the keys. She sat and stared idiotically at the white page, at the black dots nodding on their stems, at the black bars swaying. She had forgot how to play Chopin's Fontana Polonaise. Stone walls. A wild country, caught in the net of the stone walls. Stone walls following the plains of the land, running straight along the valleys, switchbacking up and down the slopes. Humped-up, gray spines of the green mounds. Stone walls piled loosely, with the brute skill of earthmen building centuries ago. They bulged, they toppled, yet they stood firm, holding the wild country in their mesh, knitting the gray villages to the gray farms and the farms to the gray buyers. Where you thought the net had ended, it flung out a gray rope over the purple back of Renton, the green shoulder of Greffington. Outside the village, the schoolhouse lane, a green trench sunk between stone walls, went up and up, turning 3 times. At the top of the last turn, a gate. When you had got through the gate, you were free. It led on to the wide, flat hafring of moor that lay under Carva. The moor and the high mound of the hill were free, They had slipped from the net of the walls. Broad sheep drives cut through the moor. Inlets of green grass forked into purple heather. Green streamed through purple, lapped against purple, lay on purple in pools and splashes. Burnt patches. Tongues of heather, twisted and pointed, picked clean by fire, flickering gray over black earth. Towards evening the black and gray ran together like ink and water, stilled into purple, the black purple of grapes. If you shut your eyes, you could see the flat Essex country spread in a thin film over Carva. Thinner and thinner. But you could remember what it had been like. Low tilled fields, thin trees, sharp, queer, uncertain beauty. Sharp, queer, uncertain happiness, coming again and again, never twice to the same place in the same way. It hurt you when you remembered it. The beauty of the hills was not like that. It stayed. It waited for you, keeping faith. Day after day, night after night, it was there. Happiness was there. You were sure of it every time. Roddy's uneasy eyes, Papa's feet, shuffling in the passage, Mama's disapproving, remembering face, the Kendall's house, smelling of rotten apples, the old man coughing and weeping in his chair, they couldn't kill it. They couldn't take it away. The mountain sheep waited for you. They stood back as you passed, staring at you with their look of wonder and sadness. Grouse shot up from your feet with a rek-ek-ek-ek in sudden explosive flight. Plovers rose, wheeling round and round you with sharper and sharper cries of agitation. Pivot, pivot, pivot. Pivot, they swooped, suddenly close, close to your eyes. You heard the drumming vibration of their wings. Away in front, a line of sheep went slowly up and up Carva. The hill made their bleating mournful and musical. You slipped back into the house. In the lamp-lighted drawing room, the others sat, bored and tired, waiting for prayer time. They hadn't noticed how long you had been gone. Roman 12. Roddy, I wish you'd go and see where your father is. Roddy looked up from his sketchbook. He had filled it with pictures of cavalry on plunging chargers, trains of artillery rushing into battle, sailing ships in heavy seas. Roddy's mind was possessed by images of danger and adventure. He flourished off the last wave of battle smoke and shut the sketchbook with a snap. Mama knew perfectly well where Papa was. Roddy knew. Caddy and Maggie the cook knew. Everybody in the village knew. Regularly, about 6 o'clock in the evening, he shuffled out of the house and along the high road to the Buck Hotel, and towards dinner time Roddy had to go and bring him back. Everybody knew what he went for. He would have to hold Papa tight by the arm and lead him over the cobblestones. They would pass the long bench at the corner under the Kendall's wall, and Mr. Oldshaw, the banker, and Mr. Horn, the grocer, and Mr. Ackroyd, the shoemaker, would be sitting there talking to Mr. Belk, who was justice of the peace. And they would see Papa. The young men squatting on the flagstones outside the Farmer's Arms, and the King's Head would see him. And Papa would stiffen and draw himself up, trying to look dignified and sober. When he was very bad, Mama would cry, quietly, all through dinner time. But she would never admit that he went to the Buck Hotel. He had just gone off, nobody knew where, and Roddy had got to find him. August, September, and October passed. Roman 13. Didn't I tell you to wait? You know them all now. You see what they're like. In Roddy's voice, there was a sort of tired, bitter triumph. She knew them all now, Mrs. Waugh and Miss Fruin and the Kendalls, Mr. Spencer Rowlett and Miss Louisa Wright, who had had a disappointment, and old Mrs. Heron. They were all old. Oh, and there was Dorsey Heron, Mrs. Heron's niece. But Dorsey was old too, 27. She was no good, she couldn't talk to Roddy. She could only look at him with bright, shy eyes like a hare. Roddy and Mary were going up the Garthdale Road. At the first turn they saw Mrs. Waugh and her son coming towards them. She had forgotten Norman Waugh. Rodney groaned. He's here again. I say, let's go back. We can't. They've seen us. Everybody sees us, Roddy said. He began to walk with a queer, defiant, self-conscious jerk. Mrs. Waugh came on buoyantly, as if the hoop of a crinoline still held her up. Well, Mary, going for another walk. She stopped, in a gracious mood to show off her son. When she looked at Roddy, her raised eyebrows said, still here, doing nothing. Norman's going back to work on Monday, she said. The son stood aside, uninterested, impatient, staring past them, beating the road with his stick. He was thick-set and square. He had the stooping head and heavy eyes of a bull. Black hair and eyebrows grew bushily from his dull white Fruin skin. He would be an engineer. Mr. Belk's brother had taken him into his works at Durlingham. He wasn't 17, yet he knew how to make engines. He had a strong, lumbering body. His heart would go on thump-thumping with regular strokes, like a stupid piston, not like Roddy's heart, excited, quivering, hurrying, suddenly checking. His eyes drew his mother away. You were glad when they were gone. You can see what they think, Roddy said. Everybody thinks it. Everybody thinks what? That I'm a cad to be sticking here, doing nothing, living on Mama's money. It doesn't matter. They've no business to think. No. But Mama thinks it. She says I ought to get something to do. She talks about Mark and Dan. She can't see he stopped, biting his lip. If I were like Mark, if I could do things. That beast Norman Waugh can do things. He doesn't live on his mother's money. She sees that. She doesn't know what's the matter with me. She thinks it's only my heart. And it isn't. It's me. I'm an idiot. I can't even do office work like Dan. She thinks I'll be all right if I go away far enough, where she won't see me. Mind you, I should be all right if I'd gone into the Navy. She knows if I hadn't had that beastly rheumatic fever, I'd have been in the Navy or the merchant service now. It's all rot not passing you. As if walking about on a ship's deck was worse for your heart than digging in a garden. It certainly couldn't be worse than farming in Canada. Farming? In Canada. That's her idea. It'll kill me to do what I want. It won't kill me to do what she wants. He brooded. Mark did what he wanted. He went away and left her. Brute as I am, I wouldn't have done that. She doesn't know that's why I'm sticking here. I can't leave her. I'd rather die. Roddy too. He had always seemed to go his own way without caring, living his secret life, running, jumping, grinning at you. And he too was compelled to adore Mark and yet to cling helplessly, hopelessly to Mama. When he said things about her, he was struggling against her, trying to free himself. He flung himself off and came back, to cling harder. And he was 19. After all, he said, why shouldn't I stay? It's not as if I didn't dig in the garden and look after Papa. If I went, she'd have to get somebody. I thought you wanted to go, she said. So I did. So I do for some things. But when it comes to the point, I funk it. Because of Mama. Because of me. That idiocy. Supposing I had to do something I couldn't do. That's why I shall have to go away somewhere where it won't matter, where she won't know anything about it. The frightened look was in his eyes again. In her heart, a choking, breathless voice talked of unhappiness, coming. Unhappiness that no beauty could assuage. Her will hardened to shut it out. When the road turned again, they met Mr. James. He walked with queer, jerky steps, his arms bowed out stiffly. As he passed, he edged away from you. His mouth moved as if he were trying not to laugh. They knew about Mr. James now. His mind hadn't grown since he was 5 years old. He could do nothing but walk. Martha, the old servant, dressed and undressed him. I shall have to go, Roddy said. If I stay here, I shall look like Mr. James. I shall walk with my arms bowed out, Caddy'll dress and undress me. Roman 21. They hated the piano. They had pushed it away against the dark outside wall. Its strings were stiff with cold, and when the rain came, its wooden hammers swelled so that 2 notes struck together in the bass. The piano tuner made them move it to the inner wall in the large, bright place that belonged to the cabinet. Mama was annoyed because Mary had taken the piano tuner's part. Mama loved the cabinet. She couldn't bear to see it standing in the piano's dark corner, where the green Chinese bowls hardly showed behind the black glimmer of the panes. The light fell full on the ragged, faded silk of the piano and on the long scar across its lid. It was like a poor, shabby relation. It stood there in the quiet room, with its lid shut, patient, reproachful, waiting for you to come and play on it. When Mary thought of the piano, her heart beat faster, her fingers twitched, the full, sensitive tips tingled and ached to play. When she couldn't play, she lay awake at night thinking of the music. She was trying to learn the sonato appassionata, going through it bar by bar, slowly and softly, so that nobody outside the room should hear it. That was better than not playing it at all. But sometimes you would forget, and as soon as you struck the loud chords in the first movement, Papa would come in and stop you. And the sonata would go on sounding inside you, trying to make you play it, giving you no peace. Towards 6 o'clock, she listened for his feet in the flagged passage. When the front door slammed behind him, she rushed to the piano. There might be a whole hour before Roddy fetched him from the Buck Hotel. If you could only reach the last movement, the 2 thundering chords, and then the presto. The music beat on the thick stone walls of the room and was beaten back, its fine, live throbbing blunted by overtones of discord. You longed to open all the doors and windows of the house, to push back the stone walls and let it out. Terrible minutes to 6, when Mama's face watched and listened, when she knew what you were thinking. You kept on looking at the clock. You wondered whether this time Papa would really go. You hoped. Mama's eyes hurt you. They said she doesn't care what becomes of him so long as she can play. Roman 2. Sometimes the wounded, mutilated allegro would cry inside you all day, imploring you to finish it, to let it pour out its life in joy. When it left off, the white sound patterns of poems came instead. They floated down through the dark as she lay on her back in her hard, narrow bed. Out of doors, her feet, muffled in wet moor grass, went to a beat, a clang. She would never play well. At any minute, her father's voice or her mother's eyes would stiffen her fingers and stop them. She knew what she would do. She had always known. She would make poems. They couldn't hear you making poems. They couldn't see your thoughts falling into sound patterns. Only part of the pattern would appear at once, while the rest of it went on sounding from somewhere a long way off. When all the parts came together, the poem was made. You felt as if you had made it long ago and had forgotten it and remembered. Roman 3. The room held her close, cold and white, a nun's cell. If you counted the window place, it was shaped like a cross. The door at the foot, the window at the head, bookshelves at the end of each arm. A kitchen lamp with a tin reflector on a table stood in the breast of the cross. Its flame was so small that she had to turn it onto her work like a lantern. Dumpity, dumpity dum. Tell them that Bian is dead. He is dead, young Bian the shepherd. And with him music is dead, and Dorian poetry perished. She had the conceited, exciting thought, I am translating Moshes, the funeral song for Bian. Moshes was Bian's friend. She wondered whether he had been happy or unhappy, making his funeral song. If you could translate it all, if you could only make patterns out of English sounds that had the hardness and stillness of the Greek. Archit, cyclicae, to pentheos, archit mois, adons hi pukinoisin ogeramna podi fulwa. The wind picked at the pane. Through her thick tweed coat, she could feel the air of the room soak like cold water to her skin. She curved her aching hands over the hot globe of the lamp. Ogeramna. Morning. No. You thought of black crepe, bunched up weepers, red faces. The wick spluttered, the flame leaned from the burner, gave a skip and went out. Ogeramna grieving, perhaps. Suddenly she thought of Morris Jourdain. She saw him standing in the field path. She heard him say, talk to me. I'm alive. I'm here. I'll listen. I'll never misunderstand. She saw his worn eyelids, his narrow, yellowish teeth. Supposing he was dead. She would forget about him for months together. Then suddenly she would remember him like that. Being happy and excited made you remember. She tried not to see his eyelids and his teeth. They didn't matter. Roman 4. The season of ungovernable laughter had begun. Roddy, they'll hear us. We mustn't. I'm not. I'm blowing my nose. I wish I could make it sound like that. They stood on the Kendall's doorstep, in the dark, under the snow. Snow powdered the flagstone path, swept ready for the New Year's party. Think, she said, their poor party. It would be awful of us. Roddy rang. As they waited, they began to laugh again. Helpless, ruinous, agonizing laughter. Oh, I can hear Martha coming. Do something. You might be unbuckling my snowshoes. The party was waiting for them in the drawing room. Dr. Charles. Miss Louisa Wright, stiff fragility. A child's face blurred and delicately weathered, features in innocent, low relief. Pale hair rolled into an insubstantial puff above each ear. Speedwell eyes fading milkily. Hurt eyes, disappointed eyes. Dr. Charles had disappointed her. Dorsey Heron, tall and straight. Shy Hare's face trying to look austere. Norman Waugh, sulky and superior, in a corner. As Roddy came in, everybody, but Norman Waugh turned round and stared at him with sudden, happy smiles. He was so beautiful that it made people happy to look at him. His very name, Rodney Olivier, sounded more beautiful than other people's names. Dorsey Heron's shy Hare's eyes tried to look away and couldn't. Her little high, red nose got redder. And every now and then Dr. Charles looked at Rodney, a grave, considering look, as if he knew something about him that Rodney didn't know. She shall play what she likes, Mr. Sutcliffe said. He had come in late, without his wife. She was going to play to them. They always asked you to play. She thought, it'll be all right. They won't listen, they'll go on talking. I'll play something so soft and slow that they won't hear it. I shall be alone, listening to myself. She played the first movement of the Moonlight Sonata. A beating heart, a grieving voice, beautiful, quiet grief, it couldn't disturb them. Suddenly they all left off talking. They were listening. Each note sounded pure and sweet, as if it went out into an empty room. They came close up, one by one on tiptoe, with slight creakings and rustlings, Miss Kendall, Louisa Wright, Dorsey Heron. Their eyes were soft and quiet like the music. Mr. Sutcliffe sat where he could see her. He was far away from the place where she heard herself playing, but she could feel his face turned on her like a light. The first movement died on its 2 chords. Somebody was saying how beautifully she plays. Life and warmth flowed into her. Exquisite, tingling life and warmth. Go on. Go on, Mr. Sutcliffe's voice sounded miles away beyond the music. She went on into the lovely allegretto. She could see their hushed faces leaning nearer. You could make them happy by playing to them. They loved you because you made them happy. Mr. Sutcliffe had got up, he had come closer. She was playing the presto agitato. It flowed smoothly under her fingers, at an incredible pace, with an incredible certainty. Something seemed to be happening over there, outside the place where she heard the music. Martha came in and whispered to the doctor. The doctor whispered to Roddy. Roddy started up, and they went out together. She thought Papa again, but she was too happy to care. Nothing mattered so long as she could listen to herself playing the Moonlight Sonata. Under the music, she was aware of Miss Kendall stooping over her, pressing her shoulder, saying something. She stood up. Everybody was standing up, looking frightened. Outside in the hall, she saw Caddy crying. She went past her over the open threshold, where the snow lay like a light. She couldn't stay to find her snowshoes and her coat. The track across the green struck hard and cold under her slippers. The tickling and trickling of the snow felt like the play of cold, light fingers on her skin. Her fear was a body inside her body. It ached and dragged, stone cold and still. Romans 6. The basin kept on slipping from the bed. She could see its pattern reddish flowers and green leaves and curlicues under the splashings of mustard and water. She felt as if it must slip from her fingers and be broken. When she pressed it tighter to the edge of the mattress, the rim struck against Papa's breast. He lay stretched out on the big yellow birchwood bed. The curtains were drawn back, holding the sour smell of sickness in their fluted folds. Papa's body made an enormous mound under the green eiderdown. It didn't move. A little fluff of down that had pricked its way through the cover still lay where it had settled. Papa's head still lay where it had dropped. The forefinger still pointed at the fluff of down. Papa's head was thrown stiffly back on the high pillows. It sank in, weighted with the blood that flushed his face. Around it on the white linen, there was a spatter and splash of mustard and water. His beard clung to his chin, soaked in the yellowish stain. He breathed with a loud, grating and groaning noise. Her ears were so tired with listening to this noise that sometimes they would go to sleep for a minute or two. Then it would wake them suddenly, and she would begin to cry again. You could stop crying if you looked steadily at the little fluff of down. At each groaning breath it quivered and sank and quivered. Roddy sat by the dressing table. He stared now at his clenched hands, now at his face in the glass, as if he hated it, as if he hated himself. Mama was still dressed. She had got up on the bed beside Papa and crouched on the bolster. She had left off crying. Every now and then she stroked his hair with tender, desperate fingers. It struck out between the white ears of the pillow slip in a thin, pointed crest. Papa's hair. His poor hair. These alterations of the familiar person, the blood-red flush, the wet, clinging beard, the pointed hair, stirred in her a rising hysteria of pity. Mama had given him the mustard and water. She could see the dregs in the tumbler on the night table, and the brown hen's feather they had tickled his throat with. They oughtn't to have done it. Dr. Charles would not have let them do it if he had been there. They should have waited. They might have known the choking, and the retching would kill him. Caddy ought to have known. Somewhere behind his eyes, his life was leaking away through the torn net of the blood vessels, bleeding away over his brain, under his hair, under the tender, desperate fingers. She fixed her eyes on the pattern of the wallpaper. A purplish rosebud in a white oval on a lavender ground. She clung to it as to some firm, safe center of being. VII. The first day. The first evening. She went on hushed feet down the passage to let Dan in. The squeak of the latch picked at her taut nerves. She was glad of the cold air that rushed into the shut-up, soundless house, the sweet, cold air that hung about Dan's face and tingled in the curling frieze of his overcoat. She took him into the lighted dining room where Roddy and Mama waited for him. The callous fire crackled and spurted brightness. The table was set for Dan's supper. Dan knew that Papa was dead. He betrayed his knowledge by the cramped stare of his heavy, gentle eyes, and by the shamed, furtive movements of his hands towards the fire. But that was all. His senses were still uncontaminated by their knowledge. He had not seen Papa. He had not heard him. What was it? Apoplexy. His eyes widened. Innocent, vague eyes that didn't see. Their minds fastened on Dan to get immunity for themselves out of his unconsciousness. As long as they could keep him downstairs, in his innocence, their misery receded from them a little way. But Mama would not have it so. She looked at Dan. Her eyes were dull and had no more thought in them. Her mouth quivered. They knew that she was going to say something. Their thread of safety tightened. In another minute, it would snap. "Would you like to see him?" she said. They waited for Dan to come down from the room. He would not be the same Dan. He would have seen the white sheet raised by the high mound of the body and by the stiff, upturned feet, and he would have lifted the handkerchief from the face. He would be like them, and his consciousness would put a sharper edge on theirs. He would be afraid to look at them, as they were afraid to look at each other, because of what he had seen. VIII. She lay beside her mother in the strange spare room. She had got into bed straight from her undressing. On the other side of the mattress, she had seen her mother's kneeling body like a dwarfed thing trailed there from the floor, and her hands propped up on the edge of the eiderdown, ivory white against the red and yellow pattern, and her darling bird's head bowed to her fingertips. The wet eyelids had lifted, and the drowned eyes had come to life again in a brief glance of horror. Mama had expected her to kneel down and pray. In bed, they had turned their backs on each other, and she had the feeling that her mother shrank from her as from somebody unclean who had omitted to wash herself with prayer. She wanted to take her mother in her arms and hold her tight. But she couldn't. She couldn't. Suddenly, her throat began to jerk with a hysterical spasm. She thought, "I wish I had died instead of Papa." She forced back the jerk of her hysteria and lay still, listening to her mother's sad, obstructed breathing and her soft, secret blowing of her nose. Presently these sounds became a meaningless rhythm and ceased. She was a child dreaming. She stood on the nursery staircase at 5 Elms. The coffin came round the turn and crushed her against the banisters. Only this time she was not afraid of it. She made herself wake because of something that would happen next. The flagstones of the passage were hard and cold to her naked feet. That was how you could tell you were awake. The door of the morphed drawing room opened into Mama's old bedroom at 5 Elms, and when she came to the foot of the bed, she saw her father standing there. He looked at her with a mocking, ironic animosity, so that she knew he was alive. She thought, "It's all right. I only dreamed he was dead. I shall tell Mama." When she really woke, two entities, two different and discordant memories, came together with a shock. Her mother was up and dressed. She leaned over her, tucking the blankets round her shoulders and saying, "Lie still and go to sleep again. There's a good girl." Her memory cleared and settled, filtering, as the light filtered through the drawn blinds. Mama and she had slept together because Papa was dead. Roman 9. "Mary, do you know why you're crying?" Roddy's face was fixed in a look of anger and resentment, and of anxiety, as if he were afraid that at any minute he would be asked to do something that he couldn't do. They had come down together from the locked room and gone into the drawing room where the yellow blinds let in the same repulsive, grayish-ochreish light. Her tears did not fall. They covered her eyes each with a shaking lens. The chairs and tables floated up to her as if she stood in an aquarium of thick, grayish-ochreish light. "You think it's because you care," he said. "But it's because you don't care. You're not as bad as I am. I don't care a bit. Yes, you do, or you wouldn't think you didn't. No. None of us really cares. Except Mama. And even she doesn't as much as she thinks she does. If we cared, we'd be glad to sit in there, doing nothing, thinking about him. That's why we keep on going upstairs to look at him, to make ourselves feel as if we cared." She wondered, was that really why they did it? She thought it was because they couldn't bear to leave him there, 4 days and 4 nights, alone. She said so. But Roddy went on in his hard, flat voice, beating out his truth. "We never did anything to make him happy." "He was happy," she said. "When Mark went, he had Mama." "Yes, but he must have known about us. He must have known about us all the time." "What did he know about us?" "That we didn't care. Don't you remember," he said, "the things we used to say about him?" She remembered. She could see Dan in the nursery at 5 Elms, scowling and swearing he would kill Papa. She could see Roddy and Mark with his red, tight face, laughing at him. She could see herself, a baby, kicking and screaming when he took her in his arms. For months she hadn't thought about him, except to wish he wasn't there so that she could go on playing. When he was in the fit, she had been playing on the Kendall's piano, conceited and happy, not caring. Supposing all the time, deep down, in his secret mysterious life, he had cared. "We must leave off thinking about him," Roddy said. "If we keep on thinking, we shall go off our heads." "We are off our heads," she said. Their hatred of themselves was a biting, aching madness. She hated the conceited, happy self that hadn't cared. The piano, gleaming somberly in the hushed light, reminded her of it. She hated the piano. They dragged themselves back into the dining room, where Mama and Dan sat doing nothing, hiding their faces from each other. The afternoon went on. Utter callousness, utter weariness came over them. Their mother kept looking at the clock. "Uncle Victor will have got to Durlingham," she said. An hour ago she had said, "Uncle Victor will have got to York." Their minds clung to Uncle Victor as they had clung, 4 days ago, to Dan because of his unconsciousness. Uncle Victor had put his arm on her shoulder. He was leaning rather heavily. He saw what she saw, the immense coffin set up on trestles at the foot of the bed, the sheeted body packed tight in the padded white lining, the hands curling a little smooth and stiff, the hands of a wax figure, the firm, sallowish white face, the brown stains like iodine about the nostrils, the pale underlip pushed out proudly. A cold, thick smell, like earth damped with stagnant water, came up to them, mixed with the sharp, piercing smell of the coffin. The vigilant, upright coffin lid leaned with its sloping shoulders against the chimney-piece, ready. In spite of his heavy hand, she was aware that Uncle Victor's consciousness of these things was different from hers. He did not appear to be in the least sorry for Papa. On his face, wistful, absorbed, there was a faint, incongruous smile. He might have been watching a child, playing some mysterious game. He sighed. His eyes turned from the coffin to the coffin lid. He stared at the black letters on the shining brass plate. Emilius Olivier. Born November 13th, 1827. Died January 2nd, 1881. The grip on her shoulder tightened. He was faithful, Mary. He said it as if he were telling her something she couldn't possibly have known. The funeral woke her. A line of light slid through the chink of the door, crooked itself, and staggered across the ceiling, a blonde triangle throwing the shadows askew. That was Caddy, carrying the lamp for the bearers. It came again. There was a shuffling of feet in the passage, a secret muttering at the head of the stairs, the crack of a banister, a thud as the shoulder of the coffin butted against the wall at the turn. Then the grinding scream of the brakes on the hill, the long SHR-ish of the checked wheels plowing through the snow. She could see her mother's face on the pillow, glimmering with shut eyes. At each sound she could hear her draw a shaking, sobbing breath. She turned to her and took her in her arms. The small, stiff body yielded to her, helpless like a child's. "Oh, Mary, what shall I do? To send him away, like that in a train all the way. Your grandmamma Olivier tried to keep him from me, and now he's gone back to her. You've got Mark." "What's that you say?" "Mark. Mark. Nobody can keep Mark from you. He'll never want anybody but you." He said so. How small she was. You could feel her little shoulder blades, weak and fine under your fingers like a child's. You could break them. To be happy with her, either you or she had to be broken, to be helpless and little like a child. It was a sort of happiness to lie there, holding her, hiding her from the dreadful funeral dawn. 5 o'clock. The funeral would last till 3, going along the road to Rayburn Station, going in the train from Rayburn to Durlingham, from Durlingham to King's Cross. She wondered whether Dan and Roddy would keep on feeling the funeral all the time. The train was part of it. Not the worst part. Not so bad as going through the East End to the City of London Cemetery. When it came to the City of London Cemetery, her mind stopped with a jerk and refused to follow the funeral any further. 10 o'clock. 11. They had shut themselves up in the dining room, in the yellow ochreish light. Mama sat in her armchair, tired and patient, holding her Bible and her church service on her knees ready. Every now and then she dozed. When this happened, Mary took the Bible from her and read where it opened. And he made the candlestick of pure gold. Of beaten work made he the candlestick. His shaft and his branch, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers were of the same. And in the candlestick were 4 bowls made like almonds, his knops and his flowers. And a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches going out of it. Their knops and their branches were of the same. All of it was one beaten work of pure gold. At 2 o'clock the bell of Renton Church began to toll. Her mother sat up in a stiff, self-conscious attitude and opened the church service. The bell went on tolling. For Papa. It stopped. Her mother was saying something. "Mary, I can't see with the blind down. Do you think you could read it to me? I am the resurrection and the life." A queer, jarring voice burst out violently in the dark quiet of the room. It carried each sentence with a rush, making itself steady and hard. "He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. I said, I will take heed to my ways, that I offend not with my tongue." Not that one, her mother said. "O Lord, thou hast been our refuge, from one generation to another. Before the mountains were brought forth, or ever the earth and the world were made." Too fast. Much too fast. You were supposed to be following Mr. Perpart, but if you kept up that pace, you would have finished the service before he had got through the psalm. "Lord God most holy." I can't hear you, Mary. "I'm sorry." "O Lord most mighty, O holy and most merciful Savior, deliver us not into the bitter pains of eternal death. Thou knowest, Lord, the secrets of our hearts. Shut not thy merciful ears to our prayers. But spare us, Lord most holy, O God most mighty, O holy and merciful Savior." Prayers, abject prayers for themselves. None for him. Not one word. They were cowards, afraid for themselves, afraid of death. Their funk had made them forget him. It was as if they didn't believe that he was there. And after all, it was his funeral. Suffer us not at our last hour. The hard voice staggered and dropped, picked itself and continued on a note of defiance. For on pains of death to fall from thee. They would have come to the grave now, by the black-pointed cypresses. There would be a long pit of yellow clay, instead of the green grass and the white curb. Dan and Roddy would be standing by it. Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God of his mercy, to take unto himself the soul of our dear brother. The queer, violent voice stopped. I can't. Mama seemed gratified by her inability to finish the order for the burial of the dead. Roman 12. You can say that, with your poor father lying in this grave. It was the third evening after the funeral. A minute ago they were at perfect peace, and now the everlasting dispute about religion had begun again. There had been no prayers since Papa died, because Mama couldn't trust herself to read them without breaking down. At the same time, it was inconceivable to her that there should be no prayers. I should have thought if you could read the burial service. I only did it because you asked me to. Then you might do this because I ask you. It isn't the same thing. You haven't got to believe in the burial service. But either you believe in prayers, or you don't believe in them. If you don't, you oughtn't to read them. You oughtn't to be asked to read them. How are we going on, I should like to know. Supposing I was to be laid aside, are there to be no prayers, ever, in this house, because you've set yourself up in your silly self-conceit against the truth? The truth. The truth about God. As if anybody really knew it, as if it mattered, as if anything mattered except Mama. Yet it did matter. It mattered more than anything in the whole world, the truth about God, the truth about anything, just the truth. Papa's death had nothing to do with it. It wasn't fair of Mama to talk as if it had, to bring it up against you like that. Let's go to bed, she said. Her mother took no notice of the suggestion. She sat bolt upright in her chair. Her face had lost its look of bored, weary patience. It flushed and flickered with resentment. I shall send for Aunt Bella, she said. Why Aunt Bella? Because I must have someone. Someone of my own. Roman 13. It was 3 weeks now since the funeral. Mama and Aunt Bella sat in the dining room, one on each side of the fireplace. Mama looked strange and sunken, and rather yellow in a widow's cap and a black knitted shawl. But Aunt Bella had turned herself into a large, comfortable sheep by means of a fleece of white shawl and an ice wool hood peaked over her cap. There was a sweet, inky smell of black things dyed at pullers. Mary picked out the white threads and pretended to listen, while Aunt Bella talked to Mama in a woolly voice about Aunt Lavvy's friendship with the Unitarian minister, and Uncle Edward's lumbago, and the unreasonableness of the working classes. She thought how clever it was of Aunt Bella to be able to keep it up like that. I couldn't do it to save my life. As long as I live, I shall never be any good to Mama. The dining room looked like Mr. Metcalf, the undertaker. Funereal hypocrisy. She wondered whether Roddy would see the likeness. She thought of Roddy's nervous laugh when Caddy brought in the first Yorkshire cakes. His eyes had stared at her steadily as he bit into his piece. They had said, "You don't care. You don't care. If you really cared, you couldn't eat." There were no more threads to pick. She wondered whether she would be thought unfeeling if she were to take a book and read. Aunt Bella began to talk about Roddy. Uncle Edward said Roddy ought to go away and get something to do. If Roddy went away, there would be no one. No one. She got up suddenly and left them. Roman 14. The air of the drawing room braced her like the rigor of a cold bath. Her heartache loosened and lost itself in the long shiver of chilled flesh. The stone walls were clammy with the sweat of the thaw. They gave out a sour, sickly smell. Gray smears of damp dulled the polished lid of the piano. They hadn't used the drawing room since Papa died. It was so bright, so heartlessly cheerful compared with the other rooms, you could see that Mama would think you unfeeling if you wanted to sit in it when Papa was dead. She had told Caddy not to light the fire and to keep the door shut, for fear you should be tempted to sit in it and forget. The piano. Under the lid, the keys were stiffening with the damp. The hammers were swelling, sticking together. She tried not to think of the piano. She turned her back on it and stood by the side window that looked out onto the garden. Mama's garden. It mouldered between the high walls, blackened by the thaw. On the grass plot, the snow had sunk to a thin crust, black-pitted. The earth was a black ooze through ulcers of gray snow. She had a sudden, terrifying sense of desolation. Her mind clutched at this feeling and referred it to her father. It sent out towards him, wherever he might be, a convulsive emotional cry. You were wrong. I do care. Can't you see that I can never be happy again? Yet, if you could come back, I would be happy. I wouldn't mind your little funny ways. It wasn't true. She would mind them. If he were really there, he would know it wasn't true. She turned and looked again at the piano. She went to it. She opened the lid and sat down before it. Her fingers crept along the keyboard. They flickered over the notes of the sonata appassionata, a ghostly, furtive playing, without pressure, without sound. And she was ashamed, as if the piano were tempting her to some cruel, abominable sin. Roman 22. The consultation had lasted more than an hour. From the cobbled square outside, you could see them through the window Mama, Uncle Edward, Uncle Victor, and Farmer Alderson, sitting round the dining room table and talking about Roddy. It was awful to think that things that concerned you could go on and be settled over your head, without your knowing anything about it. She only knew that Papa had made Uncle Victor and Uncle Edward the trustees and guardians of his children, who should be under age at his death. She and Roddy were under age. And that Mama had put the idea of farming in Canada into Uncle Edward's head, and that Uncle Victor had said he wouldn't hear of letting Roddy go out by himself. And that the landlord of the Buck Hotel had told Victor that Farmer Alderson's brother Ben had a big farm somewhere near Montreal, and young Jem Alderson was going out to him in March, and they might come to some arrangement. They were coming to it now. Roddy and she, crouching beside each other on the hearthrug in the drawing room, waited till it should be over. Through the shut doors, they could still distinguish Uncle Edward's smooth, fat voice from Uncle Victor's thin one. The booming and baying were the noises made by Farmer Alderson. I can't think what they want to drag him in for, Roddy said. It'll only make it more unpleasant for them. Roddy's eyes had lost their fear. They were fixed in a wise, mournful stare. He stared at his fate. They don't know yet quite how imbecile I am. If I could have gone out quietly by myself, they never need have known. Now they'll have to. Alderson'll tell them. He'll tell everybody. I don't care. It's their own lookout. They'll soon see I was right. Listen, she said. The dining room door had opened. Uncle Edward's voice came out first, sounding with a sort of complacent finality. They must have settled it. You could hear Farmer Alderson stumping his way to the front door. His voice boomed from the step. I don't sigh, look ye, eel mac mooch out of en tea farst year. Damn him, you can hear his beastly voice all over the place. F your young moans dead set to larn farmin, and F e have got a head on, is shoulders our gem can larn en. F e avent, a tall yo strawait, Mr. Olivier, ye med juists well tack your mooney and trow it in tea mistal. Roddy laughed. I could have told them that, he said. Money. Rather. They can't do it under 200 pounds. I suppose Victor'll stump up as usual. Poor Victor. Victor won't mind. He'll do anything for Mama. They can call it a premium if it makes them any happier, but it simply means that they're paying Alderson to get rid of me. No. They've got it into their heads that it's bad for you sticking here doing nothing. So it is. But being made to do what I can't do's worse. I'm not likely to do it any better with that young beast Alderson looking at me all the time and thinking what a bloody fool I am. They ought to have left it to me. It would have come a lot cheaper. I was going anyhow. I only stayed because of Papa. But I can't tell them that. After all, I was the only one who looked after him. If I'd gone, you'd have had to. Yes. It would even come cheaper, he said, if I stayed. I can prove it. He produced his pocket sketchbook. The leaves were scribbled over with sums desperately begun and left unfinished, Sums that were not quite sure of themselves, sums scratched out and begun again. He crossed them all out and started on a fresh page. Premium 200. Passage 20. Outfit say 30. 250. Land cheap, lumber cheap. Labor expensive. Still, Alderson would be so pleased, he might do the job himself for a nominal sum and only charge you for the wood. Funeral expenses, say $10. How much does it cost to keep me here? I haven't an idea. No, but think. I can't think. Well, say I eat 10 shillings worth of food per week. That's £26 a year. Say 30. Clothes 5. 35. Sundries perhaps 5. 40. But I do the garden. What's a gardener's wages? 20. 15. Say 15. 15 from 40, 15 from 40, 25. How much did Papa's funeral come to? Already I don't know. Say 30. 25 from 250, 225. Deduct funeral. 195. There you are. £195 for carting me to Canada. If you feel like that about it, you ought to tell them. They can't make you go if you don't want to. They're not making me go. I'm going. I couldn't possibly stay after the beastly things they've said. What sort of things? About my keep and my being no good and making work in the house. They couldn't. Edward did. He said if it wasn't for me, Mama wouldn't have to have Maggie. Caddy could do all the work. And when Victor sat on him and said Mama was to have Maggie whatever happened, he jawed back and said she couldn't afford both Maggie and me. Caddy could do Maggie's work, and I could do Caddy's if you'd stop. It would be only cleaning things. That's nothing. I'd rather clean the whole house and have you. You wouldn't. You only think you would. I would really. I'll tell them. It's no use, he said. They won't let you. I'll make them. I'll go and tell Edward and Victor now. She had shot up from the floor with sudden energy and stood looking down at Roddy as he still crouched there. Her heart ached for him. He didn't want to go to Canada. He wanted to stay with Mama, and Mama was driving him away from her for no reason except that Uncle Edward said he ought to go. She could hear the dining room door open and shut again. They were coming. Roddy rose from the floor. He drew himself up, stretching out his arms in a crucified attitude, and grinned at her. Do you suppose, he said, I'd let you? He grinned at Uncle Edward and Uncle Victor as they came in. Uncle Victor, she said, why should Roddy go away? If it's Maggie, we don't really want her. I'll do Caddy's work and he'll do the garden. So he can stay, can't he? He can, Mary, but I don't think he will. Of course I won't. If you hadn't waited to mix me up with Alderson, I could have cleared out and got there by this time. You don't suppose I was going to sponge on my mother forever, do you? He stood there, defying Uncle Edward and Uncle Victor, defying their thoughts of him. She wondered whether he had forgotten the £200 and whether they were thinking of it. They didn't answer, and Roddy, after fixing on them a look they couldn't meet, strode out of the room. She thought how like Mark he is, with his tight, squared shoulders holding his head high. His hair was like Mark's hair, golden brown, close clipped to the nape of his neck. When he had gone it would be like Mark's going. It's better he should go, Uncle Victor said. For his own sake. Uncle Edward said, of course it is. His little blue eyes glanced up from the side of his nose, twinkling. His mouth stretched from white whisker to white whisker in a smile of righteous benevolence. But Uncle Victor's eyes slunk away as if he were ashamed of himself. It was Uncle Victor who had paid the £200. Roman 2. Supposing there's something the matter with him, will he still have to go? I don't see why you should suppose there's anything the matter with him, her mother said. Is it likely your Uncle Victor would be paying all that money to send him out if he wasn't fit to go? It didn't seem likely that Victor would have done anything of the sort, any more than Uncle Edward would have let Aunt Bella give him an overcoat lined with black genet. They were waiting for Roddy to come back from the doctor's. Before Uncle Victor left Morph, He had made Roddy promise that for Mama's satisfaction, he would go and be overhauled. And it was as if he had said, "You'll see then how much need there is to worry." You might have kept on hoping that something would happen to prevent Roddy's going, but for the size and solidity and expensiveness of the preparations. You might forget that his passage was booked for the first Saturday in March, that today was the first Wednesday, that Victor's £200 had been paid to Jem Alderson's account at the bank in Montreal. And still, the black genet lining of the overcoat shouted at you that nothing could stop Roddy's going now. Uncle Victor might be reckless, but Uncle Edward and Aunt Bella took no risks. Unless, after all, Dr. Kendall stopped it if he said Roddy mustn't go. She could hear Roddy's feet coming back. They sounded like Mark's feet on the flagged path outside. He came into the room quickly. His eyes shone, he looked pleased and excited. Mama stirred in her chair. "That's a bright face. We needn't ask if you've got your passport," she said. He looked at her, a light, unresting look. "How right you are," he said. "And wise. Well, I didn't suppose there was much the matter with you." "There isn't." He went to the bookshelf where he kept his drawing blocks. "I wouldn't sit down and draw if I were you. There isn't time. There'll be less after Saturday." He sat down and began to draw. He was as absorbed and happy as if none of them had ever heard of Canada. He chanted, "Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, cannon in front of them volleyed and thundered." The pencil moved excitedly. Volumes of smoke curled and rolled and writhed on the left-hand side of the sheet. The guns of Balaclava. Into the jaws of death, into the mouth of hell, rode the 600. A rush of hoofs and heads and lifted blades on the right hand. The horses and swords of the Light Brigade. Theirs not to make reply, theirs not to reason why theirs, but to do and die. You ought to be a soldier, Roddy like Mark, not a farmer. Oh wise. Oh right. Forward the Light Brigade. Was there a man dismayed? Not though the soldier knew someone had blundered. Roman 3. She was going up the schoolhouse lane towards Carva, because Roddy and she had gone that way together on Friday, his last evening. It was Sunday now, 6 o'clock, the time he used to bring Papa home. His ship would have left Queenstown, it would be steering to the west. She wondered how much he had really minded going. Perhaps he had only been afraid he wouldn't be strong enough, for after he had seen the doctor he had been different. Pleased and excited. Perhaps he didn't mind so very much. If she could only remember how he had looked and what he had said. He had talked about the big Atlantic liner and the Canadian forests. With luck, the voyage might last 11 or 12 clear days. You could shoot moose and wapiti. Wapiti and elk. Elk. With his eyes shining. He was not quite sure about the elk. He wished he had written to the High Commissioner for Canada about the elk. That was what the commissioner was there for, to answer questions, to encourage you to go to his beastly country. She could hear Roddy's voice, saying these things as they walked over Carva. He was turning it all into an adventure, his imagination playing round and round it. And on Saturday morning, he had been sick and couldn't eat his breakfast. Mama had been sorry, and at the same time vexed and irritable as if she were afraid that the arrangements might, after all, be upset. But in the end he had gone off, pleased and excited, with Jem Alderson in the train. She could see Jem's wide shoulders pushing through the carriage door after Roddy. He had a gentle, reddish face and long hanging mustaches like a dying gladiator. Little eyes that screwed up to look at you. He would be good to Roddy. It would be all right. She stood still in the dark lane. A disturbing memory gnawed its way through her thoughts that covered it. The way Roddy had looked at Mama, that Wednesday, the way he had spoken to her. Oh wise. Oh right. That was because he believed she wanted him to go away. He couldn't believe that she really cared for him, that Mama really cared for anybody but Mark. He couldn't believe that anybody cared for him. Into the jaws of death, into the mouth of hell, rode the 600. Roddy's chant pursued her up the lane. The gate at the top fell to behind her. More grass showed gray among black heather. She half saw, half felt her way along the sheep tracks. There, where the edge of the round pit broke away, was the place where Roddy had stopped suddenly in front of her. "I wouldn't mind a bit if I hadn't been such a brute to little mama." Why are we such brutes to her? He had turned in the narrow moor track and faced her with his question, why? Forward, the light brigade. Was there a man dismayed? Not though the soldier knew someone had blundered. Hundred blundered. Did Tennyson really call hundred? The gray curve of the high road glimmered alongside the moor. From the point where her track joined it, she could see 3 lights, 2 moving, 1 still. The still light at the turn came from the Aldersons' house. The moving lights went with the clomp-clomp of hoofs on the road. Down in the darkness, beyond the field's Garthdale, lay like a ditch under the immense wall of Greffington Edge. Roddy hated Greffington Edge. He hated Morph. He wanted to get away. It would be all right. The clomp-clomping sounded close behind her. 2 shafts of light shot out in front, white on the gray road. Dr. Kendall drove past in his dog-cart. He leaned out over the side, peering. She heard him say something to himself. The wheels slowed down with a grating noise. The light stood still. He had pulled up. He was waiting for her. She turned suddenly and went back up the moor by the way she had come. She didn't want to see Dr. Kendall. She was afraid he would say something about Roddy. Roman 23. The book stood piled on the table by her window. The books Miss Ray of Clevehead had procured for her, had given and lent her. Now Roddy had gone, she had time enough to read them. Hume's essays, the fat maroon Schwegler, the 2 volumes of Kant in the Hedgesborough green paper covers. Critic der Reinen Vernunft. Critic der Reinen Vernunft. She said it over and over to herself. It sounded nicer than the critique of pure reason. At the sight of the thick black letters on the Hedgesborough green ground, her heart jumped up and down with excitement. Lucky it was in German, so that Mama couldn't find out what Kant was driving at. The secret was hidden behind the thick black bars of the letters. In Schwegler, as you went on, you went deeper. You saw thought folding and unfolding, thought moving on, thought drawing the universe to itself, pushing the universe away from itself to draw it back again, closer than close. Space and time were forms of thought. They were infinite. So thought was infinite. It went on forever, carrying space, carrying time. If only you knew what the thing in itself was. Roman 2. Mama. The letter lay between them on the hall table by the study door. Her mother put her hand over it, quick. A black, long-tailed M showed between her forefinger and her thumb. They looked at each other, and her mother's mouth began to pout and smile as it used to when Papa said something improper. She took the letter and went, with soft feet and swinging haunches like a cat carrying a mouse, into the study. Mary stared at the shut door. Morris Jourdain. Morris Jourdain. What on earth was he writing to Mama for? 5 minutes ago she had been quiet and happy, reading Kant's critique of pure reason. Now her heart beat like a hammer, staggering with its own blows. The blood raced in her brain. Roman 3. Mama, if you don't tell me, I shall write and ask him. Her mother looked up, frightened. You wouldn't do that, Mary. Oh, wouldn't I, though? I'd do it like a shot. She wondered why she hadn't thought of it an hour ago. Well, if there's no other way to stop you. Her mother gave her the letter, picking it up by one corner as though it had been a dirty pocket handkerchief. It'll show you, she said, the sort of man he is. Mary held the letter in both her hands, gently. Her heart beat gently now, with a quiet feeling of happiness and satisfaction. She looked a long time at the characters, the long-tailed M's, the close, sharp V's, the T's crossed with a savage, downward stab. She was quiet as long as she only looked. When she read, the blood in her brain raced faster and confused her. She stopped at the bottom of the first page. I can't think what he means. It's pretty plain what he means, her mother said. About all those letters. What letters? Letters he's been writing to your father and me and your Uncle Victor. When? Ever since you left school. You were sent to school to keep you out of his way, and you weren't back before he began his persecuting. If you want to know why we left Ilford, that's why. He persecuted your poor father. He persecuted your Uncle Victor. And now he's persecuting me. Persecuting? What is it but persecuting? threatening that he won't answer for the consequences if he doesn't get what he wants. He's mistaken if he thinks that's the way to get it. What does he want? I suppose, her mother said, he thinks he wants to marry you. May. He doesn't say that. He only says he wants to come and see me. Why shouldn't he? Because your father didn't wish it, and your uncle and I don't wish it. You don't like him. Do you? I love him. Nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about. You'd have forgot all about him if you hadn't seen that letter. I thought he'd forgotten me. You ought to have told me. It was cruel not to tell me. He must have loved me all the time. He said I was to wait 3 years, and I didn't know what he meant. He must have loved me then, and I didn't know it. The sound of her voice surprised her. It came from her whole body. It vibrated like a violin. How could he love you? You were a child then. I'm not a child now. You'll have to let him marry me. I'd rather see you in your coffin. I'd rather see you married to poor Norman Waugh. And goodness knows I wouldn't like that. Your mother didn't like your marrying Papa. You surely don't compare Maurice Jourdain with your father. He's faithful. Papa was faithful. I'm faithful too. Faithful? To a horrid man like that. He isn't horrid. He's kind and clever and good. He's brave like Mark. He'd have been a soldier if he hadn't had to help his mother. And he's honorable. He said he wouldn't see me or write to me unless you let him. And he hasn't seen me, and he hasn't written. You can't say he isn't honorable. I suppose, her mother said, he's honorable enough. You'll have to let him come. If you don't, I shall go to him. I declare if you're not as bad as your Aunt Charlotte. Roman 4. Incredible, impossible, but it had happened. And it was as if she had known it all the time, known that she would come downstairs that morning and see Maurice Jourdain's letter lying on the table. She always had known that something, some wonderful, beautiful, tremendous thing would happen to her. This was it. It had been hidden in all her happiness. Her happiness was it. Maurice Jourdain. When she said, Maurice Jourdain, she could feel her voice throb in her body like the string of a violin. When she thought of Maurice Jourdain, the stir renewed itself in a vague, exquisite vibration. The edges of her mouth curled out with faint throbbing movements, suddenly sensitive, like eyelids, like fingertips. Odd memories darted out at her. The plantation at Ilford. Jimmy's mouth crushing her face. Jimmy's arms crushing her chest. A scarlet frock. The white bridge rail by the ford. Bertha Mitchison, saying things you wouldn't think of if you could help it. But she was mainly aware of a surpassing tenderness and a desire to immolate herself, in some remarkable and noble fashion, for Maurice Jourdain. If only she could see him, for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and tell him that she hadn't forgotten him. He belonged to her real life. Herself had a secret place where people couldn't get at it, where its real life went on. He was the only person she could think of as having a real life at all like her own. She had thought of him as mixed up forever with her real life, so that whether she saw him or not, whether she remembered him or not, he would be there. He was in the songs she made, he was in the Sonata Appassionata, he was in the solemn beauty of Carva under the moon. In the critique of pure reason, she caught the bright passing of his mind. Perhaps she had forgotten a little what he looked like. Smoky black eyes. Tired eyelids. A crystal mind, shining and flashing. A mind like a big room, filled from end to end with light. Maurice Jourdain. V. I don't think I should have known you, Mary. Maurice Jourdain had come. In the end, Uncle Victor had let him. He was sitting there, all by himself, on the sofa in the middle of the room. It was his 3rd evening. She had thought it was going to pass exactly like the other 2, and then her mother had got up, with an incredible suddenness, and left them. Through the open window, you could hear the rain falling in the garden. You could see the garden gray and wet with rain. She sat on the edge of the fender, and without looking up, she knew that he was watching her from under half-shut eyelids. His eyelids were so old, so tired, so very tired and old. What did you cut it all off for? Oh, just for fun. Without looking at him, she knew that he had moved, that his chin had dropped to his chest. There would be a sort of puffiness in his cheeks and about his jaw under the black, close-clipped beard. When she saw it, she felt a little creeping chill at her heart. But that was unfaithfulness, that was cruelty. If he knew it, poor thing, how it would hurt him. But he never would know. She would behave as though she hadn't seen any difference in him at all. If only she could set his mind moving, turn the crystal about, make it flash and shine. "What have they been doing to you?" he said. "You used to be clever. I wonder if you're clever still." "I don't think I am very." She thought, "I'm stupid. I'm as stupid as an owl. I never felt so stupid in all my life. If only I could think of something to say to him. Did they tell you what I've come for?" "Yes." "Are you glad?" "Very glad." "Why do you sit on the fender?" "I'm cold." "Cold and glad." A long pause. "Do you know why your mother hates me, Mary?" "She doesn't. She only thought you'd killed Papa. I didn't kill him. It wasn't my fault if he couldn't control his temper. That isn't what she hates me for. Do you know why you were sent to school, the school my aunt found for you?" "Well, to keep me from seeing you." "Yes. And because I asked your father to let me educate you, since he wasn't doing it himself. I wanted to send you to a school in Paris for 2 years. I didn't know. They never told me. What made you want to do all that for me?" "It wasn't for you. It was for the little girl who used to go for walks with me. She was the nicest little girl. She said the jolliest things in the dearest little voice. How can a man like you care to talk to a child like me?" "Did I say that?" "I don't remember." "She said it. It sounds rather silly of her." "She wasn't silly. She was clever as they make them. And she was pretty too. She had lots of hair hanging down her back. Curlings. And they take her away from me, and I wait 3 years for her. She knew I was waiting. And when I come back to her, she won't look at me. She sits on the fender and stares at the fire. She wears horrible black clothes. Because Papa's dead. She goes and cuts her hair all off. That isn't because your father's dead. It'll grow again. Not for another 3 years. And I believe I hear your mother coming back." His chin dropped to his chest again. He brooded morosely. Presently Caddy came in with the coffee. The next day he was gone. Romans 6. "It seems to me," her mother said, "you only care for him when he isn't there." He had come again, twice, in July and August. Each time her mother had said, "Are you sure you want him to come again? You know you weren't very happy the last time." And she had answered, "I know I'm going to be this time." "You see," she said, "when he isn't there you remember, and when he is there he makes you forget." "Forget what?" "What it used to feel like." Mama had smiled a funny, contented smile. Mama was different. Her face had left off being reproachful and disapproving. It had got back the tender, adorable look it used to have when you were little. She hated Maurice Jourdain, yet you felt that in some queer way she loved you because of him. You loved her more because of Maurice Jourdain. The engagement happened suddenly at the end of August. You knew it would happen some day, but you thought of it as happening tomorrow or the day after rather than today. At 3 o'clock you started for a walk, never knowing how you might come back, and at 5 you found yourself sitting at tea in the orchard, safe. He would slouch along beside you, for miles morosely. You thought of his mind swinging off by itself, shining where you couldn't see it. You broke loose from him to run tearing along the road, to jump watercourses, to climb trees and grin down at him through the branches. Then he would wake up from his sulking. Sometimes he would be pleased, and sometimes he wouldn't. The engagement happened just after he had not been pleased at all. She could still hear his voice saying, "What do you do it for?" and her own answering, "You must do something. You needn't dance jigs on the parapets of bridges." They slid through the gap into the fields. In the narrow path, he stopped suddenly and turned. "How can a child like you care for a man like me?" mocking her sing-song. He stooped and kissed her. She shut her eyes so as not to see the puffiness. "Will you marry me, Mary?" Romans 7. After the engagement, the quarrel. It lasted all the way up the schoolhouse lane. "I do care for you, I do really." "You don't know what you're talking about." You may care for me as a child cares. You don't care as a woman does. No woman who cared for a man would write the letters you do. I ask you to tell me about yourself what you're feeling, and thinking, and you send me some ghastly screed about Spinoza or Kant. Do you suppose any man wants to hear what his sweetheart thinks about space and time and the ding and sitch? You used to like it. I don't like it now. No woman would wear those horrible clothes if she cared for a man and wanted him to care for her. She wouldn't cut her hair off. How was I to know you'd mind so awfully? And how do you know what women do or don't do? Has it never occurred to you that I might know more women than you know men? That I might have women friends? I don't think I've thought about it very much. Haven't you? Men don't live to be 37 without getting to know women. They can't go about the world without meeting them. There's a little girl down in Sussex. A dear little girl. She's everything a man wants a woman to be. Lots of hair. Lots of hair. Stacks of it. And she's clever. She can cook and sew and make her own clothes and her sister's. She's kept her father's house since she was 15. Without a servant. How awful for her. And you like her. Yes, Mary. I'm glad you like her. Who else? A Frenchwoman in Paris. And a German woman in Hamburg. And an Englishwoman in London, the cleverest woman I know. She's unhappy, Mary. Her husband behaves to her like a perfect brute. Poor thing. I hope you're nice to her. She thinks I am. Silence. He peered into her face. Are you jealous of her, Mary? I'm not jealous of any of them. You can marry them all if you want to. I was going to marry one of them. Then why didn't you? Because the little girl in Essex wouldn't let me. Little beast. So you're jealous of her, are you? You needn't be. She's gone. She tried to swallow the critic der Reinen Vernunft, and it disagreed with her, and she died. Nur einmal doch macht ich dich sehen, unsinken vor dir aufs Nei, unsturben zu dir sprechen, Madam, ich lieb sei. What's that? Oh, what's that? That Madam is Hein. Roman VIII. My dearest Morris. It was her turn for writing. She wondered whether he would like to hear about the tennis party at the vicarage. Mr. Spencer Rowlett's nephew, Harry Craven, had been there, and the two Ackroyd girls from Renton Lodge and Norman Waugh. Harry Craven's fawn face with pointed chin, dust-white face with black accents. Small fawn's mouth lifting upwards. Narrow nostrils slanting upwards. 2 lobes of white forehead. Half-moons of parted, brushed-back hair. He smiled, a blunt V opening suddenly on white teeth, black eyes fluttering. He laughed, all his features made sudden, upward movements like raised wings. The Ackroyds. Plump girls with pink, blown cheeks and sulky mouths. You thought of sullen, milk-fed babies, of trumpeting cherubs disgusted with their trumpets. They were showing their rackets to Harry Craven, bending their heads. You could see the backs of their privet white necks, fat, with no groove in the nape, where their hair curled in springy wires, Minna's dark, Sophie's golden. They turned their backs when you spoke and pretended not to hear you. She thought she would like Morris to know that Harry Craven, and she had beaten Minna Ackroyd and Norman Waugh. A love set. Afterwards Harry Craven playing hide-and-seek in the dark. The tennis net, coiled like a gray snake on the black lawn. Let's hide together. Harry Craven, hiding, crouching beside you under the currant bushes. The scramble together up the water butt and along the scullery roof. The last rush across the lawn. I say, you run like the wind. He took your hand. You ran faster and faster. You stood together, under the ash tree, panting and laughing safe. He still held your hand. Funny that you should remember it when you hadn't noticed it at the time. Hands were funny things. His hand had felt like Mark's hand, or Roddy's. You didn't think of it as belonging to him. It made you want to have Mark and Roddy back again. To play with them. Perhaps, after all, it wouldn't be kind to tell Morris about the tennis party. He couldn't have played like that. He couldn't have scrambled up the water butt and run with you along the scullery roof. My dearest Morris, nothing has happened since you left, except that there was a tennis party at the vicarage yesterday. You know what tennis parties are like. You'll be shocked to hear that I wore my old black jersey, the one you hated so. Roman 9. Mankind were wearing kinder. She shut her eyes. She wanted nothing but his voice. His voice was alive. It remembered. It hadn't grown old and tired. My child, we once were children, 2 children happy and small. We crept in the little hen house and hid ourselves under the straw. Kaikrika. Cyglopt and ease where Han and Jeshre. It's all very well, Mary. I can't go on reading Heine to you forever. And après. He had taken her on his knees. That happened sometimes. She kept one foot on the floor so as not to press on him with her whole weight. And she played with his watch chain. She liked to touch the things he wore. It made her feel that she cared for him. It staved off the creeping, sickening fear that came when their hands and faces touched. Do you know, he said, what it will be like afterwards? She began, slowly, to count the buttons of his waistcoat. Have you ever tried to think what it will be like? Yes. Last night, lying awake in the dark, she had tried to think. She had thought of shoulders heaving over her, of arms holding her, of a face looking into hers, a honey-white, beardless face, blue eyes, black eyebrows drawn close down onto the blue. Jimmy's face, not Maurice Jourdain's. That was in September. October passed. She began to wonder when he would come again. He came on the last day of November. Maurice, you're keeping something from me. Something's happened. Something's made you unhappy. Yes. Something's made me unhappy. The Garstill Road. Before them, on the rise, the white highway showed like a sickle curving into the moor. At the horn of the sickle, a tall ash tree in the wall of the Aldersons' farm. Where the road dipped, they turned. He slouched slowly, his head hung forward, loosening the fold of flesh about his jaw. His eyes blinked in the soft November sunshine. His eyelids were tight, as though they had been tied with string. Supposing I asked you to release me from our engagement? For always? Perhaps for always. Perhaps only for a short time. Till I've settled something. Till I've found out something I want to know. Would you marry? Of course I would. Like a shot. And supposing I never settled it? That would be all right. I can go on being engaged to you, but you needn't be engaged to me. You dear little thing. I'm afraid that wouldn't do. It would do beautifully. Unless you're really keeping something back from me. I am keeping something back from you. I've no right to worry you with my unpleasant affairs. I was fairly well off when I asked you to marry me, but the fact is, it looks as if my business was going to bits. I may be able to pull it together again. I may not. Is that all? I'm glad you've told me. If you told me before, it would have saved a lot of bother. What sort of bother? Well, you see, I wasn't quite sure whether I really wanted to marry you just yet. Sometimes I thought I did, sometimes I thought I didn't. And now I know I do. That's it. I may not be in a position to marry you. I can't ask you to share my poverty. I shan't mind that. I'm used to it. I may not be able to keep a wife at all. Of course you will. You're keeping a housekeeper now. And a cook and a housemaid. I may have to send 2 of them away. Send them all away. I'll work for you all my life. I shall never want to do anything else. It's what I always wanted. When I was a child, I used to imagine myself doing it for you. It was a sort of game I played. It's a sort of game you're playing now, my poor Mary. No. No. It won't do. What do you think I'm made of? No woman who cared for a man could give him up for a thing like that. There are other things. Complications. I think I'd better write to your mother. Or your brother. Write to them, write to them. They won't care a rap about your business. We're not like that, Maurice. You'd better let me see what he says, Mama. Her mother had called to her to come into the study. She had Maurice Jourdain's letter in her hand. She looked sad and at the same time happy. My darling, he doesn't want you to see it. Is it as bad as all that? Yes. If I'd had my way, you should never have had anything to do with him. I'd have forbidden him the house if your Uncle Victor hadn't said that was the way to make you mad about him. He seemed to think that seeing him would cure you. And so it ought to have done. He says he wants to break off the engagement, but he doesn't think he has made you understand why. Oh yes, he did. It's because of his business. He doesn't say a word about his business. I'm to break it to you that he doesn't care for you as he thought he cared. As if he wasn't old enough to know what he wanted. He might have made up his mind before he drove your father into his grave. Tell me what he says. He just says that. He says he's in an awful position, and whatever he does, he must behave dishonorably. I admit he's sorry enough. And he's doing the only honorable thing. He would do that. She fixed her mind on his honor. You could love that. You could love that always. He says he asked you to release him. Did he? Yes. Then why on earth didn't you? I did. But I couldn't release myself. But that's what you ought to have done. Instead of leaving him to do it. Oh no. That would have been dishonorable to myself. You'd rather be jilted. Much rather. It's more honorable to be jilted than to jilt. That's not the world's idea of honor. It's my idea of it. And after all, he was Maurice Jourdain. Roman 12. The pain hung onto the left side of her head, clawing. When she left off reading, she could feel it beat like a hammer, driving in a warm nail. Aunt Lavie sat on the parrot chair, with her feet on the fender. Her fingers had left off embroidering brown birds on drab linen. In the dying light of the room things showed fuzzy, headachy outlines. It made you feel sick to look at them. Mama had left her alone with Aunt Lavie. I suppose you think that nobody was ever so unhappy as you are, Aunt Lavie said. I hope nobody is. I hope nobody ever will be. Should you say I was unhappy? You don't look it. I hope you're not. 33 years ago I was miserable because I couldn't have my own way. I couldn't marry the man I cared for. Oh that. Why didn't you? My mother and your father and your Uncle Victor wouldn't let me. I suppose he was a Unitarian. Yes. He was a Unitarian. But whatever he'd been, I couldn't have married him. I couldn't do anything I liked. I couldn't go where I liked or stay where I liked. I wanted to be a teacher, but I had to give it up. Why? Because your Uncle Victor and I had to look after your Aunt Charlotte. You could have got somebody else to look after Aunt Charlotte. Somebody else has to look after her now. Your grandmamma made us promise never to send her away as long as it was possible to keep her. That's why your Uncle Victor never married. And all the time Aunt Charlotte would have been better and happier with Dr. Draper. Aunt Lavitie's too horrible. It wasn't as bad as you think. Your Uncle Victor couldn't have married in any case. Didn't he love anybody? Yes, Mary, he loved your mother. I see. And she didn't love him. He wouldn't have married her if she had loved him. He was afraid. Afraid. Afraid of going like your Aunt Charlotte. Afraid of what he might hand on to his children. Papa wasn't afraid. He grabbed. It was poor little Victor, and you who got nothing. Victor has got a great deal. And you. I've got all I want. I've got all there is. When everything's taken away, then God's there. If he's there anyhow. Until everything's taken away, there isn't room to see that he's there. When Caddy came in with the lamp, Aunt Lavie went out quickly. Mary got up and stretched herself. The pain had left off hammering. She could think. Aunt Lavita lived like that for 33 years, and to be happy at the end. She wondered what happiness there could be in that dull surrender and acquiescence, that cold, meek love of God. Kaikrika. Cyglobten ease where Hanan Jeshre. Roman 24. Everybody in the village knew you had been jilted. Mrs. Waugh and Miss Fruin knew it, and Mr. Horn, the grocer, and Mr. Oldshaw at the bank. And Mr. Belk, the justice of the peace little pink and flaxen gentleman, carrying himself with an air of pompous levity, eyes slewing round as you passed. And Mrs. Belk, hard, tight rotundity, little iron-gray eyes twinkling busily in a snub face, putty-skinned with a bilious gleam, curious eyes, busy eyes, saying, I'd like to know what she did to be jilted. Minna and Sophie Ackroyd, with their blown faces and small, disgusted mouths. You could see them look at each other. They were saying, "Here's that awful girl again." They were glad you were jilted. Mr. Spencer Rowlett looked at you with his hard blue eyes. His mouth closed tight with a snap when he saw you coming. He had disapproved of you ever since you played hide-and-seek in his garden with his nephew. He thought it served you right to be jilted. And there was Dr. Charles's kind look under his savage, shaggy eyebrows, and Miss Kendall's squeeze of your hand when you left her, and the sudden start in Dorsey Heron's black hair's eyes. They were sorry for you because you had been jilted. Miss Louisa Wright was sorry for you. She would ask you to tea in her little green dark drawing room. She lived in the Ivy house next door to Mrs. Wah. The piano would be open, the yellow keys shining. From the white title page, enormous black letters would call to you across the room, "Cleansing Fires." That was the song she sang when she was thinking about Dr. Charles. First you played for her the Moonlight Sonata, and then she sang for you with a feverish exaltation. For as gold is refined in the fire, so a heart is tried by pain. She sang it to comfort you. Her head quivered slightly as she shook the notes out of her throat in ecstasy. She was sorry for you, but she was like Aunt Lavy. She thought it was a good thing to be jilted, for then you were purified, your soul was set free. It went up, writhing and aspiring in a white flame to God. Roman 2. Mary, why are you always admiring yourself in the glass? I'm not admiring myself. I only wanted to see if I was better looking than last time. Why are you worrying about it? You never used to. Because I used to think I was pretty. Her mother smiled. You were pretty, and took back her smile. You'd be pretty always if you were happy, and you'd be happy if you were good. There's no happiness for any of us without Christ. She ignored the dexterous application. Do you mean I'm not then, really, so very ugly? Nobody said you were ugly. Morris Jourdain did. You don't mean to say you're still thinking of that man? Not thinking exactly. Only wondering. Wondering what it was he hated so. You wouldn't wonder if you knew the sort of man he is. A man who could threaten you with his infidelity. He never threatened me. I suppose it was me he threatened then. What did he say? He said that if his wife didn't take care to please him, there were other women who would. He ought to have said that to me. It was horrible of him to say it to you. She didn't know why she felt that it was horrible. I can tell you one thing, said her mother, as if she had not told her anything. It was those books you read. That everlasting philosophy. He said it was answerable for the whole thing. Then it was the whole thing he hated. I suppose so, her mother said, dismissing a matter of small interest. You'd better change that skirt if you're going with me to Mrs. Was. Do you mind if I go for a walk instead? Not if it makes you any more contented. It might. Are you sure you don't mind? Oh, go along with you. Her mother was pleased. She was always pleased when she scored a point against philosophy. Roman 3. Mr. and Mrs. Belk were coming along High Row. She avoided them by turning down the narrow passage into Mr. Horn's yard and the back lane. From the back lane, you could get up through the fields to the schoolhouse lane without seeing people. She hated seeing them. They all thought the same thing, that you wanted Morris Jourdain and that you were unhappy because you hadn't got him. They thought it was awful of you. Mama thought it was awful, like Aunt Charlotte wanting to marry the piano tuner, or poor Jenny wanting to marry Mr. Spall. Morris Jourdain knew better than that. He knew you didn't want to marry him any more than he wanted to marry you. He nagged at you about your hair, about philosophy. She could hear his voice nagging now as she went up the lane. He could nag worse than a woman, but he knew. She knew. As far as she could see through the working of his dark mind, first he had cared for her, cared violently. Then he had not cared. That would be because he cared for some other woman. There were two of them. The girl and the married woman. She felt no jealousy and no interest in them beyond wondering which of them it would be and what they would be like. There had been two Mary Oliviers, long-haired, short-haired, and she had been jealous of the long-haired one. Jealous of herself. There had been two Morris Jourdains, the one who said, "I'll understand. I'll never lose my temper." the one with the crystal mind, shining and flashing, the mind like a big room filled from end to end with light. But he had never existed. Maurice Jourdain was only a name for intellectual beauty. You could love that. Love was the cleansing fire. There was the love of the body and the love of the soul. Perhaps she had loved Maurice Jourdain with her soul and not with her body. No, she had not loved him with her soul either. Body and soul, soul and body. Spinoza said they were two aspects of the same thing. What thing? Perhaps it was silly to ask what thing. It would be just body and soul. Somebody talked about a soul dragging a corpse. Her body wasn't a corpse. It was strong and active. It could play games and jump. It could pick Dan up and carry him round the table. It could run a mile straight on end. It could excite itself with its own activity and strength. It dragged a corpse-like soul, dull and heavy. A soul that would never be excited again, never lift itself up again in any ecstasy. If only he had let her alone. If only she could go back to her real life. But she couldn't. She couldn't feel any more her sudden, secret happiness. Maurice Jourdain had driven it away. It had nothing to do with Maurice Jourdain. He ought not to have been able to take it from you. She might go up to Carva Hill to look for it, but it would not be there. She couldn't even remember what it had been like. Roman 4. New Year's night. She was lying awake in her white cell. She hated Maurice Jourdain. His wearily searching eyes made her restless. His man's voice made her restless with its questions. Do you know what it will be like afterwards? Do you really want me? She didn't want him. But she wanted somebody. 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 He had left her with this ungovernable want. Somebody. If you lay very still and shut your eyes, he would come to you. You would see him. You knew what he was like. He had Jimmy's body and Jimmy's face, and Mark's ways. He had the soul of Shelley, and the mind of Spinoza and Immanuel Kant. They talked to each other. Her reverie ran first into long, fascinating conversations about space and time and the thing in itself, and the transcendental ego. He could tell you whether you were right or wrong, whether substance and the thing in itself were the same thing or different. Die if thou wouldst be with that which thou dost seek. He wrote that. He wrote all Shelley's poems except the bad ones. He wrote Swinburne's Atalanta in Calydon. He could understand your wanting to know what the thing in itself was. If by dying tomorrow, tonight, this minute, you could know what it was, you would be glad to die. Wouldn't you? The world was built up in space and time. Time and space were forms of thought, ways of thinking. If there was thinking, there would be a thinker. Supposing the transcendental ego was the thing in itself. That was his idea. She was content to let him have the best ones. You could keep him going for quite a long time, that way, before you got tired. The nicest way of all, though, was not to be yourself, but to be him, to live his exciting, adventurous, dangerous life. Then you could raise an army and free Ireland from the English, and Armenia from the Turks. You could go away to beautiful golden cities, melting in sunshine. You could sail in the China Sea. You could get into Central Africa among savage people with queer, bloody gods. You could find out all sorts of things. You were he, and at the same time you were yourself, going about with him. You loved him with a passionate, self-immolating love. There wasn't room for both of you on the raft. You sat cramped up, huddled together. Not enough hard tack. While he was sleeping, you slipped off. A shark got you. It had a face like Dr. Charles. The lunatic was running after him like mad, with a revolver. You ran like mad. Morph Bridge. When he raised his arm, you jerked it up, and the revolver went off into the air. The fire was between his bed and the door. It curled and broke along the floor like surf. You waded through it. You picked him up and carried him out as Sister Dora carried the corpses with the smallpox. A screw loose somewhere. A tap turned on. Your mind dribbled imbecilities. She kicked. I won't think. I won't think about it anymore. Restlessness. It ached. It gnawed, stopping a minute, beginning again, only to be appeased by reverie, by the running tap. Restlessness. That was desire. It must be. Desire, emeros. Eros. There was the chorus in the Antigone. Eros anacate machin, eros os enkadimosi piptes. There was Swinburne. Swift and subtle and blind as a flame of fire, before thee the laughter, behind thee the tears of desire. There was the song Minna Ackroyd sang at the Sutcliffe's party. Sighing and sad for desire of the bee, how could anybody sing such a silly song? Through the wide open window she could smell the frost, she could hear it tingle. She put up her mouth above the bedclothes and drank down the clear, cold air. She thought with pleasure of the ice in her bath in the morning. It would break under her feet, splintering and tinkling like glass. If you kept on thinking about it, you would sleep. V. Passion Week. Her mother was reading the lessons for the day. Mary waited till she had finished. Mama, what was the matter with Aunt Charlotte? I'm sure I don't know. Except that she was always thinking about getting married. Whatever put Aunt Charlotte in your head? Her mother looked up from the prayer book as she closed it. Sweet and pretty, young almost as she used to look and tranquil. It's my belief, she said, there wouldn't have been anything the matter with her if your grandmamma Olivier hadn't spoiled her. Charlotte was as vain as a little peacock, and your grandmamma was always petting and praising her and letting her have her own way. If she'd had her own way, she'd have been married, and then perhaps she wouldn't have gone mad. She might have gone madder, said her mother. It was a good thing for you, my dear, you didn't get your way. I'd rather have seen you in your coffin than married to Maurice Jourdain. Whoever it had been, you'd have said that. Perhaps I should. I don't want my only daughter to go away and leave me. It would be different if there were 6 or 7 of you. Her mother's complacence and tranquility annoyed her. She hated her mother. She adored her and hated her. Mama had married for her own pleasure, for her passion. She had brought you into the world, without asking your leave, for her own pleasure. She had brought you into the world to be unhappy. She had planned for you to do the things that she did. She cared for you only as long as you were doing them. When you left off and did other things, she left off caring. I shall never go away and leave you, she said. She hated her mother, and she adored her. An hour later, when she found her in the garden kneeling by the violet bed, weeding it, she knelt down beside her and weeded too. Romans 6. April, May, June. One afternoon before post time, her mother called her into the study to show her Mrs. Draper's letter. Mrs. Draper wrote about Dora's engagement and Effie's wedding. Dora was engaged to Hubert Manistee, who would have Vinings. Effie had broken off her engagement to young Tom Manistee. She was married last week to Mr. Stuart Gore, the banker. Mrs. Draper thought Effie had been very wise to give up young Manistee for Mr. Stuart Gore. She wrote in a postscript, Maurice Jourdain has just called to ask if I have any news of Mary. I think he would like to know that that wretched affair has not made her unhappy. Mama was smiling in a nervous way. What am I to say to Mrs. Draper? Tell her that Mr. Jourdain was right, and that I am not at all unhappy. She was glad to take the letter to the post and set his mind at rest. It was in June last year that Maurice Jourdain had come to her, June the 24th. Today was the 25th. He must have remembered. The hayfields shone, ready for mowing. Under the wind, the shimmering hay grass moved like waves of hot air, up and up the hill. She slipped through the gap by Morph Bridge and went up the fields to the road on Greffington Edge. She lay down among the bracken in the place where Roddy and she had sat 2 years ago when they had met Mr. Sutcliffe coming down the road. The bracken hid her. It made a green sunshade above her head. She shut her eyes. Kaikrika. Cyglobton ease where Hanan Jeshre. That was all nonsense. Maurice Jourdain would never have crept in the little hen house and hidden himself under the straw. He would never have crowed like a cock. Mark and Roddy would. And Harry Craven and Jimmy. Jimmy would certainly have hidden himself under the straw. Supposing Jimmy had had a crystal mind. Shining and flashing. Supposing he had never done that awful thing they said he did. Supposing he had had Mark's ways, had been noble and honorable like Mark. The interminable reverie began. He was there beside her in the bracken. She didn't know what his name would be. It couldn't be Jimmy or Harry or any of those names. Not Mark. Mark's name was sacred. Cecil, perhaps. Why Cecil? Cecil, you ape. You dribbling idiot. That was the sort of thing Aunt Charlotte would have thought of. She got up with a jump and stretched herself. She would have to run if she was to be home in time for tea. From the top hayfield she could see the Sutcliffes' tennis court, an emerald green space set in thick gray walls. She drew her left hand slowly down her right forearm. The muscle was hardening and thickening. Mama didn't like it when you went by yourself to play singles with Mr. Sutcliffe. But if Mr. Sutcliffe asked you, you would simply have to go. You would have to play a great many singles against Mr. Sutcliffe if you were to be in good form next year when Mark came home. VII. She was always going to the Sutcliffes now. Her mother shook her head when she saw her in her short white skirt and white jersey, slashing at nothing with her racket ready. Mama didn't like the Sutcliffes. She said they hadn't been nice to poor Papa. They had never asked him again. You could see she thought you a beast to like them. But Mama darling, I can't help liking them. And Mama would look disgusted and go back to her pansy bed and dig her trowel in with little savage thrusts, and say she supposed you would always have your own way. You would go down to Greffington Hall and find Mr. Sutcliffe sitting under the beech tree on the lawn in white flannels, looking rather tired and bored. And Mrs. Sutcliffe, a long-faced, delicate-nosed beauty of Victorian albums, growing stout, wearing full skirts and white cashmere shawls and wide mushroomy hats when nobody else did. She had an air of doing it on purpose, to be different like royalty. She would take your hand and press it gently and smile her downward, dragging smile, and she would say, "How is your mother? Does she mind the hot weather? She must come and see me when it's cooler." That was the nice way she had, so that you mightn't think it was Mama's fault or Papa's if they didn't see each other often. And she would look down at her shawl and gather it about her, as if in spirit she had got up and gone away. And Mr. Sutcliffe would be standing in front of you, looking suddenly years younger, with his eyes shining and clean as though he had just washed them. And after tea, you would play singles furiously. For 2 hours, you would try to beat him. When you jumped the net Mrs. Sutcliffe would wave her hand and nod to you and smile. You had done something that pleased her. Today, when it was all over, Mr. Sutcliffe took her back into the house, and there on the hall table were the books he had got for her from the London Library. The Heine, the Goethe's Faust, the Sappho, the Darwin's Origin of Species, the Schopenhauer, Die Welt als will und Vorstellung. 5. All at once. I get 15. As long as we're here, you shall have your 5. He walked home with her, carrying the books. 5. And when you had finished them, there would be 5 more. It was unbelievable. Why are you so nice to me? Why? I think it must be because I like you, Mary. Utterly unbelievable. Do you really like me? I liked you the first day I saw you. With your brother. On Greffington Edge. I wonder why. She wondered what he was thinking, what deep down inside him he was really thinking. Perhaps it was because you wanted something I could give you. Tennis. You wanted it so badly. Everything you want so badly. And I never knew we were going to be such friends. No more did I. And I don't know now how long it's going to last. Why shouldn't it last? Because next year Mark will have come home and you'll have nothing to say to me. Mark won't make a scrap of difference. Well, if it isn't Mark. You'll grow up, Mary, and it won't amuse you to talk to me anymore. I shan't know you. You'll wear long skirts and long hair done in the fashion. I shall always want to talk to you. I shall never do up my hair. I cut it off because I couldn't be bothered with it. But I was sold. I thought it would curl all over my head, and it didn't curl. It curls at the tips, Mr. Sutcliffe said. I like it. Makes you look like a jolly boy, instead of a dreadful, unapproachable young lady. A little San Giovanni. A little San Giovanni. That was his trick, caressing his own words as if he liked them. She wondered what deep down inside him he was really like. Mr. Sutcliffe, if you'd known a girl when she was only 14, and you liked her and you never saw her again till she was 17, and then you found that she'd gone and cut her hair all off, Would it give you an awful shock? Depends on how much I liked her. If you'd liked her awfully, would it make you leave off liking her? I think my friendship could stand the strain. If it wasn't just friendship. Supposing it was Mrs. Sutcliffe. I shouldn't like my wife to cut her hair off. It wouldn't be at all becoming to her. No. But when she was young. When she was young. Would it have made any difference? No. No. It wouldn't have made any difference at all. You'd have married her just the same. Just the same, Mary. Why? Oh, nothing. I thought you'd be like that. I just wanted to make sure. He smiled to himself. He had funny, secret thoughts that you would never know. Well, she said, I didn't beat you. Form not good enough yet quite. He promised her it should be perfect by the time Mark came home. Roman VIII. The pale pearl-purple evening, the words rushed together. She couldn't tell whether they were her own or somebody else's. There was the queer shock of recognition that came with your own real things. It wasn't remembering, though it felt like it. Shelley, the pale purple even, not pearl purple. Pearl purple was what you saw. The sky to the east, after sunset, above Greffington Edge. Take out pale, and pearl purple evening was your own. The poem was coming by bits at a time. She could feel the rest throbbing behind it, an unreleased, impatient energy. Her mother looked in at the door. What are you doing it for, Mary? Oh, for nothing. Then for pity's sake come down into the warm room and do it there. You'll catch cold. She hated the warm room. The poem would be made up of many poems. It would last a long time, through the winter and on into the spring. As long as it lasted, she would be happy. She would be free from the restlessness and the endless idiotic reverie of desire. Roman IX. From all blindness of heart, from pride, vainglory, and hypocrisy, from envy, hatred, and malice, and all uncharitableness. Good Lord, deliver us. Mary was kneeling beside her mother in church. From fornication and all other deadly sin. Happiness, the happiness that came from writing poems. Happiness that other people couldn't have, that you couldn't give to them. Happiness that was no good to Mama, no good to anybody but you, secret and selfish. That was your happiness. It was deadly sin. She felt an immense, intolerable compassion for everybody who was unhappy. A litany of compassion went on inside her. For old Dr. Kendall, sloughing and rotting in his chair, for Miss Kendall, for all women laboring of child, for old Mrs. Heron, for Dorsey Heron, for all prisoners and captives, for Miss Louisa Wright, for all that were desolate and oppressed, for Maggie's sister dying of cancer, and for Mama kneeling there praying. Sunday after Sunday. And she would work in the garden every morning, digging in leaf mold and carrying the big stones for the rockery. She would go to Mrs. Sutcliffe's sewing parties. She would sit for hours with Maggie's sister, trying not to look as if she minded the smell of the cancer. You were no good unless you could do little things like that. You were no good unless you could keep on doing them. She tried to keep on. Some people kept on all day, all their lives. Still, it was not you so much as the world that was wrong. It wasn't fair and right that Maggie's sister should have cancer while you had nothing the matter with you. Or even that Maggie had to cook and scrub while you made poems. Not fair and right. Mama, what is it? Why are you in the dark? By the firelight she could see her mother sitting with her eyes shut and her hands folded in her lap. I can't use my eyes. I think there must be something the matter with them. Your eyes. Do they hurt? You might have known that something would happen. While you were upstairs, writing, not thinking of her. You might have known. Something hurts. Just there. When I try to read. I must be going blind. Are you sure it isn't your glasses? How can it be my glasses? They never hurt me before. But the oculist in Durlingham said it was her glasses. She wasn't going blind. It wasn't likely that she ever would go blind. For a week before the new glasses came, Mama sat, patient and gentle, in her chair, with her eyes shut and her hands folded in her lap. And you read aloud to her, the Bible and the Times in the morning and Dickens in the afternoon. And in the evening you played draughts and Mama beat you. Mama said, I shall be quite sorry when the new glasses come. Mary was sorry too. They had been so happy. April. Mark's ship had left port said 9 days ago. Mama had come in with the letter. I've got news for you. Guess. Mark's coming today. No. Mr. Jourdain was married yesterday. Who to? Some girl he used to see in Sussex. That one. She was glad it was the little girl, the poor one. Nice of Morris to marry her. Do you mind, Mary? No, not a bit. I hope they'll be happy. I want them to be happy. Now, you see, that was why he didn't want to marry me. Her mother sat down on the bed. There was something she was going to say. Well, thank goodness that's the last of it. Does Mark know? No, he does not. You surely don't imagine anybody would tell him a thing like that about his sister. Like what? Well, he wouldn't think it very nice of you. You talk as if I was Aunt Charlotte. Do you think I'm like her? I never said you were like her. You think and won't say. Well, if you don't want to be thought like your Aunt Charlotte, you should try and behave a little more like other people. For pity's sake, do while Mark's here or he won't like it, I can tell you. I don't do anything Mark wouldn't like. You do very queer things sometimes, though you mayn't think so. I'm not the only one that notices. If you really want to know, that was what Mr. Jourdain was afraid of, the queer things you say and do. You told me yourself you'd have gone to him if he hadn't come to you. She remembered. Yes, she had said that. Did he know about Aunt Charlotte? You may be sure he did. Mama didn't know. She never would know what it had been like that night. But there were things you didn't know, either. What did Aunt Charlotte do? Nothing. She just fell in love with every man she met. If she'd only seen him for 5 minutes, she was off after him, ordering her trousseau and dressing herself up. She was no more mad than I am, except just on that one point. Aunt Lavie said that was why Uncle Victor never married. He was afraid of something happening to his children. What do you think he thought would happen? Her mother's foot tapped on the floor. I'm sure I can't tell you what he thought. And I don't know what there was to be afraid of. I wish you wouldn't throw your stockings all about the room. Mama picked up the stockings and went away. You could see that she was annoyed. Annoyed with Uncle Victor for having been afraid to marry. A dreadful thought came to her. Does Mama really think I'm like Aunt Charlotte? I won't be like her. I won't. I'm not. There was Jimmy and there was Morris Jourdain. But I didn't fall in love with the Proparts or the Manistys, or Norman Waugh, or Harry Craven, or Dr. Charles. Or Mr. Sutcliffe. She said I was as bad as Aunt Charlotte. Because I said I'd go to Morris. I meant just to see him. What did she think I meant? Oh, not that. Would I really have gone? Got into the train and gone? Would I? She would never know. I wish I knew what Uncle Victor was afraid of. Wondering what he had been afraid of, she felt afraid. Roman 25. She waited. Mama and Mark had turned their backs to her as they clung together. But there was his sparrow-brown hair, clipped close into the nape of his red-brown neck. If only Mama wouldn't cry like that. Mark! Is that Minky? They held each other and let go in one tick of the clock, but she had stood a long time seeing his eyes arrested in their rush of recognition. Disappointed. The square dinner table stretched itself into an immense white space between her and Mark. It made itself small again for Mark and Mama. Across the white space, she heard him saying things. About Dan meeting him at Tilbury and poor Victor coming to Liverpool Street and Cox's. Last night he had stayed at Ilford. He had seen Bella and Edward and Pigeon and Mrs. Fisher and the Proparts. Do you remember poor Edward and his sheep? And Mary's lamb. Mark hadn't changed, except that he was firmer and squarer and thinner, because he had had fever. And his eyes, he was staring at her with his disappointed eyes. She called to him. You don't know me a bit, Mark. He laughed. I thought I'd see somebody grown up. Victor said Mary was dreadfully mature. What did he mean? Mama said she was sure she didn't know. What do you do with yourself all day, Minky? Nothing much. Read, work, play tennis with Mr. Sutcliffe. Mr. Sutcliffe. Never mind Mr. Sutcliffe. Mark doesn't want to hear about him. Is there a Mrs. Sutcliffe? Yes. Does she play? No. She's too old. Much older than he is. That'll do, Mary. Mama's eyes blinked. Her forehead was pinched with vexation. Her foot tapped on the floor. Mark's eyes kept up their puzzled stare. What's been happening? He said. What's the matter? Everywhere I go there's a mystery. There was a mystery at Ilford. About Dan. And about poor Charlotte. I come down here, and there's a mystery about some people called Sutcliffe. And a mystery about Mary. He laughed again. Minky seems to be in disgrace, as if she'd done something. It's awfully queer. Mama's the only person something hasn't happened to. I should have thought everything had happened to me, said Mama. That makes it queerer. Mama went up with Mark into his room. Papa's room. You could hear her feet going up and down in it, and the squeaking wail of the wardrobe door as she opened and shut it. She waited, listening. When she heard her mother come downstairs, she went to him. Mark didn't know that the room had been Papa's room. He didn't know that she shivered when she saw him sitting on the bed. She had stood just there where Mark's feet were and watched Papa die. She could feel the basin slipping from the edge of the bed. Mark wasn't happy. There was something he missed, something he wanted. She had meant to say, "It's all right. Nothing's happened. I haven't done anything," but she couldn't think about it when she saw him sitting there. Mark, what is it? I don't know, Minky. I know. You've come back, and it isn't like what you thought it would be. No, he said, it isn't. I didn't think it would be so awful without Papa. Roman too. The big package in the hall had been opened. The tiger's skin lay on the drawing room carpet. Mark was sorry for the tiger. He was only a young cat. You'd have loved him, Minky, if you'd seen him, with his shoulders down, very big cat shaking his haunches at you, and his eyes shining and playing. Cat's eyes, sort of swimming and shaking with his fun. How did you feel? Beastly mean to go and shoot him when he was happy and excited. 5 years without any fighting. Anything else happen? No. No polo. No fighting. Only a mutiny in the battery once. What was it like? Oh, it just tumbled into the office and yelled and waved jabby things and made faces at you till you nearly burst with laughing. You laughed, Mama said. At a mutiny. Anybody would. Minky'd have laughed if she'd been there. It frightened them horribly because they didn't expect it. The poor things never know when they're being funny. What happened, said Mary, to the mutiny? That. Oh, Mark, she adored him. She went to bed, happy, thinking of the tiger and the mutiny. When Caddy called her in the morning, she jumped out of bed, quickly, to begin another happy day. Everything was going to be interesting, to be exciting. At any minute anything might happen, now that Mark had come home. Roman 3. Mark, are you coming? She was tired of waiting on the flagstones, swinging her stick. She called through the house for him to come. She looked through the rooms and found him in the study with Mama. When they saw her, they stopped talking suddenly, and Mama drew herself up and blinked. Mark shook his head. After all, he couldn't come. Mama wanted him. Mama had him. As long as they lived, she would have him. Mama and Mark were happy together. Their happiness tingled, you could feel it tingling, like the happiness of lovers. They didn't want anybody but each other. You existed for them as an object in some unintelligible time, and in a space outside their space. The only difference was that Mark knew you were there, and Mama didn't. She chose the Garthdale Road. Yesterday she had gone that way with Mama and Mark. She had not talked to him, for when she talked, the pinched, vexed look came into Mama's face, though she pretended she hadn't heard you. Every now and then Mark had looked at her over his shoulder and said, "Poor minx." It was as if he said, "I'm sorry, but you see how it is. I can't help it." And just here, where the moor track touched the road, she had left them clearing the watercourses and had gone up towards Carva. She had looked back and seen them going slowly towards the white sickle of the road, Mark very upright, taut muscles held into his shortened stride. Mama pathetic and fragile in her shawl, moving with a stiff, self-hypnotized air. Her love for them was a savage pang that cut her eyes and drew her throat tight. Then suddenly she had heard Mark whooping, and she had run back, whooping and leaping, down the hill to walk with them again. She turned back now at the sickle. Perhaps Mark would come to meet her. He didn't come. She found them sitting close on the drawing room sofa. The tea table was pushed aside. They were looking at Mark's photographs. She came and stood by them to see. Mark didn't look up or say anything. He went on giving the photographs to Mama, telling her the names. Dickie Carter. Man called St. John. Man called Bibby Jonas Bibby. Allingham. Peters. Gunning, Stobart Hamilton. Sir George Limond, Colonel Robertson. Photographs of women. Mama's fingers twitched as she took them, one by one. Women with smooth hair and correct, distinguished faces. She looked at each face a long time, her mouth half smiled, half pouted at them. She didn't hand on the photographs to you, but laid them down on the sofa, one by one, as if you were not there. A youngish woman in a black silk gown, Mrs. Robertson, the Colonel's wife. A girl in a white frock, Mrs. Dickie Carter, she had nursed Mark through his fever. A tall woman in a riding habit and a solar topi, standing very straight, looking very straight at you, under the shadow of the topi. Mama didn't mind the others so much, but she was afraid of this one. There was danger under the shadow of the topi. Lady Limond, Mark had stayed with them at Simla. Oh. Very handsome face. Very handsome. You could see by Mark's face that he didn't care about Lady Limond. Mama had turned again to the girl in the white frock who had nursed him. Are those all, Mark? Those are all. She took off her glasses and closed her eyes. Her face was smooth now, her hands were quiet. She had him. She would always have him. But when he went away for a fortnight to stay with the man called St. John, she was miserable till he had come back safe. Roman 4. Whit Sunday morning. She would walk home with Mark after church, while Mama stayed behind for the sacrament. But it didn't happen. Mark scowled as he turned out into the aisle to make way for her. He went back into the pew and sat there, looking stiff and stubborn. He would go up with Mama to the altar rails. He would eat the bread and drink the wine. That afternoon, she took her book into the garden. Mark came to her there. Mama, tired with the long service, dozed in the drawing room. Mark read over her shoulder, "Were Haben in der Transcendentalen Aesthetik hinreichend bewiesen." Do it in English. In the transcendental aesthetic, we have sufficiently proved that all that is perceived in space or time, and with it all objects of any experience possible to us, are mere Vorstellungen Vorstellungen ideas presentations, which, so far as they are presented, whether as extended things or series of changes, have no existence grounded in themselves outside our thoughts. Why have you taken to that dreadful stodge? I'm driven to it. It's like drink, once you begin you've got to go on. What on earth made you begin? I wanted to know things, to know what's real and what isn't, and what's at the back of everything, and whether there is anything there or not, and whether you can know it or not, and how you can know anything at all, anyhow. I'd give anything. Are you listening? Yes, Minky, you'd give anything. I'd give everything I possess to know what the thing in itself is. I'd rather know Arabic. Or how to make a gun that would find its own range and feed itself with bullets 60 to the minute. That would be only knowing a few more things. I want the thing. Reality, substance, the thing in itself. Spinoza calls it God. Kant doesn't, but he seems to think it's all the God you'll ever get, and that, even then, you can't know it. Transcendental idealism is just another cell. Supposing, Mark said, there isn't any God at all. Then I'd rather know that than go on thinking there was one when there wasn't. But you'd feel sold. Sort of sold. But it's the risk that makes it so exciting. Why? Do you think there isn't any God? I'm afraid I think there mayn't be. Oh, Mark, and you went to the sacrament. You ate it and drank it. Why shouldn't I? You don't believe in it any more than I do. I never said anything about believing in it. You ate and drank it. Poor Jesus said he wanted you to do that and remember him. I did it and remembered Jesus. I don't care. It was awful of you. Much more awful to spoil Mama's pleasure in God and Jesus. I did it to make her happy. Somebody had to go with her. You wouldn't, so I did. It doesn't matter, Minky. Nothing matters except Mama. Truth matters. You die rather than lie or do anything dishonorable. Yet that was dishonorable. I'd die rather than hurt Mama. If you make her unhappy, Minky, I shall hate you. V. You can't go in that thing. They were going to the Sutcliffes' dance. Mama hadn't told Mark she didn't like them. She wanted Mark to go to the dance. He had said Morph was an awful hole, and it wasn't good for you to live in it. The frock was black muslin, ironed out. Mama's black net Indian scarf, dotted with little green and scarlet flowers, was drawn tight over her hips to hide the place that Caddy had scorched with the iron. The heavy, brilliant, silk-embroidered ends, green and scarlet, hung down behind. She felt exquisitely light and slender. Mama was shaking her head at Mark as he stared at you. If you knew, he said, what you look like. That's the way the funny ladies dress in the bazaars if you'd only take that awful thing off. She can't take it off, Mama said. He's only teasing you. Funny ladies in the bazaars, funny ladies in the bazaars. Bazaars were Indian shops. Shop girls. Mark didn't mean shop girls, though. You could tell that by his face and by Mama's. Was that what you really looked like? Or was he teasing? Perhaps you would tell by Mrs. Sutcliffe's face. Or by Mr. Sutcliffe's. Their faces were nicer than ever. You couldn't tell. They would never let you know if anything was wrong. Mrs. Sutcliffe said, "What a beautiful scarf you've got on, my dear." It's Mama's. She gave it me. She wanted Mrs. Sutcliffe to know that Mama had beautiful things and that she would give them. The scarf was beautiful. Nothing could take from her the feeling of lightness and slenderness she had in it. Her program stood, nobody. Nobody. Norman Waugh. Dr. Charles. Mr. Sutcliffe. Mr. Sutcliffe. Nobody. Nobody again, all the way down to Mr. Sutcliffe, Mr. Sutcliffe, Mr. Sutcliffe. Then Mark. Mr. Sutcliffe had wanted the last dance, the polka, but she couldn't give it him. She didn't want to dance with anybody after Mark. The big, long dining room was cleared, the floor waxed. People had come from Rayburn and Durlingham. A hollow square of faces. Faces round the walls. Painted faces hanging above them, Mr. Sutcliffe's ancestors looking at you. The awful thing was she didn't know how to dance. Mark said you didn't have to know. It would be all right. Perhaps it would come, suddenly, when you heard the music. Supposing it came like skating, only after you had slithered a lot and tumbled down. The feeling of lightness and slenderness had gone. Her feet stuck to the waxed floor as if they were glued there. She was frightened. It had begun. Norman Waugh was dragging her round the room. Once. Twice. She hated the feeling of his short, thick body moving a little way in front of her. She hated his sullen bull's face, his mouth close to hers, half open, puffing. From the walls, Mr. Sutcliffe's ancestors looked at you as you shambled round, tied tight in your Indian scarf, like a funny lady in the bazaars. Raised eyebrows. Quiet, disdainful faces. She was glad when Norman Waugh left her on the window seat. Dr. Charles next. He was kind. You trod on his feet, and he pretended he had trodden on yours. My dancing days are over. And mine haven't begun. They sat out and she watched Mark. He didn't dance very well. He danced tightly and stiffly as if he didn't like it. But he danced, with Miss Fruin and Miss Louisa Wright because nobody else would, with the Ackroyds because Mrs. Sutcliffe made him, 5 dances with Dorsey Heron, because he liked her, because he was sorry for her, because he found her looking sad and shy in a corner. You could see Dorsey's eyes turn and turn, restlessly, to look at Mark, and her nose getting redder as he came to her. Dr. Charles watched them. You knew what he was thinking. She's in love with him. She can't take her eyes off him. Supposing you told her the truth. He won't marry you. He won't care for you. He won't care for anybody but Mama. Can't you see, by the way he looks at you, the way he holds you? It's no use you're caring for him. It'll only make your little nose redder. He wouldn't mind her red nose, her little proud, high-bridged nose. He liked her small face, trying to look austere with shy hare's eyes, her vague mouth, pointed at the corners in a sort of sharp tenderness, her smooth, otter-brown hair brushed back and twisted in a tight coil at the nape of her neck. Dorsey was sweet and gentle and unselfish. He might have cared for Dorsey if it hadn't been for Mama. Anyhow, for one evening in her life, Dorsey was happy, dancing round and round, with her wild black hare's eyes shining. Mr. Sutcliffe. She stood up. She would have to tell him. I can't dance. Nonsense. You can run and you can jump. Of course you can dance. I don't know how to. The sooner you learn, the better. I'll teach you in 2 minutes. He steered her into the sheltered bay behind the piano. They practiced. Mark's looking at us. Is he? What has he done to you, Mary? We'll go where he can't look at us. They went out into the hall. That's it, your feet between mine. In and out. Don't throw your shoulders back. Don't keep your elbows in. It's not a hurdle race. I wish it was. You won't in a minute. Don't count your steps. Listen for the beat. It's the beat that does it. She began to feel light and slender again. Now you're off. You're all right. Off. Turning and turning. You steered through the open door, in and out among the other dancers. You skimmed. You swam, whirling to the steady tump-tump of the piano and the queer, exciting squeak of the fiddles. Whirling together, you and Mr. Sutcliffe and the piano and the 2 fiddles. One animal, one light, slender animal, whirling and playing. Every now and then his arm tightened round your waist with a sort of impatience. When it slackened, you were one light, slender animal again, 4 feet and 4 arms whirling together. The piano was its heart, going tump-tump, and the fiddles. Why did I think I couldn't do it? Funk. Pure funk. You wanted to dance, you wanted to so badly that it frightened you. His arm tightened. As they passed, she could see Mrs. Sutcliffe sitting in an armchair, pushed back out of the dancer's way. She looked tired and bored and a little anxious. When the last 3 dances were over, he took her back to Mark. Mark scowled after Mr. Sutcliffe. What does he look at you like that for? Perhaps he thinks I'm a funny lady in a bazaar. That's the sort of thing you oughtn't to say. You said it. All the more reason why you shouldn't. He put his arm round her, and they danced. They danced. You can do it all right now, he said. I've learnt. He taught me. He took me outside and taught me. I'm not frightened anymore. Mark was dancing better now. Better and better. His eyes shone down into yours. He whispered, Minky, poor Minky, pretty Minky. He swung you. He lifted you off your feet. He danced like mad, carrying you on the taut muscle of his arm. Somebody said, that chap's waked up at last. Who's the girl? Somebody said, his sister. Mark laughed out loud. You could have sworn he was enjoying himself. But when he got home, he said he hadn't enjoyed himself at all. And he had a headache the next day. It turned out that he hadn't wanted to go. He hated dancing. Mama said he had only gone because he thought you'd like it, and because he thought it would be good for you to dance like other people. Romans 6. Why are you always going to the Sutcliffes? Mark said suddenly. Because I like them. They were coming down the fields from Greffington Edge, in sight of the tennis court. You oughtn't to like them when they weren't nice to poor Papa. If Mama doesn't want to know them, you oughtn't to. Mark too. Mark saying what Mama said. Her heart swelled and tightened. She didn't answer him. Anyhow, he said, you oughtn't to go about all over the place with old Sutcliffe. When he said old Sutcliffe, his eyes were merry and insolent as they used to be. What do you do it for? Because I like him. And because there's nobody else who wants to go about with me. There's Miss Heron. Dorsey isn't quite the same thing. Whether she is or isn't, you've got to chuck it. Why? Because Mama doesn't like it, and I don't like it. That ought to be enough, like Papa. It isn't enough. Minky, why are you such a brute to little mama? Because I can't help it. It's all very well for you. Mark turned in the path and looked at her, his tight, firm face tighter and firmer. She thought, he doesn't know. He's like Mama. He won't see what he doesn't want to see. It would be kinder not to tell him. But I can't be kind. He's joined with Mama against me. They're 2-1. Mama must have said something to make him hate me. Perhaps she hadn't. Perhaps he had only seen her disapproving, reproachful face. If he says another word, if he looks like that again, I shall tell him. It's different for you, she said. Ever since I began to grow up, I felt there was something about Mama that would kill me if I let it. I've had to fight for every single thing I've ever wanted. It's awful fighting her when she's so sweet and gentle. But it's either that or go under. Minky, you talk as if she hated you. She does hate me. You lie, he said it gently without rancor. No. I found that out years ago. She doesn't know she hates me. She never knows that awful sort of thing. And of course, she loved me when I was little. She'd love me now if I stayed little, so that she could do what she liked with me. If I'd sit in a corner and think as she thinks, and feel as she feels and do what she does. If you did, you'd be a much nicer minx. Yes. Except that I should be lying then, the whole time. Hiding my real self and crushing it. It's your real self. She hates the thing she can't see and touch, and get at the thing that makes you different. Even when I was little, she hated it and tried to crush it. I remember things. You don't love her. You wouldn't talk like that about her if you loved her. It's because I love her. Herself. Her real self. When she's working in the garden, planting flowers with her blessed little hands, doing what she likes, and when she's reading the Bible and thinking about God and Jesus, and when she's with you, Mark, happy. That's her real self. I adore it. Selves are sacred. You ought to adore them. Anybody's self. Caddies. I used to wonder what the sin against the Holy Ghost was. They told you nobody knew what it was. I know. It's that. Not adoring the self in people. Hating it. Trying to crush it. I see. Mama's committed the sin against the Holy Ghost, has she? Yes. He laughed. You mustn't go about saying those things. People will think you mad. Let them. I don't care if you think I'm mad. I only think it's beastly of you to say so. You're not madder than I am. We're all mad. Mad as hatters. You and me and Dank and Roddy and Uncle Victor. Poor Charlotte's the sanest of the lot, and she's the only one that's got shut up. Why do you say she's the sanest? Because she knew what she wanted. Yes. She knew what she wanted. She spent her whole life trying to get it. She went straight for that one thing. Didn't care a hang what anybody thought of her. So they said poor Charlotte was mad. She was only mad because she didn't get it. Yes, minx. Would poor Minky like to be married? No. I'm not thinking about that. I'd like to write poems. And to get away sometimes and see places. To get away from Mama. You little beast. Not more beast than you. You got away. Altogether. I believe you knew. Knew what? Mark's face was stiff and red. He was angry now. That if you stayed, you'd be crushed. Like Roddy. Like me. I knew nothing of the sort. Deep down inside you knew. You were afraid. That's why you wanted to be a soldier. So as not to be afraid. So as to get away altogether. You little devil. You're lying. Lying. He threw his words at you softly, so as not to hurt you. Lying. Because you're a beast to Mama, you'd like to think I'm a beast too. No, she could feel herself making it out more and more. Flash after flash. Till she knew him. She knew Mark. You had to. To get away from her, to get away from her sweetness and gentleness so that you could be yourself, so that you could be a man. She had a tremendous flash. You haven't got away altogether. Half of you still sticks. It'll never get away. You'll never love anybody. You'll never marry. No, I won't. You're right there. Yes. Papa never got away. That was why he was so beastly to us. He wasn't beastly to us. He was. You know he was. You're only saying that because it's what Mama would like you to say. He couldn't help being beastly. He couldn't care for us. He couldn't care for anybody but Mama. That's why I care for him, Mark said. I know. None of it would have mattered if we'd been brought up right. But we were brought up all wrong. Taught that ourselves were beastly, that our wills were beastly, and that everything we liked was bad. Taught to sit on our wills, to be afraid of ourselves and not trust them for a single minute. Mama was glad when I was jilted, because that was one for me. Were you jilted? Yes. She thought it would make me humble. I always was. I am. I'm afraid of myself now. I can't trust it. I keep on asking people what they think when I ought to know. But I'm going to stop all that. I'm going to fight. Fight little Mama. No. Myself. The bit of me that claws onto her and can't get away. My body'll stay here and take care of her all her life, but myself will have got away. It'll get away from all of them. It's got bits of them sticking to it, bits of Mama, bits of Papa, bits of Roddy, bits of Aunt Charlotte. Bits of you, Mark. I don't want to get away from you, but I shall have to. You'd kick me down and stamp on me if you thought it would please Mama. There mayn't be much left when I'm done, but at least it'll be me. Mad. Quite mad, Minx. You ought to be married. And leave little Mama. I'll race you from the bridge to the top of the hill. He raced her. He wasn't really angry. Deep down inside him he knew. Romans 7. November and Mark's last morning. He had got promotion. He was going back to India with a new battery. He would be stationed at Pune, a place he hated. Nothing ever happened as he wanted it to happen. She was in Papa's room, helping him to pack. The wardrobe door gave out its squeaking wail again and again as he opened it and threw his things onto the bed. Her mother had gone away because she couldn't bear to see them, his poor things. They were all folded now and pressed down into the boxes and portmanteaus. She sat on the bed with Mark's sword across her knees, rubbing Vaseline on the blade. Mark came and stood before her, looking down at her. Minky, I don't like going away and leaving Mama with you. When I went before you promised you'd be kind to her. What do I do? There was a groove down the middle of the blade for the blood to run in. Do. You do nothing. Nothing. You don't talk to her. You don't want to talk to her. You behave as if she wasn't there. The blade was blunt. It would have to be sharpened before Mark took it into a battle. Mark's eyes hurt her. She tried to fix her attention on the blade. What makes you? I don't know, she said. Whatever it is, it was done long ago. She hasn't got anybody, he said. Roddy's gone. Dan's no good to her. She won't have anybody but you. I know, Mark. I shall never go away and leave her. Don't talk about going away and leaving her. He didn't want her to see him off at the train. He wanted to go away alone, after he had said goodbye to Mama. He didn't want Mama to be left by herself after he had gone. They stood together by the shut door of the drawing room. She and her mother stood between Mark and the door. She had said goodbye a minute ago, alone with him in Papa's room. But there was something they had missed. She thought, we must get it now this minute. He'll say goodbye to Mama last. He'll kiss her last. But I must kiss him again first. She came to him, holding up her face. He didn't see her, but when his arm felt her hand, it jerked up and pushed her out of his way, as he would have pushed anything that stood there between him and Mama.